closed their doors with no warning. Locals were left completely chickenless and confused as to why their local KFC shut down with little explanation. Globally, the Colonel's future is looking even more endangered. In countries like Turkey, KFC's strong association with the United States has made it a target of widespread boycotts. This has led to 283 KFC stores in the country shutting down seemingly overnight after their operator, Iskita, declared bankruptcy. In the US, KFC fell to fifth place amongst chicken-based fast food chains, even among the general growth in the market. Though it lost first place to Chick-fil-A and Popeyes a long time ago, in 2025, the Colonel was surpassed by Wingstop, which experienced a shocking 41% growth in 1 year, and Raising Cane, which experienced 31% growth. That brought up their sales to $4.7 and $5.2 billion respectively, while KFC only managed sales of $4.3 billion. So what happened to the once mighty fast food giant, easily sitting atop of the U.S. fried chicken game? Well, KFC has absolutely failed to keep up with the changing consumer and fast food landscape. First of all, as it relates to price. As with several fast food companies, KFC has felt the effects of inflation and consumers feeling that they don't have as much spending power. After all, fast food is supposed to be
Thank
the
you for
cheapest option
joining.
for dining. The idea is customers will accept plain dining areas and overall lower quality, unhealthier food as long as they don't have to shell out too much money for it. But that's no longer the case for KFC, and because of the product it focuses on, chicken, its prices have been hit harder than most other chains. Repeating epidemics of bird flu have wreaked havoc on poultry farms, as anyone following the relentless media focus on egg prices knows. In just the last quarter of 2024, more than 20 million egg-laying chickens died of bird flu, while the percentage of birds always die of disease. The 10 million figure is a new horrific record. However, if eggs are getting more expensive because of infected and dead chickens, it follows that poultry prices are getting more expensive as well. The difference might not be in the market because of the ways in which egg and poultry production differs. Chickens can be frozen and stored for much longer than eggs, allowing farmers to have a backup supply for one. But the fact remains, chicken still has become more expensive. Even though prices for pretty much everything are rising all the time, and your dwindling bank account shows, prices for food, particularly poultry, are rising faster than the general rate of inflation. The Consumer Price Index, CPI, went up by 0.2% from April 2025 to May 2025. The price for food from groceries and supermarkets went up by a similar amount, ending up 2.2% higher than in May of 2024. However, during the same period from April 2025 to May 2025, poultry prices rose by 0.5%, ending up 2.5% higher than they were in May 2024. They're predicted to increase another 2.3% by the end of 2025. This is due to a combination of bird flu disruptions and higher demand for chicken as the prices of other meats like beef and veal increased by 8.6% from 1 year to the next. Things aren't looking much better in the near future, as the USDA predicted that poultry prices in the US are going to be steadily rising over the next 10 years. And when your brand is laser focused on selling chicken, any faster than average increase in prices can spell trouble for your business. After all, KFC can't pivot as easily as other fast food chains to offering other types of meals. Buckets of chicken is kind of their whole thing. As a result, prices at KFC have gone up exponentially. Though it's hard to find exact data on the price changes, likely something KFC doesn't want plastered all over the internet. A 10-piece meal deal used to cost $9.99 in the late 1990s. The cost today, $33.99 for the exact same meal. Well, not the exact same, as many consumers would argue that it tastes much worse, but we'll get to that soon. Now, you might logically point out that inflation would naturally make prices go up, but $9.99 in 1998 dollars is equivalent to $19.70 today. So it's clear that inflation is not the only problem, and the issues with KFC pricing have become very public thanks to online forums and social media. In March 2025, a post on Reddit about a single KFC drumstick costing $4.79 drew hundreds of likes and comments. A video on TikTok went viral after a woman went to the platform in shock to share that she just paid $59.04 for a 16-piece meal with 4 sides and 3 chicken tenders. To make things worse, it seems that KFC is participating in a trend a lot of companies have adopted during a time of skyrocketing inflation and wage growth, shrinkflation. Essentially, that's when companies offer less of a product than they usually do at a similar or even slightly higher price in order to cut costs.
pretty poor. Guys, you just built an app.
Impossible. Internet can't code. Interesting.
And
The Daily Dot published an article about TikToker Katie Espinoza, whose video went viral with 160,000 views after she ordered a family-style meal bucket from KFC and saw that the sides were comparatively tiny. She then went to show off the shockingly small size of the sides on social media, saying, "When did KFC get so stingy with their mashed potatoes with their bucket? How is this corn supposed to feed 4 people?" A lot of commenters pointed out that KFC had suspiciously changed their wording in some of their menu items, offering individual sides instead of family sides, but for family meals. Other customers pointed out that their chicken had less and less meat, more bones, and flat out inedible pieces in it, making their increasingly pricey KFC order feel like a waste. These crazy price increases aren't just limited to the US, as Australian Buzz.com observes that KFC has raised prices way faster than the rate of inflation. Some menu items increased 25% in price in just 1 year from 2024 to 2025. The price of the popular KFC Zinger combo in Australia, for example, has gone from $8.95 to $10.95 in Aussie dollars, an increase of 22%, while the price of the nuggets has gone up by 25%. The average price increase on the KFC menu in the land down under stands at around 14.7%. That's a huge number that far surpasses international giants McDonald's and local fast food rivals like Texas, which just saw an 8% price increase over the exact same year. Restaurant guru Stephen Johnson from Food Service Solutions has studied KFC's evolution and notes that the company that was once perceived as a leader in value has lost that reputation. He says, premium pricing driving customers toward lower cost alternatives with higher perceived value. Another problem is that KFC is offering value with its giant family-style meals, selling buckets of fried chicken to groups at a decent price. That leaves the company with less flexibility when it comes to offering smaller portions of food with affordable prices. Meanwhile, competitors like Raising Cane's and Dave's Hot Chicken have quickly caught on to the fact that consumers' wages are getting less raw than ever. So they offer plenty of value options on the menu that fit their competitors. Popeye, for example, has a $5 free chicken meal for people who aren't going to go out to eat with 3 kids or half of their friends. Not to mention the quality of the flavor has gone downhill fast, and customers have moved. There's a reason why people are now flocking to other franchises. They're making better chicken. In the 2023 American Customer Satisfaction Index, ACSI restaurant, customers rated Chick-fil-A, KFC's direct competitor, as their favorite fast food chain in the country for 9 straight years. Perhaps that explains why Chick-fil-A unseated KFC as the U.S.'s top chicken chain in 2014 and why its market share continues to skyrocket upwards, reaching 45.5% in 2023, a huge increase from 38.3% the year before. Meanwhile, KFC didn't just slide to second place, but third in 2023, mostly due to issues with quality, reporting 11.3% of the market share in 2023, as opposed to Popeyes, which captured 11.9% of the U.S. market. As mentioned before, in 2025, it has been overtaken by yet another 2 franchises as well, relegating it to 5th place in overall market share. On websites like Reddit and Quora, you can find an endless number of threads dedicated to why KFC chicken doesn't taste as good as it used to. Customers often wonder what happened to the taste. Many former employees attribute the changes to greed on the part of the company. KFC cut worker hours and hired less experienced employees who they can pay lower wages, resulting in worse service. They also started getting lower quality ingredients and supplies, including smaller chicken cuts and instant packaged gravy, and of course, it's totally made in-house. Cleanliness leads to worse products. The fast food chain rated horribly on food quality and customer service. Those combined issues amount to 80% of all complaints against the fast food chain, according to the Better Business Bureau and other consumer reporting services. You would be right, but not nearly as many as KFC. To put it into perspective, Wendy's averages 1,500 official complaints per month, with a resolution rate of 90%. Burger King averages 2,000 complaints a month with a resolution rate of 88%. Chick-fil-A averages only 500 complaints a month and manages to resolve 95% of them. KFC averages 5,500 complaints per month. No wonder people prefer Chick-fil-A. What's even worse is that KFC's resolution rate is also the lowest, with only about 75% of official customer complaints resolved. As professor of hospitality management at Cornell University, Dr. William Quinn explains, it suggests a systemic issue with how the company handles service.
So many stars are we making at SCAT. It seems like you're writing your inspiration in 100 creative degrees. By learning from industry pros, by working on Fortune 500 companies, you can make yourself invaluable, unstoppable, and with lifelong career support for alumni, SCAT makes it possible for you to say, I made it.
This recovery. When customers feel ignored or brushed off after voicing a legitimate grievance, it erodes trust and makes them far less likely to return in the future. So not only are customers more likely to leave KFC disappointed by their food and service, they're less likely to get their issue addressed and then come back at all. Major food-oriented publications have also noticed the chain's quality decline. In February 2025, Food Republic tried and rated 12 fried chicken chains, and it ranked KFC dead last. Reviewer Danny Zeller had this to say about their experience. In every metric I considered, KFC missed it. The vibe of the restaurant I visited was simply staff. The staff didn't care either. They go on to add, the tender very much matched the restaurant. First of all, KFC has failed to realize that they're not the only competition in town anymore. When the franchise first opened up, it was pretty much the only fried chicken fast food franchise. That's no longer the case. Huge franchises like Chick-fil-A and Popeyes have surpassed the chain in quality and left it in the dust and disrepair. There's also newer national and smaller regional franchises, Raising Cane's, Slim Chickens, and Dave's Hot Chicken, just to name a few, that have moved in on the fried chicken game since KFC's start. Chain is now facing competition from yet another source, stores. Nationwide retailers like Costco and Kroger sell cooked rotisserie chicken, full meal deals in their stores that usually come at a much lower price than KFC. Costco sells 3-pound rotisserie chickens for just $4.99. Meanwhile, the KFC Dunkin' Bucket, that includes just a few chicken tenders plus fries and potato poppers, sells $6. For most families trying to eat well and cheaply, picking those KFC is a no-brainer. In order to stay competitive, KFC would have to either tackle and improve the quality of the product. Prices or offer a better overall experience. What we have quality is done, none of it. 2024 competitors like Wingstop, Zaxby's, Bojangles, Popeyes, and Chick-fil-A all ramped up their spending, while KFC cut back. It doesn't exactly scream confidence in the brand's future, and the numbers seem to back that up. Yum Brands has noted 3 straight quarters of profit decline for KFC in 2024. Same-store sales have declined by 5% in the third quarter, and global sales went down by 4%. Restaurant Dive's April 2025 coverage of Circana's U.S. restaurant ranking confirmed the trend. Every major fried chicken chain saw increased spending in 2024, except KFC. Sales fell to $4.34 billion, down 4% from the company's previous year. Scaling back might make short-term financial sense, but it is not helping the company's long-term outlook. The other problem the KFC has run into is that customers today are more health conscious than ever. While fast food giants have been spiking their prices up to new heights, healthy food has become relatively more affordable. This means that people are getting turned off of fast food in droves and toward healthier options. In fact, from 2014 to 2025, fast food prices in the U.S. have risen a whopping 47%.
You want to keep this?
The average in 0.5% of their monthly income on one family. So why spend so much money on a meal that is at best, and it's also sure to send you to the doctor faster? As fast food prices rise and more people turn to healthier options, KFC finds itself in a tough spot. This is the brand, after all, the one that introduced the infamous Double Down sandwich that ditched the bun and instead smashed bacon, melted cheese, and sauce between 2 slabs of fried chicken. Now it has a lot of work to do in order to repair its image as the most artery-blocking fast food chain. Surprisingly, what might be a bright spot for the company's future, it seems that the work KFC has been doing to appeal to a more health-minded consumer has been paying off. Ann Arbor-based consultancy CFI Group surveyed KFC customers that at least part of the reason they prefer the brand was because of its healthy menu items. Changes to the KFC menu, like the inclusion of grilled chicken, the general perception of chicken as healthier than red meat, might have helped turn these conservative minds around. It's like you, but not always lost for the KFC brand. There are still plenty of positive things happening within the company and ways it can course correct to experience more growth in the future. To keep up with changing consumer tastes, KFC Global started a spin-off restaurant called Saucy, which opened in Orlando, Florida in December 2024. This store will focus on chicken tenders, which offer more value for a customer's dollar, served with 11 different sauces that people can choose from. The company aims to make its sauces the new focus of the appropriately named sauce.
AI agents. Well, hey, don't be scared. Here's how Monday.com makes agents clear, easy, and user-friendly. First of all,
Awesome spin-off, rather than the chicken itself, in order to
Hey
stand
guys,
out
thank you
amongst
for
the competition. In addition,
joining my
executives at
live.
the company seem to finally realize that drastic action is needed to put KFC back on top. That's why in 2025, they're executing a series of actions under the slogan Kentucky Fried Comeback, aimed at getting customers back on board. These include the Free Bucket on Us promotion, which gives customers who order at least $15 worth of KFC through the app or website a free 8-piece bucket of chicken or tenders and the return of $7 fill-ups. KFC hopes that these offers will make their products more affordable and get back some of the more price-conscious customers that have recently been disappearing. To reach out to a younger market, KFC is introducing bold new food and flavors like Kentucky Fried Pickles, served with comeback sauce. They're also doing social media collaborations with chefs like Maddie Matheson, who's now promoting KFC on YouTube and Twitch. But these moves far from guarantee a Kentucky Fried Comeback for the massive chicken franchise. First and most concerning is the fact that KFC can't even decide on who is going to lead them into a new, brighter chapter. In just the last 2 years, the company shuffled almost its entire U.S. executive team. 2025 kicked off with Scott Mesvinsky taking over as division CEO after years with the parent company Yum Brands. Catherine Tan Gillespie followed, stepping in as president of KFC in the U.S. in April, replacing Turin Lal, who had only held the job since 2022. And that's not all. Since mid-2023, the company has named a new chief digital officer, chief people officer, chief development officer, chief operations officer, and even a new chief new concept officer. So while the menu hasn't changed much, everything behind the counter definitely has. If you're confused by all of this, so is KFC. Promoting and hiring a whole new executive team might help shake things up, but it's also very disorienting for such a huge company, and it might signal desperation to make changes rather than any planned out strategy. In February 2025, Yum Brands announced that they would be moving their headquarters from the historic Louisville, Kentucky address to Plano, Texas, where much of KFC's operations had already been relocating over the past few years anyway. And Irvine, California. This relocation makes sense for tax reasons, as Texas has a much lower corporate tax rate of only 0.331% on company sales, while Kentucky institutes a 5% corporate tax rate on profits. It's partly the reason why many other companies, like Elon Musk's SpaceX, has moved headquarters. But KFC and its parent company both moving away from the place that gave birth to the franchise and the state it's named after, purely for financial reasons, is a little more troubling. Even more concerning is that Yum Brands doesn't seem to understand the fatal flaws that have led to the decline of KFC in the first place. People want better food at more affordable prices, but Joe Park, Yum Brands' chief digital and technology officer, recently told the Wall Street Journal that the company wanted to focus on AI and ordering kiosks to help sales. Park believes that personalizing promotions for different customers and locations will help the brand recover, rather than, making better chicken at prices people can afford. This hasn't inspired much hope in former customers and market observers that KFC's on the path to truly returning to its former glory. And as if KFC's business problems weren't enough, there's also the time it got caught up in one of the most shocking true crime stories ever. Watch KFC Murder Massacre Kidnapping that shocked FBI.
Go to Wix Harmony and create an online business. Your whole site comes together in minutes. Then it's yours to shape. Make it stand out. And turn what you know into what you sell. All from one platform. Start selling today with Wix Harmony.
ECPI was my stepping stone into my career in technology. Here, the classes are small, so they feel more personal, more intimate. I was able to connect with my classmates, with my professors. 2.5 years later, you can have your degree. 4 years is just too long, and technology always changes. I feel lucky to have come this far. I feel lucky to have chosen to come here.
Wall Street is panicking, and the problem started 6,000 miles away. In the summer of 2026, more than 320,000 South Korean investors saw their accounts liquidated in a matter of hours. Why? Because the world's most profitable company just did something it hasn't done in 20 years. Alphabet, Google's parent company, burned $5.9 billion in a single quarter, all on AI. Big tech's AI obsession isn't an unlimited cash machine, it is a value-destroying black hole. When Seoul stops trading, New York is next, and you will be in the fallout. For the last 5 years, the US NASDAQ 100 and the South Korean stock market, the Kospi, barely paid attention to each other. The 60-day rolling correlation average, how much they moved over time, stood at 0.16. It was pretty much just background noise. By mid-2026, it exploded, climbing to between 0.46 and 0.50. In other words, the two markets are moving together. And it all comes down to one thing, AI. South Korea builds the hardware that keeps the US tech bubble intact. Every night, Wall Street sleeps, and companies like Samsung and SK open for trade. Their earnings, their guidance, their panic, all of it lands on trading screens of American investors when they finish their coffee. When US traders see major dips in Asia's hardware supplies, it dictates their own behavior. If those companies are in trouble, it sets off a chain reaction that impacts companies like Alphabet, who are trying and failing to reap the benefits of AI infrastructure projects. Korea's stock exchange is a monitor for the health of the entire AI sector. And that monitor has just flatlined. Behind it all is Google's $5.9 billion cash burn. It exposes a circular illusion, a closed loop where tech giants manufacture their own demand. NVIDIA makes the physical chips that power nearly every major AI system on the planet. In 2025, NVIDIA invested $100 billion into OpenAI. OpenAI used a large chunk of that money to buy NVIDIA's chips. The cash goes out and the cash comes right back in. NVIDIA's revenue looks strong. OpenAI looks well capitalized. Valuations go up. But the closed loop means that they don't even need paying customers to make the balance sheet look good. And that's the important part for investors and shareholders. They see cash inflow and outflow, and they see confidence in AI systems, making them more likely to invest their own money into similar companies. That same problem isn't solely an investment, but in the timing of returns. Unlike traditional investments where people would expect to see returns in a year or two, many AI investors believe the real payoff is 3 or even 5 years away. That hype leads to a second part of why AI investment is so rampant. FOMO. Investors want to get their foot in the door early. If they don't, someone else will end up reaping the rewards, and that can be millions. NVIDIA isn't alone in running this playbook. Microsoft poured billions into OpenAI, and that money flowed straight back to Microsoft in the form of cloud computing contracts. It's the same move under different branding. Google's cash burn is what really happens when a company tries to compete in that environment without relying on circular deals. They try to absorb the cost of either building infrastructure or getting the necessary server load. Alphabet managed to spend $44.9 billion in just 3 months. The entire premise was that it was banking on its own sustained growth to cover it. It was a record quarter for Alphabet. Revenue hit $119.8 billion, up 24%. Operating income climbed 30%. So Google took those profits and they chose to burn billions in cash. The alternative is losing the AI race to Microsoft, Meta, and Amazon, who are all on their own AI spending spree. It's not just one company making a gamble on AI. Every major player in the AI race is using some kind of cover-up to spend more, but report that it's spending less. If it pays off, it's hailed as a perfect strategy, a calculated gamble that came in. But while all that cash was disappearing into data centers, a second story was unfolding, and it made things in Korea much worse. A report surfaced that a homegrown Chinese company based in Shanghai was building its own deep ultraviolet lithography machines, the very equipment used to manufacture advanced semiconductors. According to the report, the company is planning to build 5 of these machines in 2026 and 20 more the following year. Most of the components are sourced domestically, with only a handful of parts still coming from Japan. 2 weeks later, the company was named Shanghai Aishengna Electronic Technology Group, also known as Aishengna, and it turned out to be majority state-owned. The news sent shockwaves through the markets.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Leap Base 44, a complete.
The existing manufacturing was almost monopolized by ASML, based in the Netherlands. It's the dominant supplier of both deep ultraviolet, or DUV, and extreme ultraviolet, or EUV, lithography machines. These are tools that actually etch the circuits onto the chips at a scale measured in nanometers. Out of the two, DUV is considered less technologically impressive, but it still delivers results. But ASML has been barred from selling its most advanced EUV systems to China. Even if Aishengna makes the less advanced version domestically, it means China is suddenly free from the imposed export ban that keeps its huge industrial potential in check. When the report of Aishengna's existence came out, Samsung Electronics and SK Hynix share prices went down by more than 10% in a single session. Tokyo Electron and TSMC dropped alongside them, and the fear wasn't abstract. For years, the assumption was that IP restrictions and export controls kept China years behind on the equipment needed to make advanced chips. Analysts estimated the gap at 7 to 10 years, but the market immediately reacted to the possibility that China might close that gap. But there's another side to this, one that has executives worried. For years, Chinese firms have offered lucrative signing bonuses to entice engineers away from Samsung and other Korean chip makers. They have been importing decades of institutional knowledge, one hire at a time. Li Byung-chul, a Sejong Institute research fellow, has stated that Samsung and SK Hynix DRAM technology has already been leaked to China. He also believes that a separate attempt to leak HBM packaging technology was caught before it got out. That's only half of the problem. A civil war is erupting in South Korea's tech industry. Samsung is watching its chip engineers, the brains behind the hardware, walk out the front door to join SK Hynix. The insane AI profits have been weaponized with eye-watering bonus packages of up to $500,000 being offered to poach employees. The company that is supposedly defending Korea's semiconductor edge against China is completely helpless as its own talent signs up with a domestic rival. It's not illegal, and it isn't new. Corporate espionage, a talent war, and a Chinese domestic lithography program are now threatening South Korea's AI industry, and the global AI market relies on a country with no backup plan. If a cheap Chinese alternative starts to chip away at the monopoly, the entire financial foundation built by American AI giants collapses. But China isn't stopping there. It has another option, and it can flood the global market with cheap chips to crush South Korea. Or it can ban chip exports entirely, fund their own AI industry, and steal a market of over 1 billion people. For an industry that's running on pure speculation, that is a massive problem, because AI isn't a finished product. Back in 2023, Alphabet's chairman, John Hennessy, told Reuters that a single exchange with a large language model costs 10 times more than a traditional search. When the numbers were run, the added cost of AI searches could run to $6 billion a year. Google says those per query costs have fallen sharply since, as much as 33 times less, as hardware and models get more efficient. But this just leads to another problem. Reduced costs means the product gets used more often, and that means burning through more resources. Just an example of Jevons paradox. As technology becomes more efficient, we don't save resources, we just use them more. In 2025, Google's own environmental report admitted its emissions had surged by 50% compared to 2019, before the AI trend had started. Tech giants are burning the world to protect a product that has no clear purpose. According to an S&P Global Market Intelligence survey, 42% of companies abandoned most of their AI initiatives in 2025. That's more than double the 17% recorded the year before. On average, organizations scrap nearly half of their AI proof of concept projects before the projects ever reach production. Budgets got approved, pilots get built, demos got applause in the boardroom, and then nothing shipped. This pattern has a precedent: IBM. IBM spent years and billions of dollars building Watson Health into what was supposed to be a revolution in AI-powered medicine. It was supposed to read scans faster than radiologists and cross-reference treatment options. Instead, the project was sold off in pieces in 2022 before mainstream AI LLMs grabbed the public's attention. Watson Health failed because, despite having solid results in testing, no company could see how it would make them money. IBM also mandated that any prospective buyer abandon its existing tech stack and adopt Watson's, essentially pigeonholing themselves for one solution. The trillion-dollar valuations are all resting on a lie. The uncontrollable growth is based on investments leading to more investments. It's a corporate carousel. So who actually eats the loss when the leverage begins to unwrap? Remember those Korean retail investors and those 360,000 liquidated accounts? Well, 62% of them belong to people under 35. These were young people who borrowed money because the market had been rising in a way that felt less like investing and more like a game everyone was winning. When the leverage snapped back, it snapped back on the people with the least capacity to absorb it. Some of them are now left owing brokers more money than the positions were ever worth. This affects America too. A large share of ordinary retirement savings, the kind sitting in index funds and 401ks, is concentrated in the same AI-heavy companies burning cash at record rates. When you contribute to a retirement account without picking individual stocks, a portion of that money is flowing into the AI ambitions of a small group of companies, whether you like it or not. Passive investing was supposed to be the safe, boring choice after the dot-com crash. The 2008 housing crash taught a generation not to gamble on individual names. Instead, the index itself became the concentrated bet. And there are pension funds. Public sector retirements, the accounts backing teachers, municipal workers, and union pensioners have been increasing their exposure to the same AI-concentrated indices. These are some of the most consequential and least visible fault lines sitting inside the entire trade. The upside from AI spending, if it ever fully materializes, gets captured by the companies making the bets and the executives holding the stock options. If the bet goes wrong instead, the losses land on the people who never had a say in the decision and can least afford to take the hit. That's the part that gets ignored every single time the story gets told in terms of stock tickers and index points. A crash isn't just numbers on a screen. It's a transfer of risk, one passed from the people who chose to take it to the people who didn't. The worst part, this is not the first time. In August 2024, Japan's Nikkei and Topix indexes plunged more than 12% in a single session, the steepest one-day drop since 1987. The trigger was a surprise rate hike from the Bank of Japan that sent the yen surging. It forced a violent unwind of the so-called carry trade, where investors had been borrowing cheap yen to fund bets on assets like American tech stocks. When the yen strengthened, those investors had to sell to cover their positions, which pushed the yen higher still, triggering more forced selling. On the same day, Korea's Kospi dropped more than 8% and briefly halted trading. Go back further, 25 years to the dot-com bubble, and the parallel gets sharper. At the peak of that bottom, the top 20 companies in the S&P 500 made up 38% of the index's total value. In the 5 years before the crash, the Nasdaq had climbed 572%, pulling in investors who never had bought a stock before. When the crash came, the Nasdaq fell 78% over the space of 2 years, wiping out more than $5 trillion in market value. It didn't reclaim its old high for 15 years. Today, the top 20 companies in the S&P 500 account for more than half of the index's total value, with roughly 10 of them tied directly to AI and semiconductors. The reasoning investors give for holding on sounds almost identical to 2000. There are no meaningful earnings yet, but there's untapped potential in AI, and the companies investing in them are big on FOMO. There is one big difference this time. During the dot-com crash, the infrastructure that got built, the fiber optic cable laid by companies that went bankrupt, didn't just disappear. Cheap abandoned fiber ended up carrying the internet traffic of the next 2 decades. Someone paid pennies on the dollar for that fiber, and they built real businesses on top of it. But AI infrastructure doesn't leave that kind of gift behind. The chips inside these data centers physically degrade within 1 to 3 years, even losing most of their economic value the moment the next generation of hardware ships. After 3 years, a data center is full of outdated gear. and has ruined the local environment by soaking up water, emitting noise and sound, and devastating the local real estate market. If the AI bet doesn't pay off, that data center is as good as scrap. The AI era doesn't leave a legacy. It ends with sky-high debt and a pile of useless tech that no one will want in 5 years. Put those two stories side by side, and it gets uncomfortable. In 2024, we saw how quickly a currency move on the other side of the world can force a same-day double-digit sell-off in Seoul. The year 2000 showed what happens when an entire market convinces itself that the potential is the same thing as profit, right up until the moment it isn't. 2026's crash carries pieces of the leverage and the speed of 2024, while having the concentration and the mispriced potential of 2000. And this time it's unfolding when the two markets most linked to it, Korea's chipmakers and America's AI giants, are more tightly bound together than at any point in the last 5 years. The question that actually matters isn't whether this ends. Bubbles always end. The question is who is still standing when the leverage finally runs out of places to hide. Who gets handed the bill that they never agreed to pay. And China might be ready to pick up the pieces. To learn more, watch What China Understands About AI That the US Doesn't to see how it's ready to shake up the tech sector. Or click on this video. Climbing a mountain is epic, but Mount Fuji, that's next level. Japan's tallest peak is a brutal, treacherous beast, a challenging accomplishment. And one man who is about to conquer it wants to mark the achievement. And what better way to show the whole world than snapping a selfie atop a mountain in freezing cold temperatures? What could go wrong? Well, it turns out a whole lot. Find out more on today's episode of The Infographic Show. Embarrassingly stupid ways people died. Darwin Awards winners. The Darwin Awards, the controversial and darkly funny award ceremony, honors the few, the proud, the stupid, who managed to remove themselves from the gene pool permanently. There are only two rules. The person must die or render themselves unable to reproduce through other means. And they can't remove anyone else from the gene pool in the process. Now let's see how a king would grace the Darwin Awards in royal fashion. The kings of France often met interesting fates, as Louis XVI found out when he met Madame Guillotine. But almost a millennium earlier, his predecessor in the name, Louis III, didn't need any outside help to take out his own head. The young king of West Francia had only reigned for 3 years, but it was a reign filled with military success against Viking raiders. Not bad for a teenage king. He was only 16 at most when he took the throne, and many no doubt had high hopes for his reign. But alas, he was a teenager, and they don't make the best decisions. One fine autumn day, the young monarch was out for a ride in Saint-Denis when he suddenly spied a beautiful maiden. He was in love immediately and decided he had to pursue her and win her hand. After all, he was the king, and who could stop him? Well, it turned out the answer was gravity. He ordered his horse to give chase. It took off like a bolt, and the king's head slammed directly into a door lintel, ending his life on the spot. If ballads were written about him after that, they would definitely be the first entry into the tragic lovesick idiot playlist. There were probably dumber deaths than this next one, but maybe not more embarrassing. Governor Morris was an accomplished man, signing both the Articles of Confederation and the U.S. Constitution. He was one of the lesser-known founding fathers, but one of the more accomplished ones, writing the preamble to the Constitution. But being a scholar doesn't always mean common sense. He was plagued by a nasty urinary tract infection, and rather than seeing a doctor, he decided to treat it himself. His method for this? Using a whalebone as an impromptu stylus and, getting it up in there. Yeah, if you're cringing, you're not alone. The urethra was never designed to accommodate a whalebone, so this DIY medical experiment backfired spectacularly, causing internal bleeding and a gruesome infection. In the pre-antibiotic era, it was a predictably fatal mistake. Making this death even more Darwin-worthy, the first flexible catheter had been invented in 1752, providing an easy way to treat the issues of the urinary tract. The creator of this ingenious device? Ben Franklin, Morris's fellow founding father. Remember, listen to your weird coworker when he talks about his inventions. It just might save your life. Now let's head to the present day, where the dumb deaths are not letting up anytime soon. If there's one surefire recipe ingredient for a dumb death, it's alcohol. Add open water and you've got a guaranteed disaster. Enter the booze cruise. proof that as a species, our survival instincts often take a backseat to shots and bad decisions. But that never stopped a good time before. In 2018, a Massachusetts evening cruise into Boston Harbor turned into a tragic circus act. Aaron DeBella decided to show off his flexibility by performing handstands on the boat's railing. The crew spotted him immediately and warned him to stop before, well, he died. To which he went, "Don't tell me what to do." As soon as the crew turned their backs, DeBella was right back up on the railing, testing his luck and gravity. Soon his hands buckled, sending him directly down into the water. And apparently he couldn't swim. The crew held in their "I told you so's" for a minute and then tossed him a life preserver, but DeBella wasn't able to grab onto it and sank to the bottom of Boston Harbor. A search was carried out, but they found his body 3 hours later. So yeah, probably a good idea to have higher railings on the next booze cruise. Curiosity killed the cat, and also this guy. When police arrived at the home of 33-year-old Darren Manship in Leicester, England in 2006, they were greeted with a gruesome sight. The young man had been brutally stabbed to death. They investigated the possibility of a lover's quarrel, or even a simple breaking and entering that turned into a murder. But they couldn't find evidence of either. In fact, they couldn't find any evidence of foul play. The investigation lasted a year, but they finally found the clue in the form of a friend who knew the culprit all too well. There was only one person responsible: Darren himself. The foolish young man had purchased a new jacket, one that was supposed to be pretty sturdy. He wondered aloud to his wife if the jacket was stab-proof. And while he was home alone, he decided to test it on himself by stabbing his jacket with a lock knife. Turned out the answer was a resounding no. And while he called a friend after stabbing himself and later called for an ambulance, it was too late, and he bled out. It's a valuable lesson about the scientific method. You can do any experiment you want, but there are some you really only get to do once. And for determined Darwin Awards winners, anywhere is a playground and a potential death trap. New Carrollton, Maryland is a busy transit hub located at a junction between Baltimore and Washington, D.C. It funnels countless commuters between stops every day. It's usually a pretty fast and efficient place. So, how did someone wind up dead there in the middle of the night? More shocking, the man appeared to have fallen down the escalator, but his body was lying in front of the up escalator. You would have to work pretty hard to fall to your death on something going the opposite direction. And as it turns out, that's exactly what he did. Investigators checked the security footage and found the man engaged in an epic midnight showdown. He was running up the down escalator, seemingly on some personal Eye of the Tiger quest. After a grueling effort, he finally conquered his mechanical nemesis, and then he lost his balance and tumbled all the way down to the bottom of the stairs, suffering a fatal head injury. Evidence showed that he may have gotten his clothing stuck in something, which led to his fall, which could have been avoided by not challenging this escalator to a duel. And even the most skilled of craftsmen are often prone to fatal and foolish errors. Howard Miller was a welder, and a very good one at that. The New Zealand craftsman was used to working with flame and chemicals. In September 2018, he was helping a friend weld an exhaust pipe onto a classic car that needed a lot of work. Well, maybe he was in a hurry that day, or maybe he was just ready to retire from welding. But the kit he showed up with that day was not the one any welder would use. It seems to be cobbled together from experimental components. And there was one big thing that any welder would know to avoid. The two components that made up the welding gas were already mixed. Why is this a death wish waiting to happen? Because acetylene and oxygen together are a fiery disaster waiting to happen. Hot enough to slice metal and explosive enough to obliterate it. With no flow regulator on the tank and his friend frantically warning him about a sketchy setup, Miller decided to charge ahead anyway. His friend wisely bolted out of the shed as Miller started working, and sure enough, an explosion soon happened, taking out Miller, the shed, and the classic car with it. And Mr. Miller earned himself a Darwin Award, thanks to his friend's quick thinking to remove himself from the explosion range. What's more dangerous than welding? How about flying? Something these next winners all have in common. It was 2021, and a man named Solomon was a pilot in training, learning how to fly a Cessna 172. These small single-engine planes have a very specific control system, so pilots in training are taught how to fly them and only them. So naturally, after passing a key test, Solomon decided to celebrate by buying a plane, and decided to buy a completely different type of plane, the Piper PA-28140. An odd decision being that he would have to start training all over again to learn the new control system. But he decided, nah, let's not bother with that. This broke all the rules from the start. Student pilots can't fly solo without an approved aircraft, and definitely not at night without instructor clearance. But Solomon ignored his instructor's advice and took off in a plane he had never used before in the dead of night. The flight lasted all of 4 glorious minutes before crashing. Oh, and the plane's transponder wasn't working, so Solomon disappeared completely off the radar. When they found the wreckage, there were 2 bodies inside. 2? Wouldn't that disqualify him for getting his passenger killed? Not exactly. The Darwin Awards ruled the passenger earned an honorable mention for trusting an untrained pilot at night. So this one is totally above board. Yay! The next pilot was much more experienced, but not much smarter. Patrick was an experienced pilot, racking up over 10,000 hours of flight time on commercial aircraft until 2015. And that gave him a keen sense of when something was wrong with his aircraft, if maybe not the sense to act on it. During a series of flights over Montana, he noticed that his feet were getting wet. But it wasn't water flooding the cockpit, it was aviation fuel. There was obviously some sort of serious leak in the fuel tank. So upon landing, Patrick did the sensible thing and consulted a mechanic. The mechanic's first advice: don't fly a plane where fuel is leaking until we can get a clear picture of what's causing it. To which Patrick said, there are deliveries to make. But as a concession to the mechanic, he decided to fly with the electrical system off, meaning he would be flying blind with no instruments. Given that this was a new aircraft that Patrick wasn't entirely familiar with, this wasn't a good idea. But that didn't stop him from taking off from the Missoula International Airport. His flight didn't last long, though, ending in a fiery crash for everyone to see. The crash report indicated that he was likely distracted by the fuel leak and failed to maintain adequate airspeed, to which the mechanic probably responded, yeah, that's what happens in a fuel leak.
Oh, all the way back home?
Patrick, alternate plan. I was trying to spare you, but my under...
Leak. What's worse than crashing a plane? How about not staying in one? It was 2005, and a petty officer in the U.S. Navy wanted to show that he was a big man to his fellow troops. He was currently serving in Iraq, and at this point, the main operation had wound down. Troops were mostly serving as peacekeepers and fighting insurgent groups, so they had to find some way to pass the time. One craze was supermanning, which involved tying a harness to the person so they could hang out of the back of an aircraft and then do a Superman pose, making it look like they were flying. Now we know what you're thinking. What could possibly go wrong? It turns out the answer is a lot. The helicopter they were flying on, the MH-53 helicopter, the largest in service, cruised at 138 miles per hour, making it a flying behemoth. With cargo blocking the rear view, not everyone could see what our wannabe Man of Steel was up to. He rigged a belt under his shoulders, dangled himself off the cargo ramp, and predictably lost his grip. His makeshift harness couldn't handle his weight, and down he went. On the bright side, because he was on a mission, his death was classified as in the line of duty. So, silver lining, benefits for the family. Woohoo! Traveling by plane seems to be pretty risky. How about a nice train ride? We've all been there. You make it to the train station with a few minutes to spare. You put your money in the ticket machine, and then the machine eats all your money and gives you nothing. Did you miss the train and try to get your money back? Or do you take your chances that the conductor won't look for your ticket on the train? One German man took a very different approach in 2017, attempting to blast the machine to smithereens at a station in Dortmund. Apparently fed up with losing too many tickets, or maybe just in a creative mood, he knocked back a few drinks for courage and then marched up to the machine with aerosol cans in hand. He emptied several cans of gas into the ticket machine. Then, in a stroke of genius, he lit a flame right next to it. The result was a massive explosion that sent him flying backward and took off the front of the machine. All of that money would have been his for the taking if it wasn't for the fatal head injury and multiple shrapnel wounds. Ironically, his plan actually worked perfectly, and the medical examiner said that he likely would have survived if he had been wearing a helmet and a leather jacket. Oh well, at least he won't have to make the commuter rush anymore. When it comes to doing dangerous stunts, there are definitely some better ones than, well, a volcano. Maybe there should be a new category for Australia Man, because those Aussies certainly seem to love their danger. And it doesn't get more dangerous than fooling around in Cave Garden Sinkhole. This gorgeous spot is located on the flanks of a dormant volcano, and it's been transformed by nature into a gorgeous garden with a waterfall. but a fence surrounds the sinkhole to protect people from themselves. Because, some people wouldn't be able to resist getting themselves an up close and personal photo. And that is exactly what one clueless man did. Bradley Streeter was a 20-year-old with a mischievous streak, and it took a while to figure out exactly what went wrong. But witnesses confirmed it. Bradley had been doing a handstand on the viewing platform about 100 feet above the entrance to the sinkhole. Predictably, he lost his balance and tumbled off into the abyss. His body was recovered after an exhausting hoist operation. Handstands are risky enough on solid ground, but over a bottomless pit, that's a whole new level of bad judgment. Most of these Darwin Award winners are just unfortunate guys who screwed up, but we have to say this one had it coming. In 2017, in Germany, a 19-year-old man and his date were having a nasty quarrel by the Havel River. One thing turned to another, and soon it devolved into a physical fight. The man shoved his soon-to-be ex-girlfriend into the freezing river, assuming she would drown. What he forgot, however, was that she was an expert swimmer and made a beeline back to shore, likely ready to dish out some well-deserved payback. Realizing his plan was sinking fast, he decided to double down and jumped in after her to finish the job. There was just one problem. She could swim, he couldn't. As he pursued her in the waters that were 35 degrees Fahrenheit, she managed to make it to land, where she would be rescued and treated for hypothermia. He was eventually found by police and taken to the hospital, where he slipped into a coma, so handcuffs weren't really necessary. Charged with murder while unconscious in a hospital bed, his trial never came, as he passed away on February 14th, Valentine's Day, fittingly enough. Meanwhile, the woman fully recovered, walking away with nothing but an epic story when the girls are debating who had the worst ex. Sometimes it's just a matter of time before things catch up to someone. Limba, a 68-year-old man in Malaysia, was a spiritual magician who made his living through a unique technique, human steaming. He would sit in a lotus position in a giant stainless steel steamer, essentially taking part in the world's most intense sauna. Making it even more bizarre, he would offer people food like rice and vegetarian steamed buns that were cooked alongside his buns. He claimed it was part of a ritual to cleanse the body and soul of toxins, although it was always kind of a strange sideshow too, until one day he got a little too steamed. One day the onlookers noticed that the Zen guru wasn't handling his steaming like he always did. He was frantically banging on the inside of the closed steamer, and when they opened it, he had already passed out and hot steam escaped from the wok. He'd already suffered from serious burns, and he passed away from a heart attack after being taken to the hospital. It was the end of a strange sideshow in the little coastal village, and no doubt it put a lot of people off of their steamed buns for a while. If there is one rule that holds true with nature, it is don't mess with the animals. It was 2018, and an Indian man, Prabhu Bhattara, was driving home from a wedding when nature suddenly called, urgently. He pulled over to the side of the road to relieve himself when he noticed something unexpected, a wounded bear at the side of the road. Naturally, he did what anyone totally sensible would do. He tried to get close and snap a selfie. The bizarre scene attracted other drivers who pulled over to snap pictures of him snapping a picture, turning the moment into a roadside spectacle. Everyone was having a great time. Well, except for maybe the bear. It turns out the bear wasn't seriously injured, and it maybe was just sleeping off a bad day. So it quickly lunged forward, pinning the man to the ground and killing him. But eyewitnesses reported it got even crazier, as a stray dog arrived on the scene and immediately attacked the bear. Maybe it was loyal to its role as man's best friend, but the bear had encountered one too many would-be influencers. Forest officials eventually arrived to help, but it was too late for Mr. Bhattara, although they did treat the bear for its injuries. And there are some animals you should give an even wider berth. 2018 was not a good year for those who messed with animals, as Malaysian man Zain Kosnan was driving down the road when he spotted a 12-foot reticulated python. These snakes are one of the largest and most dangerous on the planet, known for suffocating prey with their powerful constrictions. So naturally, the man thought that'll be worth a lot of money, and he prepared to attack it so he could sell its meat. Against all odds, he managed to subdue the massive snake and transported it home. But the snake was going to delay its arrival. The snake wasn't secured all that well on the motorbike, and it managed to wriggle loose mid-ride, and it wound up wrapping itself around Kosnan's body. This caused Kosnan to veer off the side of the road and crash. When the two were found intertwined the next day, it was determined the crash didn't kill him, the snake did. Alas, the snake didn't escape either. It was still wedged firmly around him when they were found the next morning. When you plan for revenge, best dig 2 graves, one snake-shaped. Now let's head back to America for some good old-fashioned explosives. It was 2009 and 59-year-old Brent was investigating his shed in Utah when he discovered something unexpected, a stash of dynamite. Now it's not clear if the dynamite was his or related to a rocket testing site nearby, but anyone who studies explosives knows old dynamite is incredibly unstable. It leaks nitroglycerin that can detonate with the slightest disturbance. There are safe disposal methods that anyone who works with explosives knows to follow. But Brent wasn't an explosives expert, he was a Utah man, and he was planning to put on a show. He removed the dynamite from the shed, trucked it over to the field, and proceeded to stand about 40 yards away from it and fire a shotgun. Now, maybe he wanted to see a big light show, and he did, if very briefly. The explosion proceeded to send shrapnel spraying around the field, with one making its way into the man's head and dealing a fatal wound. He was airlifted to the hospital but died on the way. Most people had to ask themselves, what exactly did the man think was going to happen when he shot at dynamite? But no pastime is safe, not even watching the stars. It was 1999 in California, and Scott and his sister Kimberly were looking forward to watching the Perseid meteor shower. Scott had a top telescope ready to watch, despite the fact that you didn't need a telescope to watch this very visible shower. The telescope wasn't giving Scott the best view of the meteor shower, but he quickly blamed another culprit, California's infamous light pollution. The bright glow of urban sprawl was making it nearly impossible to fully appreciate the night sky. That is, unless you turn off the lights. Scott didn't have a great grasp on astronomy, but he turned out to have an even worse one on electricity. He decided to get rid of the light from the local streetlight by opening the base and cutting the power cord, which predictably gave him a massive electric shock, killing him. There was an additional strange detail to this, which came out after the fact. He had been talking about his plans online in a chat room before he died, in one of the very first cases of an online component to the Darwin Awards. This next man ascended to the heights before crashing right back down to earth. 47-year-old Tetsu was an ambitious climber, taking on Japan's most intimidating summit, Mount Fuji. The almost 12,400-foot peak is frequently visited by both religious pilgrims and tourists. It is a notoriously tricky climb. Those looking to ascend the peak will face both bitter cold and dangerous slippery terrain during the safer summer months. But this was a late October climb, and Tetsu had decided to climb the mountain with only a pair of climbing poles and street clothes. But he did have one other thing with him, his smartphone, and he was going to give the whole world a show. He chronicled his daring climb on a local video sharing platform, and the title, Let's Go to Snowy Mount Fuji, made it sound like a ski vacation. As he climbed on, the videos got less cheerful as he described the intense pain he was in from the cold. But he was determined to continue his live stream, even on the narrow, slippery paths. As he attempted to walk past a jagged rock path, he suddenly tripped, slid down the mountain, and disappeared in a tangle of flailing feet and poles. It was a disturbing end to possibly the only live-streamed mountain climbing fatality. But this workplace fatality defines work smart, not hard. But they weren't very smart either. Japan, the land of the rising sun, takes another spot on our list thanks to this brain trust in the forklift division over at Tanarumono Logistics. After a long day of unloading, the man needed to change a light bulb that was 32 feet above the factory floor. But the forklift would only reach up about 8 feet, so he needed a boost. The solution? They had a whole lot of wooden pallets, so the man and his coworkers proceeded to start stacking the pallets on the forklift, at which point the man would stand on them and then make his way all the way up to the roof. After an extended sequence of stacking pallets and stepping onto each one, the forklift was raised, and almost immediately the rickety stack of pallets collapsed, sending the man crashing to the ground, along with dozens of shards of sharp, freshly shattered wood. No surprise he was killed in the accident, and the light bulb remained unchanged. In 2022, former footballer Murad Lamrabat was enjoying a relaxing family vacation in Mallorca, Spain. Lamrabat was known for his strength and speed, and he no doubt felt invincible, so he decided to show off by tombstoning off a cliff in front of his family. For those of you who don't know, this stunt involves leaping off a cliff into the ocean feet first. This is dangerous even in the best of circumstances. You never know what's lurking under the waves. But he wasn't going to let that stop him, as he told his family to film him as he leapt off the cliff. Did we mention the cliff was about 100 feet above the water? Needless to say, he missed completely. Lamrabat leaped off the cliff and made his way down, but he made one crucial error. He didn't jump clear of the sharp sea rocks below. He was killed instantly because while it might be easy to jump down, jumping around 30 feet horizontally is a little more challenging. The one positive of this, maybe a famous person dying in this dramatic fashion, will encourage kids to take less risks because they know they won't end well. And after all, kids are known for their well-reasoned decision-making skills. But of course, age is no guarantee of good sense. Michael Sexton was 58, but he hadn't lost his lust for adventure just yet. The Colorado man was an avid fan of adventure books, and he read one by a known eccentric art dealer named Forrest Fenn. The book, The Thrill of the Chase, claims to be a true narrative of a man who had hidden $2 million of golden artifacts out in the Rocky Mountains. The book was full of clues cleverly hidden in poetry verses, and after poring over the book, Sexton was sure he knew exactly where the treasure was. There was just one problem. People had died searching for it before. Like 350,000 others, Sexton and a friend of his searched and searched, but ultimately came up empty. They nearly died from exposure in the process, but Sexton wasn't done. He convinced his friend to head out again, and this time they wandered deeper into the frozen wilderness on foot. By the time they were found, Sexton was dead, and his friend barely survived. No doubt a case of not knowing when to quit. But if you talk to some people, they'll say the real culprit in all of this is Forrest Fenn, and the treasure luring people to their death may not even exist at all. Some people just don't know when to let nature win. There are few less sympathetic figures in the Darwin Awards than poachers. These criminals not only break the law, they do it to hunt some of the rarest, most majestic figures in the wild. So it's always fun when nature wins, like it did in 2019. A poacher snuck into a national park in South Africa on the lookout for rhinos. These massive herbivores are prized for their horns, which are heavily used in folk cures. Taking the horn means killing the rhino. But that didn't deter the amoral hunter. But something else did. He didn't find a rhino, he found an elephant. As the hunter took aim, he startled the massive animal and it promptly trampled over him. He was apparently killed on the spot, but officials found it hard to do a post-mortem investigation. And that's because a pack of lions in the national park quickly came upon him and had a feast. It's the circle of life, and also a warning for anyone else trying to poach large animals in Africa. They might be dwindling in numbers thanks to poachers, but if you go up against them, they will win and it won't be pretty. In general, when nature is speaking, it is best to listen. You hear a lot about Florida man, but don't count out New Jersey man. These big brash residents of the Northeast aren't likely to let anything stop them from getting where they're going, even when they probably should stop. That was the case for Anthony G. in 2018. The Wannock man had just woken up to a nor'easter storm dumping snow in the region, and he wanted to get over to his dad's to shovel the driveway. The problem was the streets were a mess and downed wires were everywhere. Workers quickly set up cones safely to block them off and keep the public safe. At least that was the idea. Upon coming across a barricade in Franklin Lakes, Anthony immediately navigated right through it and into the restricted area. It was smooth sailing ahead. Well, it was until his car hit one of the live wires, blasting the car with electricity and immediately turning it into an inferno. By the time the police got there, the car was completely engulfed in flames. There was no saving the good son. He wouldn't be going back to his job as a New York City electrician. Could somebody else check those connections? And down under, it's important to make sure that you don't wind up down underground. Shopping bag bans have been spreading fast around the world as governments try to cut back on plastic waste. It could save lives, you see. Well, in New South Wales in 2018, it claimed one life. A 58-year-old woman was going shopping, and she did not want to be caught red-handed in the store. As she was driving, she realized she might have forgotten the bags at home. So she quickly jumped out of the car to check. She just had to look in the trunk to make sure, and it would only take a second. But she had forgotten something much more important. The parking brake wasn't engaged, and the car might have been on a slope, and it quickly started rolling back, pinning the woman under it as it slid backwards. She was killed at the scene, and police did not confirm whether there had actually been shopping bags in the trunk or not. Word of advice to anyone living in an area with bag bans: it might just be worth paying the 99 cents for the disposable bag at the store. This next tradesman really should have known better, but experience isn't always wisdom. It was 2017 in Russia, and a welder in Chilina was hard at work constructing highways for the state. Welding is a risky job in the best of times, as those experienced craftsmen are working with extremely hot flames and molten metal. But one day, the welder stumbled upon a discarded artillery howitzer from the military and noticed something unexpected. The barrel was almost exactly the shape that would fit a nearby fire extinguisher. Surely. In this case, just about everything. The fire extinguisher didn't just shoot out the cannon. The force of the fire caused it to immediately explode, sending shrapnel all around the job site. Thanks to the proximity of the unfortunate welder, he was the only casualty, as the shrapnel mortally wounded him. The incident was grimly reported on the local state labor inspection website, and it was firmly established that in the former Soviet Union, fire extinguisher extinguishes you. Let's stick with Russia because some things are identical.
So many stars are in the making of SCAD. Students like you, finding their inspiration in 100 creative degree programs. And with lifelong career support for alumni, SCAD makes it possible for you to say, I made it here.
Around the world, if there is one unalterable rule of human nature, that 20 young people definitely don't make the best decisions. And that was definitely the case for a pair of young lovers near a Russian lake in 2017. They parked their Russian-made SUV near the water and immediately started making out. They got pretty energetic, in fact, rocking back and forth. There was just one problem. Maybe Mr. Chernoff and his lover didn't expect to get so frisky because he had put the car in neutral rather than park, and things were moving fast, inside and out. They didn't notice as the car started moving, being otherwise engaged, but sure enough, the SUV was soon rolling toward the lake. By the time they noticed, they were headed underwater, and the couple soon drowned. Moving shouldn't be enough to send the car rolling down a hill. The manufacturers would no doubt say, maybe stop making out long enough to turn off your car. And when you're on social media, be sure to keep your wits about you. There might have been no greater contributor to the Darwin Awards than the onset of social media, which incentivizes young people everywhere to show off to a much larger audience, even if they only show off for a short time. In Singapore, he wanted to post a crazy stunt to his Snapchat. It was the perfect opportunity. He would leap off a railing and land perfectly on a parapet below. The parapet was located 4 floors above the ground. He would be famous and everyone would love him. Well, he was right about that last bit. The entire idea might have been I was planning to get down after the stunt, but there was one thing he didn't account for. His landing site was made out of flimsy gypsum board, which wasn't intended to hold the weight of a person dropping onto it. It quickly gave way and sent him plummeting to the street below, and it wound up being a last viral moment for the unfortunate Mr. Xiao. And the local coroner urged all young people to be careful when tempted to do something crazy for social media. But no one is safe from dumb decisions, not even celebrities. Roy Halladay was one of the most dominant players in baseball in the 90s, playing for the Toronto Blue Jays and being an 8-time All-Star. But unfortunately, he still had demons, including drug and alcohol abuse and a tendency toward risky behavior. In 2017, he purchased an amphibious sports plane and decided to take it out for a flight. His first few flights went smoothly, and people started hoping that he would be okay, as long as he exercised some caution when flying. Unfortunately, Roy Halladay never took things
1,
slow.
2, 3,
Before his
4,
final
5,
flight in
6,
November,
7, 8,
he took
9,
a
10,
speedball,
11.
a potent cocktail of drugs, and proceeded to fly high as a kite over the Gulf of Mexico. Halladay decided to take things up a notch, performing a series of extremely low altitude dives that took him within feet of the water. Finally, one of the wings stalled and sent the plane spiraling down into the water, taking the baseball legend with it at only 40 years old. He might have been an ace on the diamond, but not in the air. This next victim might have been kinder than a poacher, but he didn't have more sense. It was 2017 in Plumtree, Zimbabwe, and Moses Ndlovu was a nature lover. Few things excited him more than the chance to see African wildlife, and when he saw 3 elephants in the bush, he was thrilled. There was just one problem. The shrubbery was blocking his perfect photo opportunity. So he gathered two of his friends for a plan. Startle the elephants and lure them out into the opening so he could get a photo to remember. Did any of the friends say, dude, seriously? We'll never know. But the elephants certainly had something to say. Sure enough, the elephants emerged from the bush, outraged at being disturbed, and they proceeded to charge toward the three men. And in true survival of the fittest fashion, Moses found out that his two friends were slightly faster runners than him. The elephants caught up to Moses first and then trampled him to death. The animal lover got a very up close and personal look at his favorite animals before he died. And sometimes you just have to wonder, what the hell were they thinking? Cody Horn may have been a California resident, but he had the heart of a Florida man. The 28-year-old was last seen riding down State Highway 4. Not an unusual sight, but it was what he was riding in that caught everyone's attention. He was sitting in a golf cart, and that golf cart was attached to another car by a garden hose. Not exactly the most sturdy setup. How he convinced the other driver to go along with his unhinged plan is unknown, but it seems to be going great, at least until it very much wasn't. A garden hose is not meant to hold a golf cart, especially not a fast-moving one, and soon enough the cart was drifting and swaying in traffic. It drifted out of its lane and directly into the path of a Ford truck, which hit Horn's golf cart head-on, ejecting him from the vehicle and killing him. The police were now hot on the trail of Horn's ill-advised accomplice, who might be on the hook for manslaughter, but most people simply viewed it as a cautionary tale to, not ride tethered in a golf cart on the highway. And it's usually men who are the grand prize winners, but sometimes it's ladies' night. In the Mexican state of Chihuahua, a pair of young women were excited for a day at the races. The event was held on a track near a local airfield, which meant guests could see planes taking off and landing all day. It was an impressive sight and a perfect opportunity for a selfie for the two besties. They could have waited for a plane to be landing nearby and quickly took a picture with it in the background. But then they wouldn't be in the Darwin Awards. Instead, they snuck onto the airfield itself and they sought out the highest vantage point for a photo. There weren't many options, as airports are built on flat land. So they found a flatbed truck and they climbed to the top without permission. They were now at the highest point in the airfield, and they spent plenty of time there taking photos, at least until a low-flying plane came down and plowed directly into them.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Killing them instantly. The authorities blamed the roar of the crowd for drowning out the plane, but also don't take selfies on airfields. The military is supposed to be the epitome of discipline, but no one told these pilots. It was the conclusion of a week-long naval event that included plenty of training in low-altitude flying techniques, and a pair of pilots immediately decided to put it to work. They were flying back home and trading off at the controls, but they were also using a risky technique called flat hatting, where they would fly at a low altitude at high speeds. At times, they would fly as low as 210 feet above ground level, less than half of the required clearance level. But the instructing pilot, Lieutenant Ruth, wanted this to be a learning experience, and it would be for everyone else. The younger pilot, Lieutenant Birch, was showing good technique until Ruth deviated from the flight path, began a descending turn, and then he handed the plane back over to his protege so he could make a hard right turn. Well, sure enough, the pilot didn't have enough time to correct for how low and slow the plane was. It stalled out. The pilots didn't have time to eject, and both joined the Darwin Awards Club. While Ruth holds the most responsibility as the commanding officer, reports show both pilots were displaying extremely reckless behavior throughout the flight. Kids always do dumb things to escape being grounded. Wait, how old? In France, a 47-year-old man was facing an embarrassing situation, being locked in his bedroom by his mom. He still lived with his mother, and he was a habitual alcoholic. Well, mom knows best, so she decided to trap him in his room to make him go cold turkey. Naturally, this wouldn't do for this middle-aged good-time guy, so he began plotting his great escape. He opened the window and saw a cable that would work just fine for shimmying his way down to the street from 9 stories up. Hey, no one ever said alcoholics made great decisions. Climbing down 9 stories with no safety gear would require an incredible level of grip and concentration, which it's unlikely our hapless hero had. But it would be a moot point because he had chosen to climb down a thin Ethernet cable. It was definitely not equipped to carry the weight of a grown man. It soon gave way, and he plunged to a fatal finish below. Sorry, Mom, you tried. But he may have had slightly better judgment than these 3 drunks. Eaton, Ohio might be a fairly sleepy town, but these 3 guys were out to live it up in 1991. They spent the July 4th holiday drinking when they suddenly got the munchies. Being good old boys, they didn't want nachos or mozzarella sticks. They wanted meat, pork chops in particular, but they took the long way around to getting those pork chops. They drove to a farm and they proceeded to abscond with a hog. Now they just needed to get it back home, butcher it, and then fry up those delicious chops. Now the pig, well, he wasn't happy with this chain of events. The hog struggled, collapsing a section of fence and allowing the other pigs to escape. This alerted the owner, who fired a shotgun into the air while the drunks escaped with the hog, which they then loaded onto the pickup truck. But on the road home, as they were speeding 90 miles per hour without seatbelts, the hog started going nuts, and it was ejected from the vehicle. The drunk swerved off the road, and all three men were fatally thrown from the car. But there was one bit of good news. The pig lived. We're all rooting for you, Porky. Sometimes all it takes is one moment of distraction at the worst possible moment. King Charles Parker was a good old boy in North Carolina. He loved his gun, and he liked to keep one as close as possible to him, even sleeping with it by his side. Maybe he thought it was a good way to be safe, just in case an intruder broke in. But in December 1992, he proved to be his own worst enemy. He was in a deep sleep when suddenly the phone rang. Jolted out of his dreams, he groggily reached for what he thought was his phone, only to grab his gun and accidentally pull the trigger, fatally wounding himself. That was one costly late-night call. It's good to grab breakfast early, but not this early. The Pancake Pantry in Nashville is one of the city's most popular spots, not only serving up amazing pancakes, but serving them to top names in the country music scene. It's common for guests to wait outside for hours to get a seat, but one unfortunate visitor decided to cut the line in the worst possible way. An employee who knew how much money the Pancake House was making decided to rob it, and he had the perfect way in. He would climb onto the roof, sneak into the exhaust chute, and drop into the restaurant from inside the kitchen. Seemed like a good plan in theory, but the execution was a different story. First, he started to get his clothing snagged on the vent, so he took them off and proceeded to shimmy into the exhaust vent completely naked. Things didn't get any better. Pretty soon he got stuck, and at some point during the night, he fatally suffocated. How was he discovered? His legs were hanging out of the exhaust vent, only feet above the grill. No doubt delaying the morning pancake rush. Might be for the best. That definitely was not sanitary. And even men of God are not safe from bad judgment calls. Bishop Pike was used to taking on sacred cows. The eccentric, chain-smoking Bishop of California had been going up against the church orthodoxy, advocating for women, the poor, and the LGBT community. He even directly questioned Episcopal Church doctrine, arguing that hell might not exist. One might think the church might want to get rid of him, but the bishop would self-depose in 1969. He and his wife traveled to Israel to trace the footsteps of Jesus, and they wanted it to be as authentic as possible. But the bishop was not cut out for desert life. Their journey took them deep into the desert, where the roads were poor and the weather was scorching hot. They didn't bring enough to drink, so they headed off the beaten path, and they eventually got stuck in a rut on an isolated side road. So they decided to walk, and they wound up going in the wrong direction. He eventually collapsed, and his much younger wife soldiered on to find help. It took 5 days to find the body of the bishop, who had tried to scale a canyon wall, slipped, and plummeted 60 feet to his death. No doubt feeling close to God as he went. To which God might say, "Why didn't you take more than 2 cans of Coke? If you teach a man to fish, he'll eat for life unless he does this." The fishing waters off Zambia are rich, and for 28-year-old Harrison Waba, he was out to get some food. But he came across a fish that didn't seem to want to go down so easily. The small fish had come out of the Chungu River, and it was putting up a fight. So Harris stuck it into his mouth to bite its head off, and the fish immediately slid down his throat, becoming wedged in his esophagus. He tried to hook it with a stick and pull it back out, but it pushed further down and cut off what little air supply he had left. He was found the next day by villagers who pulled the stick out of his mouth and the unfortunate fish that came with it. Now let's turn back the clock to jolly old England. The year was 1878, and old Bill Paget was a colorful man. He had previously appeared before a judge for attempting to kill another man, but he managed to get an acquittal. But by 1887, he had moved to the United States, and he was involved in the settlement of a new town. The local area was populated with bears, and old Bill and his brother James were in charge of scaring them off. They decided to build a rudimentary bear trap called a deadfall, designed to make a pointed log fall and hit the animal when it gets caught. And Bill proved it effective in the worst way possible. It was morning, and the trap hadn't been disturbed yet. Paget decided to make sure that it had been set properly, and he wandered into the trap, setting it off and pinning him under the log. He lasted several hours before others woke up and they noticed him trapped there. They freed him, and he immediately asked for a drink of water, and then immediately died after finishing it. No word on if any bears were seen breathing a sigh of relief in the vicinity. The next Brain Trust decided to get his car squeaky clean and himself as well. It was 2022, and Rene Tacte was on a trip to Escondido, California from Las Vegas. He decided to visit a car wash late at night before heading back, and headed into the powerful cleaning area. For those who haven't visited a car wash, these places mean business. They will power wash your car with hoses, lather it up with soap, and then dry it out with what feels like the concentrated energy of the sun. If you accidentally leave your window open when you drive through, your car's in for a bad time. So what would possess this Las Vegas man to get out of the car mid-wash? No one knows. But while the car was still in gear, the 56-year-old man stepped outside. But it wasn't the powerful blasts of the car wash that killed him. His car rolled forward and pinned him under it. The dead man wasn't discovered until the next person rolled through the car wash, and we think that's going to take a little more to clean up than the usual power washing. Next, this good time gang didn't know when to call it quits. The year was 1969, and it was hurricane season along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Hurricane Camille was bearing down, and the government was pulling out all the stops. Emergency teams were warning everyone to evacuate, and if they couldn't leave, to find somewhere safe and shielded from the hurricane. And to this, a group of friends decided, we're here for a good time, not a long time. They not only didn't evacuate, they decided to throw a massive hurricane party and invite everyone that they knew to see the massive storm up close. And if that wasn't bad enough, they made every other bad choice that they could along the way. The party was being held in a second-story apartment facing the ocean. The hosts insisted the concrete foundation would keep them safe, but no one accounted for just how big the waves would get. A massive 24-foot swell slammed directly into the apartment, destroying the whole building and ripping open the walls, sweeping the unfortunate partygoers out to sea. In total, a full 20 of the 143 fatalities from the storm came from this one party, and some of the survivors were swept away miles along the coast. It's rare that one Darwin Award can claim 20 different winners, but the hurricane party in 1969 might just be the king of Darwins. Lester C. Harvey was a man's man, an avid outdoorsman from Virginia who lived for the hunt. But in 2024, that passion would be the death of him. Out on a hunt with his friends, they spotted a bear and gave chase. It was bear season and they were ready for their prize. But this bear was smarter than your average, well, you know what we mean. Instead of running blindly, it outsmarted them, clambering up a nearby tree, safely out of range. So naturally, they chalked it up to a loss and they went about their day. Or they would have if they weren't from Virginia. The men tried to prod the bear out of the tree, but they failed. And as they retreated, one of the men aimed his gun and proceeded to shoot the bear right out of the tree. His bullet hit the target, and the bear tumbled down onto the ground right on top of the unfortunate Lester. Bears are pretty big animals, so this was a critical blow. And despite frantic first aid attempts, Lester died of his injuries at a nearby hospital. Of course, he wasn't the only death related to this incident. That bear is no doubt still being posted at the local honeypots. And not even prominent citizens are safe from embarrassing ends. Number 25. Johnny Turner was an American attorney who assembled quite a career over his almost 77 years of life, serving as an Army medic and operating a successful private practice. He even tried to kickstart a political career, serving in the Kentucky House of Representatives in the late 90s. Everyone likes a comeback story, and Turner was reelected to the Kentucky Senate in November 2021. It was a big victory for him, but the Kentucky power broker wouldn't even see the end of his first term in office. And it wouldn't be the voters that did him in either. Turner was riding a lawnmower at his home in Harlan when he took a wrong turn and proceeded to drive it directly into the swimming pool. This would have been an embarrassing incident, except that the pool was empty at the time. So instead of a wet pair of clothes and a ruined mower, Turner suffered fatal injuries. He was eulogized by local politicians, including national figures like Senator Mitch McConnell, as a dedicated public servant. However, no one had anything to say about his driving skills. And for these Indian tech powerhouses, they flew a little too close to the sun. Number 24. Sanjay Shah had made it big. His tech company Vistex was based in Illinois and was gaining popularity across the ocean. Now he and his company president, Raju Dadla, were in Hyderabad to celebrate their company's success in front of hundreds of guests and employees. And they wanted to make an entrance in a big way. Shah and Dadla were set to make a dramatic entrance, being lowered onto the main stage in an iron cage descending from a specially built wooden platform. It was going to be spectacular. They would appear as if sent from the heavens, ready to dazzle the crowd. And then things went horribly wrong. As the gentle descent began, a chain broke. The metal cage fell 15 feet to the stage below in front of horrified onlookers. Shah died at the hospital from injuries to his leg and hand, while Dadla suffered a critical head injury that left him in a coma. He died several months later. Both men were eulogized as pillars of the Indian tech scene and praised as good bosses, but it was no doubt a warning to future tech executives to keep a hands-on approach, but maybe don't do your own stunts. This next victim is the definition of too much of a good thing. Number 23. The small town of Romano di Lombardia was known for its beautiful landscapes and its bountiful cheeses. Like its namesake, it did a brisk business of selling massive wheels of Grana Padano cheese, a Parmesan-style cheese known for its hard rind. These cheeses need to ripen in storage for a long time, and someone has to check on them. And one day in 2023, that job fell to Giacomo Ciapparini, a 74-year-old cheese expert who was responsible for inspecting the cheese. Lots and lots.
I wanted to get into technology. CPI was the best approach to take.
Accelerated programs in cybersecurity, engineering technology, and more. ECPI University.
I wanted to get into a new career quicker. It just made a lot of sense. The hands-on training at ECPI really helped with my confidence and was able to give me a broad scope of what a career field would entail. You know, I learned this here and kind of turned my life around with help from ECPI.
Lots of cheese. And those cheeses weighed a lot. He worked in a warehouse that stored upwards of 15,000 wheels of cheese on an intricate collection of metal shelves that stood up to 32 feet high. As he was inspecting the shelves, one of them collapsed, creating a domino effect that sent hundreds of wheels tumbling down on the old man. When the authorities arrived, they had to bring in extra help just to move all the cheeses and shelves before finally discovering the unfortunate Mr. Ciapparini. The cheese inspector made a fate rarer than a perfectly aged Parmesan, death by Formaggio. Nature is brutal, and sometimes it's petty. Number 22. Let's head back to India, where elephants are a part of everyday life. The massive beasts are usually peaceful, but they can be startled, and when they are, they can cause a lot of damage. That's what happened to Maya Mermu, who was collecting water in a rural area of India. She had the misfortune of encountering a herd of elephants and attempted to flee, but one of the elephants ran toward her and trampled her. She was killed instantly, and her family transported her body back to home for burial. And that is where things get weird, because an elephant never forgets. As the funeral proceedings went on, a herd of elephants burst from the forest and they proceeded to charge toward the funeral. The villagers all fled, but they had to leave Murmu's body behind. One of the elephants proceeded to knock the body out of the casket and toss it into the air. Meanwhile, some of the elephants charged toward the dead woman's home and destroyed it, while the rest of the herd damaged other homes. Just a terrible coincidence, or did one of those elephants remember something about the unfortunate Miss Murmu? An animal also spelled the end for this next man, but not a living one. Number 21. Dinosaurs are definitely the most famous animals none of us have ever seen. People love them, and they play starring roles in movies, and in theme parks, and even in public art, like in Spain, where Barcelona plays host to a huge paper-mache sculpture of a Stegosaurus. People come regularly to the site to admire the dino and take pictures, at least until a man and his son noticed something was off about the statue one day. There was something inside of it, and what the police discovered was shocking. It was a body inside of the dinosaur's leg. How did the unfortunate man get there? Well, he certainly wasn't eaten by it. Stegosaurus are herbivores, and they're extinct. But they found a clue buried even deeper within the sculpture. It was the man's cell phone. Police believe he accidentally dropped his phone while trying to get a picture of the dinosaur and entered the statue head first and then fell. Unable to get any traction and climb out, he was trapped and is believed to have died soon after before being undetected inside the structure for several days. Was on patrol.
Did I put my lead?
This was during the COVID-19 pandemic, when gathering to watch chickens kill each other was strictly prohibited. Bullock led his men to the site of the fight, reached the door, and found several men and chickens armed with gas. They had sharp blades on their legs that the chickens used for fighting. Undeterred, one of the chickens. The gas sliced into his femoral artery, and he began bleeding profusely. While his men tried to end the bleeding, he was dead on arrival at the nearby hospital. In the end, the other officer shut down the fighting ring, arrested 3 people, confiscated their money. It was a victory for the fight against spreading the plague and animal cruelty. although it came at a high price. It could have been avoided if Officer Moore wasn't so determined to round up all the chickens. After all, they're not the ones being arrested. This next mother probably should have checked where she was sticking her head. Number 19. Raising kids is tough. When you have a baby or a toddler, countless things can go wrong at any moment. Things are possible. That was the case for Bangladesh mom Yulia Sharko, who was celebrating her 21st birthday. She had just driven home and needed to get her 2-year-old daughter settled. She just needed to reach in and get
Oh, where the fuck?
straddling the young mother's neck between the window and the frame, cutting off airflow to her brain. Her husband eventually found her, but by then she was unconscious and had suffered critical brain injury. She never regained consciousness and died 8 days later from the hospital. If you think a kid can't reach something, you probably can. For this next guy, the sky was the limit. Literally. Number 18, Julian Knight, was the first name in ballooning. The British daredevil loves taking to the sky in hot air balloons and even developed balloons for space agencies to explore far-flung destinations like the moon of Titan. He was known for his record-setting achievements like crossing the Sahara in 1972 and out only a year later. By his 70s, he had a whopping 96 British and 79 world ballooning records, and he wasn't done yet. In 2019, he was piloting an experimental pressurized high-altitude balloon in California. It was one of his most dangerous missions yet. But it wasn't the flight that got him. He landed the flight successfully, his gondola coming to a rest near a hill. But before he could even unbuckle his harness, disaster struck. The gondola suddenly transformed into an unstoppable sled, rocketing down the rocky slope. What followed was a tragic crash landing. The elderly balloonist at 75 years old didn't...
Oh, I'm an idiot. It's in here.
stand a chance. But the many guests at his funeral, in between talking up his history-making accomplishments, no doubt noted the irony that in the end it was the ground that got him, not the sky. Not chased death his whole life, but this man just wanted to relax. Number 17. It was one of the strangest mysteries to ever shake up the quiet Scottish Highlands town of Invergarry. A bizarre death, a grand old-fashioned hotel, and a murder weapon no one saw coming. At the luxurious Glengarry Castle Hotel, American tourist Patrick Maguire was found dead, his body wedged tightly between a massive metal bench and the wall, causing him to asphyxiate. Who could have done this, and why would they choose to use a bench as a murder weapon? Well, it turns out the culprit was gravity. The unfortunate Mr. Maguire headed outside to take photos and have a cigarette break, and he never came back. An investigation showed that the ground under the bench was unstable, and the man sitting down caused it to tip over, resulting in a head injury and leaving him unable to struggle free before his oxygen was cut off. The hotel had previously been warned that the cast iron benches posed a safety risk, but they didn't remove them, resulting in a hefty fine to the hotel once the investigation was concluded. The culprit in this next mystery? Too much of a good thing. Number 16. When a 54-year-old construction worker passed away due to a heart ailment in 2019, it didn't look like a particularly suspicious death. But after the autopsy, his blood work showed something bizarre. An incredibly high level of glyceric acid. Not only is that a mouthful, but the chemical can lower potassium in the blood and reduce the level of electrolytes, which can alter the heart rhythm and make a cardiac event much more likely. The prime suspect was America's most hated candy. Black licorice is definitely the least favorite girl at the Halloween candy dance, but it's not just decisive. It has a high level of this acid, and the man had a licorice addiction. In fact, he had recently switched from red Twizzlers to traditional black licorice, which wouldn't be a problem if the man wasn't eating 2 bags of licorice a day for 3 weeks. This was a wildly atypical amount, and he became one of the only people ever to die of too much candy. Maybe Mom had a point. This next man lived the dream. Well, for a very short time. Number 15. Richard Russell was a 28-year-old worker at Seattle Tacoma International Airport, serving as a ground service agent. Depressed and not feeling like his life was going anywhere, Russell apparently admired the high-flying pilots who came in and out of the airport every day. He dreamed of being just like them, and one day in 2018, he decided to make it a reality. He snuck into the cockpit of an Alaskan Airlines branded Horizon Air Bombardier, and he took it to the skies. He was finally living the dream. There was just one problem. Richard Russell had never flown a plane before. Jets were scrambled to take down the plane in what was originally assumed to be a hijacking, but after making contact with Russell, it became clear he didn't want to hurt anyone. He soared over Seattle, skimming past Mount Rainier and the Olympic Mountains, marveling at the view that most only dream of. Over the radio, he chatted casually, bringing up an orca that had recently made headlines, as if he were on a joyride rather than a stolen flight. Then, in an audacious move, he proceeded to do a barrel roll in the air before crashing his plane on a lightly populated island. He was the only person killed. It was a bizarre series of events and as much of a failure on the part of airport security as the unhinged pilot himself. This was probably the most unusual case of death by dessert anyone had ever seen. Number 14. Because ice cream wasn't exciting enough anymore, one of the hottest desserts of the early 2000s was Dippin' Dots. These tiny balls of ice cream were made with dry ice. They provided a unique sensation in the mouth and some powerfully concentrated flavors, but someone had to keep the machines running. In Seattle, one man took on the job, maintaining several at once, hauling them from place to place. It was routine work, until the day his wife borrowed the truck to drive the man's elderly mother home. The only problem was maybe the maintenance wasn't up to scratch. The truck was packed with dry ice that was used to chill the ice cream, and it was leaking, with the vapors being packed with carbon dioxide. The car was flooded with a non-breathable gas, and it was later found at the side of the road with the two women unconscious. 77-year-old Hildegard Whiting was declared dead at the scene, and her daughter-in-law was taken to the hospital in critical condition. And all across the country, people reading the news went, maybe I'll stick with Rocky Road. This next man was tempting fate, but fate got him in a completely different way. Number 13. Peter Korkmaz wasn't a man who scared easily. He was one of few people willing to testify against Dutch criminal mastermind Willem Holleder, and he was seen as a key to bringing down the entire organization. Now, this could normally get someone fitted for cement shoes, or cement clogs in this case, but Korkmaz was undeterred. He was out and about going fishing when his fishing line hooked into an electric pole instead of a fat bass, and it pierced the protective coating, sending an electric surge through the line and fatally shocking Korkmaz. The man was killed instantly, dealing a blow to the trial. Holleder issued a statement regretting the man's death and no doubt denying any involvement. This next man proved it doesn't take a lot to lose it all. Number 12. Let's head down to Brazil, where Hildo Mustache Santos was the kind of guy who knew how to have a good time. He'd been drinking heavily one night, but fortunately he didn't drive under the influence. Instead, he staggered back to the gas station where he worked as a cashier, and he came up with a bizarre idea to create a miniature ocean in the store. Hildo was a well-liked, eccentric man, and he no doubt thought that this would be a fun way to liven up the store for the customers the next day. Hey, it made sense when he was drunk. Unfortunately, it didn't get too far before things went haywire. When people came into the store the next day, they found Santos on the floor with his head inside a gallon of water. It took a while for the police to figure out exactly what went wrong, but the theory is that while he was assembling the pool filled with water, he simply slumped over. He fell face first into the water, and he was too drunk to get himself out. And so Mr. Santos became the one and only visitor to Playa del gas station. And sadly, he didn't get to bring any new guests to his institution, unless you count the police and the medical examiners. In terms of unusual ways to drown, though, this woman might just take the cake. Number 11. Elizabeth Isherwood was a hard-working woman who worked as a care worker, and she was no doubt looking forward to a vacation. She rented a villa in Western Wales and then disappeared under mysterious circumstances. When the resort investigated, they ultimately cracked open a large cupboard, and they found Mrs. Isherwood inside completely naked. And even more bizarrely, the cupboard was filled with water. It looked like a case of foul play, but how would a murder like this even happen? Well, it turns out the truth is stranger than fiction. The unfortunate Miss Isherwood's death was a complete accident. It's believed that she had finished a shower, walked back into her room in the dark, and accidentally stepped into the airing cupboard. The door slammed shut and locked behind her. When she tried to claw her way out the back, she accidentally damaged a water pipe and caused water to flood the cupboard. soaking her and leading to her death from hypothermia. Was the villa a safety hazard? We're betting no one thought of an escape hatch in a cover. This next death went viral, and not just because its victim was a celebrity. Number 10. Rebecca Berger was rising fast, and the 33-year-old French fitness blogger had over 154,000 followers on Instagram in 2017. She was known for her recipes, her health advice, and her colorful personality. But that same year, she died under mysterious circumstances, at least at first. It turned out that the culprit was a common household appliance, one that had seriously injured people before, a whipped cream dispenser. These harmless-looking devices use gas capsules to siphon the cream. However, if there's too much pressure, the cap can explode, and it can become a powerful projectile. In the past, they've broken ribs and noses, causing hospital visits, but this time the cap was aimed directly for Rebecca Berger's chest, causing a massive heart attack, to which the company responded with, "Well, yeah, we know our whipped cream dispensers could hurt someone, but kill them? They say when you seek revenge, dig 2 graves." Literally in this case. Number 9. At the Luzerne County Correctional Facility in Pennsylvania, rookie corrections officer Christopher Moles was a well-regarded man, and inmate Timothy D. Gilliam was not. He was known as a troublemaker around the prison, and one day in 2016, he and Moles exchanged words by the 5th floor elevator. Gilliam proceeded to attack Moles, tackling the guard into the elevator door, and that's when things went very wrong. The elevator door, meant to hold steady, suddenly gave way. In an instant, Moles and Gilliam were left dangling over the gaping elevator shaft. Nothing but a sheer drop beneath them. A fellow guard fought desperately to pull them to safety, but it was too late. Both men plunged to the abyss. Moles was mourned as a hero who died in the line of duty, and Gilliam as someone who decided to pick a fight over a 50-foot drop. Fishing is a dangerous activity, but some catches are riskier than others. Number 8. Anyone who loves the sea knows that some of its creatures can be hazardous. After all, a stingray took out the beloved wildlife expert Steve Irwin, but that didn't stop Hawaii man Randy Lanes, who spotted a massive swordfish off the Big Island. He fired a spear at the massive shark-billed fish, which fought back. Never a man to back down, Lanes jumped off the boat to wrangle it. The swordfish proceeded to stab Lanes in the chest, causing a fatal wound. Authorities mourned the beloved fishing boat captain, but warned that this was fairly predictable. After all, the pointy end of the swordfish is sharp enough that it sometimes even pierces fishing canoes. And not even the most powerful people in the world are safe, if people around them aren't careful. Number 7. Christopher de Margerie was a powerful French businessman, the chairman and the CEO of oil company Total SA. His desire to expand the company's holdings brought him to Moscow, where he hoped to cut a deal with the country's most powerful oligarch and get the approval
All
of
right.
its power brokers. It seemed to be
So-
a successful meeting with Prime Minister Dmitry Medvedev when he and several crew members boarded a small plane. But that plane would not get home. It wouldn't even leave the ground. As they were taking off, a snowplow broke through the protected area and slammed directly into the plane, causing a crash and killing everyone on board. French authorities opened their own investigation into the mysterious death, but most people believed the snowplow driver was simply drunk or driving irresponsibly. Still, in Russia, no one knows for sure. The country has a long history of people who aroused the ire of the government dying under mysterious circumstances. This next case showed that playground antics can go too far. Number 6. Most people have either gotten a wedgie or given one, or at least watched it on TV. The classic bullying technique sounds funny. It involves pulling the underwear so far up your back that it leaves it wedged up there. And of course, once you leave school, it's no longer a prank, it's called assault. And one man learned that the hard way. Bradley Davis found himself in a heated argument with his stepfather, Denver Lee St. Clair. After St. Clair made a comment about Davis's mother, furious, Davis decided to retaliate in the most bizarre way imaginable. He grabbed the older man's waistband and yanked hard, pulling his underwear up over his head in what can only be described as an atomic wedgie gone horribly wrong. It's the kind of move you would expect to see in a cartoon, but in reality it turned deadly. The force of the wedgie left ligature marks on Denver Lee St. Clair's neck along with blunt force trauma. Worse yet, it caused asphyxiation, leading to his death. Now that's certainly a costly price to pay for talking ill about someone's mom, and the authorities agree. Davis was arrested, convicted of manslaughter, and sentenced to 30 years behind bars. Yet another reason not to do everything you see on TV. Safety first. But this woman took it way too far. Number 5. When pandemics hit, most people take extreme measures, even more than hoarding toilet paper. In Taiwan, in 2004, the pandemic of the moment was SARS, a deadly respiratory virus. While most people were wearing masks and avoiding large groups, one lone had alcohol for 12 hours. There was no evidence that bathing in this alcohol could deter her disease, but she didn't die of SARS, that's for sure. The alcohol soaked through her skin, causing a fatal level of intoxication, and she was found dead in the bathtub the next day. But at least she was spared the world's worst hangover. From here on out, it's all about the animals. Number 4. Swans are known for being one of the most aggressive birds out there, targeting humans who encroach on their
I
territory.
didn't know that.
Which made it all the odder that a man named Anthony Hensley worked for a company that used swans and dogs to chase geese away from local properties. One day he was kayaking in a pond near Chicago, wrangling up the swans, when one of them became enraged and swam at him. He quickly attacked the hapless man, knocking him off his kayak and leaving him struggling in the water. And that is where things get weird. For one thing, Hensley didn't seem to be able to swim well, and he wasn't wearing a life vest, an odd choice for a man who worked with water-based birds for a living. And what's more, the swan seemed to have a grudge against him because it kept coming back to attack him again and again, even as he was struggling in the water. Hensley became exhausted and was unable to stay afloat any longer. By the time rescuers reached him, it was too late. They pulled him from the water, but despite their best efforts, he was pronounced dead at the hospital. But even the smallest animals can claim lives off the right circumstances. Number 3, Captain Dan Salas wasn't just a deckhand. He was the star of the show. For years, the 54-year-old veteran fisherman entertained school children aboard a chartered boat, turning routine cruises into unforgettable adventures. He was known for his wild antics, his larger-than-life personality, and his willingness to push the limits for a laugh. And on one fateful day in 2009, he took things a step further. He took a small bait fish and he popped it into his mouth. Holding it full. There was just one problem. It lodged in his throat and he was unable to dislodge. Leaving him struggling for breath in front of dozens of horrified children. He soon passed out and died, providing a valuable and horrifying lesson to all those kids. But no animal where it shouldn't be caused more damage than this one. Number 2. The year was 2010, and a mid-sized plane carrying 400 people was fixed right across.
Okay. Now let me see how big this pocket is.
And what they revealed turned this into one of the most bizarre plane crash stories in history. While initial investigations looked into the possibility of fuel exhaustion, it was determined that the plane had plenty left in the tank. The survivor later reported that on board, and that contained a live crocodile. The reptile escaped during the flight, causing a panic, and sent all the passengers running toward the cockpit. This caused the weight in the plane to shift dramatically, altering its trajectory and sending it plummeting to the ground. Oh, and there was one more survivor. The crocodile. Nothing can top this one. Number 1. The year was 1988 in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and Kachi the poodle was about to meet a tragic end. The little dog was playing on the balcony of its home when it suddenly fell from the railing, plunging 13 floors to its death. But Kachi wasn't the only victim. It happened to land directly on the head of 75-year-old Marta Espina, who was walking along the street and was fatally hit by the fast-falling buzzsaw. But the carnage caused by the pooch was just the beginning. As Edith Solo was attracted by the crowd rushing over to see the carnage, she was hit by a bus and killed. The carnage caused an older man to be overcome with stress, and he immediately had a fatal heart attack. And that probably makes Kachi the poodle with the highest kill count in the history of humanity. When common sense takes a vacation, the results can be fatal and hilarious. From fireworks turning someone into a human candle, to the guy who decided to test a bulletproof vest the hard way. And let's not forget the Casanova who used glue to get busy. Is it a super controversial take to say that you probably shouldn't treat guns like toys? That's a lesson that Daniel Wright from Gary, Indiana learned the hard way back in 2005. Our story begins where a lot of stupid things have happened, outside of a liquor store. Daniel and some buddies were getting lit when he slid on his new bulletproof vest, eager to show his friends just how effective it was. So effective that he gave one of his friends a 20-gauge shotgun and told them to blast him with it at point-blank range. What? It's a totally chill, normal thing for friends to shoot each other outside of the liquor store. Anyway, Daniel was lethally wounded when the blast tore through his jacket. It turned out that Mr. Wright, in his infinite wisdom, had bought a flak jacket designed for surviving fragments of high explosives and not a bulletproof vest. He was dead within 2 hours. Daniel's death was so phenomenally dumb that his friends panicked and they claimed a mystery gunman had assassinated him, a lie that landed them in legal hot water, all because Daniel bought the wrong vest. And speaking of stuff that wouldn't stop bullets, let's talk about MacBooks. Extremely useful in an office, not so useful on a battlefield. As one unfortunate Russian soldier on the battlefields of Irpin, Ukraine discovered firsthand back in 2022, being a soldier doesn't pay all that well. But if you are sleazy enough, you can have great perks like getting to rob and pillage the homes of people you're invading. This was something that this unnamed Russian soldier realized when he happened upon a MacBook, but he didn't have anywhere to carry it. So he took the initiative to remove one of the ballistic plates of the armor on his chest and he slid the MacBook into the pocket instead. That probably felt like a bargain, all those rubles saved on a brand new computer, right up until a Ukrainian bullet tore through the laptop and the thief behind it. But Ukrainians often get it as good as they give it with bizarre Darwin Award deaths. This was the case with a chemistry student back in 2009 who attended the Kyiv Polytechnic Institute and had a strange habit. He compulsively chewed gum. But that's not all. He loved to dip that gum in citric acid for a little bit of a flavor boost. It's a pretty weird thing to develop a taste for, but when you're a chemistry student around a variety of dangerous chemicals, it becomes extremely weird. And during one extremely unfortunate accident, that student, identified only by his first name, Vladimir, mistook some unknown explosive compound for citric acid and decided to give his gum a little zing. People around the college heard an explosion and they ran in to check. They found Vlad with the bottom half of his face blown off, and he didn't survive for long after that. Maybe don't dip your gum into weird chemicals. Not sure who needs to hear that, but we guess it's a message we could all take home with us. But let's not leave the world of dumb deaths in Europe just yet. You ask anybody in Europe and they'll tell you that nothing sucks more than a Brit on vacation. They're rude, they're inconsiderate, and they expect every restaurant to serve fish and chips. One of these so-called Brits abroad was David Monk back in 2008, who was on a skiing vacation in the Italian Alps. After he and some buddies got loaded on that primo Italian booze, they headed up to the ski slope to have a little after-hours fun. But there was only one problem. They didn't have any skiing gear. But before they could go off-piste to piste off, Monk had a genius idea. What if he removed one of the rubber mats from the ski barriers so they could slalom down the slope with that? And you could really pick up some speed on that thing, as Monk found out the hard way when he skidded right into the barrier that he had just removed the mat from, suffering multiple injuries leading to his death. Truly specialist stuff, though it is not even close to the craziness of what's coming up next. You'll find that a lot of people get killed when they try to do cool daredevil stuff in front of their friends. 23-year-old Tyler Pinkley met an untimely end when he decided to have some fun with fireworks in front of his horrified friends. Specifically, he lit a mortar firework and he held it up above his head. When his friends begged him to reconsider, Tyler told them he would be fine. He'd done it before. Shortly after that, his head was on fire, and then he was dead. Another particularly dumb case of this happening back in 1997 made all the local papers. An aspiring bungee jumper named Eric Garcia decided that he didn't need to go to official classes, and he just freestyled the whole thing himself.
That is going to be on the
What could
pocket.
possibly go wrong? Eric was going to bungee jump off a bridge in Reston, Virginia, and he was real precise about the whole affair. He bought a number of bungee cords and he started tying them together, figuring he'd need about a combined 70 feet of cord to safely make the jump off the side without hitting the bottom. Well, the problem was Eric forgot to account for the fact that, well, bungee cords stretch, realizing that was probably his last thought before his brains became one with the concrete. But plunging to your death during a failed attempt at bungee jump isn't nearly as embarrassing as doing the same thing while trying to play into a cringy internet trend. Remember planking? It's okay if you don't, dude. It's a huge thing back in 2011. People would lay down in a rigid position, kind of like a plank, literally in a place where it would be weird, inconvenient, and dangerous to do it. In other words, anywhere that
Let me see.
in your bed. A man living in Brisbane, Australia.
Let's see.
Where he lost his balance and then tumbled down to the ground. Paramedics tried to revive him, but he was lost within 20 minutes of the fall. He probably got really good at planking when his rigor mortis set in. Sticking with the theme of the endless war between human beings and gravity, we need to wind the clock back to October 20th in South Korea. This is where one man's frustration and a lack of accessibility led him to a shopping center in Daejeon. A 40-year-old man in a motorized wheelchair known only as Mr. Lee was approaching an elevator when the doors slid shut right in front of him. We don't know what kind of day he was having before that, but it must have been a frustrating one. because he started ramming his wheelchair up against the doors. And then he did it again, causing the doors to rattle from all the stress. And then he did it one more time, and the doors broke. Mr. Lee tipped forward and fell down a 19-foot shaft to his death. If only he was just a little more patient, he wouldn't be counted among the Darwin Award crew. But that is nowhere near as weird as our next one. Back in 1998, an Argentinian man named Luis Alberto Camargo was in the middle of throwing his wife out of a window. And that's not
Damn.
the death here. Luis and his wife were just in an argument when things went from 0 to 100 pretty quickly. But lucky for the wife, she landed on some nearby power lines without getting shocked. Those held her up in place and saved her from her fall. Luis must have had a last-minute change of heart.
Let me use the
Or maybe
bathroom.
He just wanted to finish the job. He jumped out of the window after his shell-shocked
back.
wife, but missed the power lines and fell to his death. She, meanwhile, was rescued without incident. Our next story is a lot more tragic. Sometimes your relentless drive to get those gains might lead your family experiencing losses. As the family of a 61-year-old man who died early in 2025 found out, while accompanying his wife for an MRI, he graciously helped her off of the table. But he must have missed that memo about not bringing any metal objects in when approaching an extremely powerful.
Bring your agent into Monday.com. Your Claude, ChatGPT, and Copilot agents working side by side where you already work. Set permissions, assign tasks, work from the same context, and create team-wide visibility. So build an agent on Monday or bring the ones you already have and give them a seat at the table. Consider yourself limitless. Monday.com, the best AI work platform. Start a free trial today.
Powerful magnet, but he wasn't just carrying some loose change or a pen. No, he was wearing a 20-pound weight training chain around his neck. The second he approached his wife, he was dragged toward the MRI at rapid speeds and killed in the process. There are plenty of ways our favorite hobbies can get you killed. Some are more stupid than others. One particularly dangerous hobby is riding a motorcycle, and we're not actually talking about motorcycle accidents here. Early in 2025, an Italian motorcyclist, Omar Farangzin, was riding a famously beautiful road in Romania when he happened upon an adorable brown bear. He even took some selfies and videos with furry animals to mark the special occasion. A day later, he made the terrible mistake of trying to feed a mother bear and got dragged into a ravine and eaten alive for his trouble. Now, if you've seen The Revenant, just picture that, except without the part where he lives at the end. Don't mess with mama bears. That's something you really should learn if you ever plan on going vacation to Romania, or like anywhere with bears. But you don't really need to go all the way to Romania to have a bizarre, gruesome, and downright dumb death on the roads. You could ask a certain 19-year-old road worker from Oklahoma if he hadn't been made one with the very roads he worked on. Back in 2020, he was helping to pave a new area of road when he noticed asphalt on the tires of the pavement roller he was operating. So he did the sensible thing and he climbed out of the vehicle to lube up the tires with some diesel. But in the process, he fell over and the pavement roller just went right over him. He was proclaimed dead at the scene. Because when the only way to get you out of the ground is with a big spatula, it's safe to say you're probably not alive. Think getting flattened by heavy machinery is gruesome? Sorry to say that doesn't even hold a candle to this next horrifyingly stupid death. A man in Indiana with two passions, sex and solvent abuse, fused the two in the most upsetting way imaginable. Back in 2021, this fellow was getting amorous with his lady friend when he realized that there wasn't a condom in sight. But he wasn't the kind of irresponsible guy to have unsafe sex. No. Thankfully, seeing as the two of them were already having some fun sniffing different epoxies and resins, he decided that these wonder chemicals could pull double duty and getting him high and keeping him safe. So he glued his third eye shut. Now, you may be feeling years getting actively stripped off of your life from the sheer psychic image of hearing that, but not as many years as were instantly stripped off of this poor young pervert. He was rushed to the hospital and died of multiple organ failure from a mix of inhaling the various chemicals and then using them as the world's most dangerous prophylactic. It's important to wear protection, whether we're talking about in the bedroom or out on the road. Philip A. Contos' bizarre decisions turned him into road pizza in 2011 when he took part in a protest in New York.
What was he protesting? Civil rights, an end to the war, or world hunger? Policies to combat the ongoing threat of climate change? Nope, he was protesting mandatory helmet laws for bikers. The very helmet that may have saved his life after going over the handlebars during the protest, where he smashed his head and died. Remember the unfortunate Italian guy who got hit by a bear in Romania? Plenty of people died Darwin Awards deaths after being irresponsible with animals. But that goes double when you add social media into the mix. This all came together like a perfect storm to send a 28-year-old man in Thailand off to the next life. He was found dead in a resort room with 2 telltale pieces of evidence: a snake bite on his upper arm and a live cobra with a bound-up mouth sitting inside a plastic bag. So what on earth happened here? Investigators found the answer when they looked at the man's phone, where he had recorded multiple videos of himself playing with the snake for that hot content on his socials. He did end up going viral, ironically, but only as that dumb guy who died because he handled a deadly snake for social media. This next death is one we do feel kind of bad about. Deepak Mahabar was, by all accounts, a really nice guy. When someone in this area reported a snake in their home, he would swoop in, remove the snake at no charge, and release it back into the wild. But after one snake rescue, Mahabar realized he needed to go pick up his kid from school. So to save time, he wrapped the snake around his neck to motorcycle off to his kid's school. This would be the mistake that led to his downfall. That snake that he wrapped around his neck was venomous, and over the course of the ride, it had bit him. He sadly died the next morning. It's an important reminder that no matter how much experience you have, you should never get too comfortable handling wild animals. But you don't need to get wild to die a stupid Darwin-worthy death. It's just as likely to happen in your own backyard. Take John Lewis of Minterworth, England in 1999, who decided to just do a little lawn. He trimmed his shrubs, he put all the trimmings into a neat little pile, which he then doused with gasoline.
You're back.
You might think you know where this one is going, but trust us, you don't. He threw a lit match onto this gasoline.
All right, I want to see how this works. I've seen people do this, so let's try it.
It set John on fire. He needed to put this blaze out fast, or he would be his own last garden barbecue. But thankfully, there was a river nearby, so he just jumped in, putting out the fire and saving his life. Well, from the fire, anyway. Because John, in all of his haste to stop himself from burning to death, forgot that he couldn't swim, and he promptly drowned. His body was carried off a few miles downstream before anybody found it. If it makes John feel any better, though, his
That was
wasn't the
dumb.
most embarrassing death caused by
Okay,
gasoline.
that was
would
dumb.
be down
Let's
to
see.
leaded gasoline's inventor, Thomas Midgley Jr. Well, we know today that leaded gasoline was a toxic nightmare that literally made people dumber and more violent. Back then, people had no idea. Midgley Jr. was so convinced that it was safe that he spent his entire life in close proximity to it, and he saw his health get worse and worse. Later on in life, he caught polio, which left him severely
The website you got in your head
This
Fill it
is
out.
extremely,
with Base 44.
okay, I think
Your website.
we'll do it a different way.
Without wasting a minute.
Let's do it a different way.
Shape it. Explore.
Okay. This was kind of dumb. Okay. We'll do
Your
it on
story
paper.
Crafted for you. One of a kind. Because you need to be seen. Be reached.
The thing with this, though, you can reuse this
To
glue.
be heard. Keep moving. Everything in place. Connected. Live. Your website. Your own words. Base 44.
He built a complicated system of ropes and pulleys to give him some kind of mobility, even in his bedridden state. But his overcomplicated system was exactly what killed him in the end. He got tangled up in it and strangled himself in 1944 at the age of 55. It's long been a debate whether it'd be more painful to burn or drown to death, and that's been a hard one to settle given that nobody has ever experienced both and lived to tell the tale. But one thing that is worse than either is experiencing one of them with the added humiliation that was all due to a stupid mistake. Just ask Peter Arvagi, both former deputy chairman of the Council of Ministers in Hungary and former living person, after a visit to a metalworking factory in Miskolc back in 1973. It was a typical photo op, really. Politician shows that he cares about the common working folk, by putting on a hard hat and touring the workplace for a few hours. But the unfortunate deputy chairman took a little too close of an interest in the most dangerous part of the factory, the casting pit. That's the area where they put the impossibly hot liquid metal into large molds so they can cool it into different shapes. As Pitar admired his future death pit, a crane suddenly lurched out of control, shoving him straight into the casting pit. He landed between two of the molds and got absolutely charred, his suit burning all the way to his skin. They managed to rescue him after a lot of time and effort, but sadly he died after a period of agonizing pain in the hospital. Speaking of politics, let's go to the weird world of war, which lends itself to a lot of unpleasant and stupid deaths. War can be so dangerous that even pretend TV shows about war can get people killed in stupid ways. American director Boris Sagal had a completely avoidable death while filming the 1982 TV miniseries World War III. When trying to get into his private helicopter, he approached from the rear and then just walked straight into the helicopter blades, partially decapitating the unfortunate director. Seagal's death came from not looking where he was going. Our next death came out of sheer unbridled rage. Back in 2020, two men in New South Wales, Australia, got into a road rage incident. Well, rather than trying to work it out, they decided to park it on the side of the highway and get out to engage in a fist fight. But karma for dropping their social civility came swiftly as a fast-moving truck accidentally collided with both men at once as they battled it out in the middle of the road, killing them instantly. The trucker was in shock after that, but if he was able to pull himself together and get one more, he would be eligible for a kill streak. Sometimes men of God aren't necessarily God's favorite people, which is why you will find a lot of preachers with bizarre Darwin Award deaths, like Kyle Lake of Waco, Texas, who died a totally unnecessary death back in 2005. While delivering a sermon during a baptism, he fully immersed the person in water, and then, noticing the congregation struggling to hear him, he reached out to adjust the microphone on the stage. And this was why Lake received a fatal electric shock in front of his entire audience. But phenomenally stupid deaths aren't a modern invention either. We have found people causing their own totally avoidable doom as early as 1601, including the death of astronomer Tycho Brahe, who was the last major astronomer before the invention of the telescope. Tycho was already a man that maybe didn't have the best judgment despite his intelligence. He'd had a history of getting into duels. He even had a metal prosthetic nose for the better part of his life after getting the top half of his original nose cut off. But despite being a duelist, he was undeniably extremely polite. And so it was his politeness, not his history of dueling, that got him killed. He was attending a banquet in Prague when knocking back a little too much wine led to him needing to go to the bathroom. Etiquette rules were a lot more serious back in 1601, and Tycho didn't want to embarrass himself by leaving the party to go drain the sea monster, so he stuck it out until he didn't even need to pee anymore. He then died 11 days later in excruciating pain, likely from a severe bladder infection caused by refusing to pee. Nothing ruins the vibe of a dinner party quite like realizing after the fact that you literally held it in until it killed you. But that is still not as embarrassing as the death of the famous English statesman Francis Bacon, who was always trying to figure things out. You would think that this death would be related to one of his more dangerous experiments, maybe trying to invent a new weapon or energy source. But no, he was trying to preserve a chicken. He would die 25 years after Tycho Brahe after stuffing a bunch of snow into a chicken to see if it would preserve the meat for later consumption, which was a really new idea at the time. Sadly, the only result of this experiment was Francis Bacon catching a deadly case of pneumonia.
The new way to tell your story with Wix Harmony. Vibe code the idea. A feeling? That's all yours. You get a site that's ready to launch. Tweak with a click. Or shape it by hand. Or a site that's unmistakably you. Create the way you think with Wix Harmony.
Speaking of historical figures who died pointless and humiliating deaths in the cold, let's talk about the United States' most inconsequential president. The death of William Henry Harrison was sealed during his 1841 inauguration speech. He had been exhausted from a long campaign, and he ignored the advice of his counsel to wear winter clothes for the freezing weather. But President Harrison decided he would just rough it, and in the process, he caught pneumonia, and he died not long after. This made him the president with the shortest term in U.S. history. Now, how about we lighten things up with another thoroughly stupid animal-related death? While swimming near the Texas-Louisiana border, 28-year-old Tommy Woodward and a female friend came across a body of water marked with a sign that said "No swimming," warning of gators. But Tommy, he wasn't worried. He stripped down and jumped in anyway, and he was obviously eaten by those gators. When your time is up, it's up. But some people don't wait for the reaper, they call him over. A preacher delivering a sermon to a den of lions. A terrorist arming a bomb vest just as a text arrives. A gangster casting his fishing line beneath live power cables. What could possibly go wrong? On today's episode of the Infographic Show, we're looking at the brilliant minds worthy of the Darwin Awards. Troy Leon Gregg murdered 2 people in 1973 during a robbery attempt. He was sentenced to death, and his crimes were so heinous that the state Supreme Court upheld that decision. But that is not how Gregg died. In 1980, Gregg and 3 other inmates became the first men on death row to escape Reidsville State Prison. All he had to do afterward was lay low and not draw attention to himself. But Gregg, he wasn't that kind of guy. To celebrate his newfound freedom, he went to a biker bar frequented by members of the Outlaws Motorcycle Club. He got extremely drunk, and he tried hitting on a waitress who wanted nothing to do with it. When he turned violent, a group of bikers quickly stepped in and beat him to death. And it all happened on the same day he escaped. Troy Leon Gregg isn't the only inmate to get executed by natural selection. Michael Anderson Godwin was a violent man with a history of robbery, assault, and murder in South Carolina. But he narrowly avoided the electric chair, receiving a life sentence instead. One that, with good behavior, might eventually have led to parole. But while serving his time, Michael made the bizarre decision to try to repair a pair of wired headphones by chewing through the wires like a raccoon. Unfortunately for him, he was also sitting on his wet metal prison toilet at the time. His body turned into a living and then not living transistor. Can't get the electric chair? Make your own. You've heard of a life hack. This is a death hack. The real shame is that it seems Michael really turned it around in prison. He was seen as a model prisoner by many, had earned 2 different degrees in education, and hoped to work with young people upon his release. Now his legacy will be a footnote on a Wikipedia page called Toilet-Related Injuries and Deaths. Sometimes Darwin Awards deaths are like the dark side of freedom. We have the right to do stupid and dangerous stuff in life. And that was a point argued by 21-year-old Derek Kuiper back in 2004. He wrote an op-ed for the Daily Nebraska entitled "Individual Rights Buckle Under Seatbelt Laws." In the article, he argued that seatbelt laws step on our personal freedoms. Interestingly, at the start of this article, there's an editor's note saying the Daily Nebraskan is no longer accepting feedback to this column. And that's because Derek Kuiper lived and died by his principles, losing his life in a high-speed rendezvous with his own windshield just weeks after penning the article. He likely would have survived if only he was wearing a seatbelt. There are plenty of ways you can die doing high-risk, low-reward stupidity. Just ask 23-year-old Michael Genter, though he might struggle to answer with something lodged in his throat. That and the fact that he died back in 1998. Genter was dared by 3 of his idiot friends to swallow a 5-inch fish whole. But because Michael was not the throat goat, we'll meet one of those later, he started to choke, the fish's tail sticking out of his mouth like something straight from a cartoon. Despite their attempts, his friends were unable to dislodge the fish from their buddy's gullet. Eventually, they called the emergency services, but sadly, it was already too late. While it was obviously a tragedy, the death was pretty dumb and avoidable. So much so that even the local police shared poor Michael in the news afterwards. Major Mike Matulovich was quoted as saying, "If I dare you to jump off a bridge and you do it, and you're 23 years of age, you're stupid." And harsh as it may be, it's honestly pretty tough to disagree with him on that. But fish weren't the only animals tangled up in these Darwin Awards. In 1981, David Kerwin decided to visit the majestic Yellowstone National Park. 24-year-old Kerwin, along with his friend Ronald Ratliff and Ratliff's dog Moosey, were out exploring the hot springs. The area was plastered with signs warning visitors to stay clear of the geysers, where the acidic water was nearly hitting boiling temperatures. Of course, that didn't apply to Moosey,
Being a dog, he can't read. So the pooch jumped in, and he promptly began changing states of matter at alarming speed. Kerwin immediately jumped into the geyser to save the dog, despite the fact that the only way to get some of Moosey back would have been a metal bucket on the end of a very tall crane. He was instantly horrifically burned, destroying his eyes and skin and flash frying his internal organs. His friend was able to drag him out of the geyser by his mostly intact hand, and by all accounts, his last words before succumbing to his injuries were, "How bad am I? That was a stupid thing I did." He was dead by the next day, despite hospital workers trying their best to save him. Okay, so that one was really sad. Let's go for a Darwin death that's a little more whimsical, like the demise of Madame Sophie Blanchard, one of Europe's most famous balloonists. In the late 1700s, she rode the skies in hot air balloons, the cutting edge of transport in the day. Her husband, Jean-Pierre, was a pioneer of gas-powered balloons until he suffered a fatal heart attack mid-flight. And because balloonists, like balloons themselves, always need to go out with a bang, Blanchard decided to follow suit. She had an amazing idea, a fireworks show from her balloon in front of an assembled crowd, and because the Hindenburg was still well over a century away, she had no idea how badly this could go. The fireworks set her balloon ablaze before a horrified crowd, and Blanchard fought desperately to regain control, but it was a lost cause. The basket struck the top of a nearby roof as it fell, making it flip onto the side and throw Madame Blanchard to her death on the streets below. On the bright side, it wasn't the flames that finished her. Gravity made sure it was quick. Now moving on from balloonists to bodybuilders. Iceland always seems to produce some of the world's biggest, strongest men. And one of the original examples of this was a strongman called Jean-Paul Sigmarsson. He was so obsessed with lifting that his quest to get those reps up became a part of Iceland's national identity. But the problem with Sigmarsson was that he just didn't know how to stop. He once said in an interview, "There's no reason to be alive if you can't deadlift." And Sigmarsson's obsession was about to make the dead part in deadlift a lot more literal. Sigmarsson had a congenital heart defect, something he was well aware of. It was a problem that at least 3 other members of his family were diagnosed with. And despite this, he did a crazy amount of steroids in his quest to be the biggest, buffest man in the world. Sigmarsson knew that his health was failing, and he'd even scheduled an appointment at a private heart clinic in the US, but that didn't stop him from deadlifting. He lifted so hard that his heart literally broke, a condition known as an aortic rupture, in 1993, killing him. Well, sometimes it's okay to skip arm day, especially if you want to avoid getting a Darwin Award. Next, a death so pointless and avoidable, it actually inspired his own death award. American politician Herman Cain raised eyebrows during the COVID-19 pandemic. He dismissed the virus as nothing to worry about and urged people to carry on as normal for the sake of the economy, even as it had already killed hundreds of thousands worldwide. This was a particularly bold claim for Cain to make because as a 74-year-old cancer survivor, he was part of an at-risk group. But Cain, for all his faults, was morally consistent. He appeared at public events without a mask just to show how safe it was. And then he caught COVID and died. He was such a social media power user that even death couldn't stop him from tweeting, or at least couldn't stop his team from posting from his account, including posts downplaying the very disease that had killed him. The Herman Cain Award was established for people downplaying COVID before getting their metaphorical cheeks absolutely clapped by it. What a legacy. But that death seems downright tame and rational compared to our next one, the horrifying radioactive demise of golfer and industrialist Evan Byers. How did poor Evan get so lethally irradiated? Was he caught in a blast of a nuclear bomb at the wrong place at the wrong time during a nuclear power plant meltdown? Nope, he was drinking the stuff. Evan was absolutely obsessed with a health supplement called Radithor. The advertising boasted that each bottle contained at least 1 microcurie of each of the radium-226 and 228 isotopes. Byers' doctor even claimed that it had such positive health effects that Evan drank several doses a day. What could possibly go wrong? Well, a lot. Evan's skin started to melt. The radiation gave him such aggressive cancer that his bottom jaw literally fell off in the last years of his life. This led to an extremely painful and totally avoidable death back in 1932. Evan was the most infamous casualty of the radium fad, where the poorly understood and extremely dangerous radioactive isotope was included in a huge range of products. It was touted for its supposed health benefits while actively killing people. Who knows how many deaths will be attributed to current TikTok health trends a century from now? These next deaths proved that even the big man upstairs can't stop the Darwin Awards, not even for his biggest fans. John Allen Chau was a 26-year-old American missionary on a one-man mission to convert isolated tribes to Christianity. Missionaries are sketchy enough at the best of times, but Chau decided to play on hard mode, attempting to illegally reach North Sentinel Island on November 15th, 2018. Now, North Sentinel Island is home of the Sentinelese, a tribe of extremely territorial people who do not want outside visitors, and they will react with extreme violence if their boundaries are ignored. But they've got a very good reason for that. They've been so isolated from the rest of humanity that they haven't developed the same immunities as the rest of us. Any visitor from the outside world risks putting the entire tribe in mortal danger, with pathogens considered common for the rest of us. But John Allen Chau didn't care about that. He spent 3 days annoying the tribe before they killed him and moved on. But if you thought the Sentinelese were a tough crowd, that is nothing compared to the audience chosen by Nigerian preacher Daniel Abodunrin. Lions. Actual, literal lions. Abodunrin took his cue from another Daniel in the Bible, the one tossed into a lion's den and expected to be torn apart. However, OG Daniel was able to tame the lions by reading scripture. That's a pretty Chad move, honestly. Abodunrin had promoted himself as a self-styled prophet, so he figured maybe he could repeat his namesake's stunt and put himself on the religious map. And this is where things went bad. In 1991, Daniel decided to break into the university zoo in the city of Ibadan on Easter Sunday. He began speaking in tongues at the lions, and naturally they were pretty confused and gave the preacher a wide berth. If Daniel had any kind of sense, he would have left right then and there and called that a dub. But no, he got cocky. Daniel persisted and got closer to the lions, calling on the, quote, God of Daniel to keep him safe. And then the lions tore him to shreds. Can you really say you're surprised? Staying in the religious theme, Melvin Nurse was a youth pastor doing everything he could to make his young congregation fly straight, up to and including some pretty extreme visual metaphors. He wanted to scare the youths he was tutoring into not following the path of drugs, gun violence, and sin. He did this by bringing a gun to church, specifically a revolver, so he could illustrate that the life of sin is like playing Russian roulette. Can you see where this is going? Melvin loaded a blank into the gun in front of the crowd, gave the cylinder a theatrical spin, and then pulled the trigger next to his head. The problem was, he didn't know that blanks can still be extremely dangerous. In front of a crowd of 250 people, including his wife and several children, the gun went off. The force of the blank's explosion launched a chunk of Nurse's skull into his brain. He died of his injuries 5 days later. Strangely enough, the ordeal did leave some of the congregants with a newfound fear of gun violence. After the incident, one of the at-risk youths gave up his gun to his parents, hoping to avoid the same fate. So, all's well that it ends well, we guess? Kinda? Maybe? Let's take one last look at a preacher who got an express path to the pearly gates. Plenty of Pentecostal ministers proved their faith by handling venomous snakes. One of the unluckiest was the very man who started this idiotic trend in the first place. On July 24th, 1955, George Wendt Hensley was in the middle of one of his rousing snake handling sessions. These involved him hoisting venomous serpents overhead while chanting in tongues. It might have been a great time for his parishioners, but it wasn't such a good time for the snakes. He took one out of the box and he walked around his congregation giving a speech about the power of faith with the snake wrapped around his neck. It went pretty well until he put it back in the box when that snake then bit him on the wrist. George was dead by the next morning, because if God exists, he has a really dark sense of humor. But even messing with snakes and lions weren't as dangerous as the life of Hyder Korkmaz, a powerful drug trafficker in the Amsterdam underworld. That's already the kind of lifestyle that would put someone in danger. But Hyder's odds of survival dropped even further after he was arrested and cut a deal with the Dutch authorities. He agreed to testify against crime boss Willem Holleder, a terrifying figure who would have had no problem getting Hyder whacked to save himself. You would think, knowing your testimony could be vital for putting a mob boss behind bars, you would decide to lay low for a bit. Maybe get a PlayStation and catch up on your gaming list at an undisclosed safe house. But no, Hyder decided he would rather be out in the open, indulging in his favorite hobby, fly fishing. Hyder, against all advice on the matter, chose a spot right next to some high-tension power cables. And when he whipped back his line, it connected to one of the live wires, killing him instantly. One of the major motivators behind organized crime is greed, and plenty of gangsters have won Darwin Awards by letting that destroy them. We can't think of a better example than the literal plane load of top Soviet military brass back in 1981. They died in a fiery crash that killed 50 people and left the Pacific Fleet of the USSR with no senior officers. In the immediate aftermath, accusations flew left and right. Some said it was the US, in a notable escalation of Cold War violence. Some suggested it was a saboteur within the Soviet military, hoping to kill his way into a promotion by creating a sudden vacancy above him. The truth of what actually happened was much simpler and much dumber. Because the USSR was notoriously corrupt, those soon-to-be obliterated generals had just gone on a lavish shopping spree in the regime's exclusive stores, the kind that the average Soviet citizen probably didn't even know existed. The military men had shoved so much swag into the plane that it was improperly secured, resulting in the fatal crash. This might be the first time a whole group of idiots has had to share their Darwin Award, but it's what these dearly deceased communists probably would have wanted. Staying in Russia, in 2011, as the New Year's celebration in Red Square approached, a woman known as the Black Widow prepared a bomb fest, alone in her home. She was part of a terrorist group who had already killed 35 people in a previous attack on a Moscow airport. This time, with an explosion during a New Year celebration, she was going to kill even more. But there was an unprecedented hero, spam texts. The Black Widow had wired her cell phone to be the detonator for her bomb vest, but she had used her regular phone rather than a burner. When her phone received a spam text, some sources say a Happy New Year message, the bomb vest detonated instantly, killing the Black Widow and sparing every one of her intended victims. A profoundly lame way to go out for someone with such a scary nickname. Weirdly, she's not even the only Russian to go up in a totally avoidable Great Ball of Fire on this list. Unlike the Black Widow, Alexander Chechik was not a terrorist, but he somehow still came into possession of a grenade. And naturally, he decided to do a little trolling. He sent a picture of the grenade to a friend who immediately asked him if he was okay. Alex responded with, "Depends on what you mean by okay," along with a picture of the same grenade with the pin pulled out. The friend, who presumably experienced a truly historic blood pressure spike at that moment, immediately messaged his friend back telling him not to mess around. But it was already too late. Alex was under the misconception that even if the pin was removed from a grenade, it wouldn't actually explode unless you threw it. Well, that turned out to be a fatal miscalculation. Alexander never replied to his friend's text, presumably because he was a little busy existing in multiple zip codes after the grenade went off. A lot of stupid, unavoidable deaths seem to come from people in precarious situations just being plain bored. That was the fate of Davi Nunez Moreira, a Brazilian who took on a truly bizarre online challenge. In a viral trend that we assume never spread beyond Brazil, he killed a butterfly, ground it up, mixed it with water, and then he injected it into his leg. And just like that, he was dead. He might not have gone viral, but his blood definitely went toxic. But dying during dumb challenges is not a uniquely modern phenomenon by any means. According to some accounts, that is exactly what happened to Tiberius Claudius Drusus, son of Roman Emperor Claudius. Not long after he was betrothed for marriage, Drusus was doing his favorite party trick, throwing a pear up into the air and catching it in his mouth. But Drusus's title as the throat ended in the dumbest way possible. The falling pear lodged in his throat, and he choked to death before anyone could save him. Getting assassinated would have been a much more dignified way to go. Let's stay in the ancient world for another death that was completely stupid and avoidable. They say men often meet their dumb destinies on the very roads they take to avoid them, and there is no better example than Qin Shi Huang, the founder of the Qin dynasty, and the first Chinese ruler to call himself emperor instead of just king. But Qin's life was ruled by one enduring obsession, severe thanatophobia, the unhealthy fear of death. Although he had a pretty good reason for this obsession, to be fair. As emperor, he was constantly surviving assassination attempts and decided to solve his problem once and for all. He ordered his court alchemists to crack the secret to immortality, and given the glorious emperor would likely have them executed for failing in this task, they had considerable motivation to get the job done fast. Qin was over the moon when they brought him an immortality tincture, and then he was under the ground after he drank it. And that was because the magic immortality potion contained, among other things, mercury, which will magically guarantee you never die of old age if you drink enough of it. Speaking of guys chasing immortality only to die Darwin style, let's talk about the supposed death of the ancient Greek philosopher Empedocles. It's worth noting
This
that
is
a lot of
stressful.
ancient historians took a liberal view of the truth in recounting their histories. Think of them like YouTubers of their day. They wanted to get more eyes on their work than that of competing writers and historians, so they sexed it up a bit. One of the most famous legends about Empedocles' death claims that he aspired to godhood. To either prove that he was divine or ascend to it, he climbed Mount Etna in Sicily and jumped straight into an active volcano. But this didn't prove that Empedocles was immortal, just that he was extremely flammable. If he didn't achieve godhood, we can at least say that he achieved a Darwin Award. While we're on the stupid mythic deaths of the ancient Greeks, we have to mention another philosopher, Heraclitus. He spent his final years as a mountain hermit, convinced that he had dropsy, an ancient diagnosis of the body retaining excess fluid. Heraclitus, in all of his wisdom, decided to use an old homespun cure to get those extra fluids out and return himself to good health. He leaped into a huge pile of cow manure, hoping that the heat would evaporate the liquid in his body. Well, that was not the case. The elderly and frail Heraclitus got stuck inside of the cow poop and was then eaten by a roving pack of wild dogs. And we can't think of a better and more humiliating way to end the list than with Atlas Fredonier. He was a Swiss pioneer who discovered Fredonia Pass in 1850 and was also convicted of assaulting his stepdaughter. In 1880, Atlas was experiencing intestinal problems, and so he decided he would perform an ill-considered and disgusting home remedy, shoving a 16-ounce bottle of magnesium citrate right up his own Fredonia Pass, where it immediately got stuck. After trying to remove the bottle himself to avoid the public humiliation, he went to a local hospital, but that wouldn't help him. During efforts to remove the bottle,
I tried a ton of AI work tools. Then I tried Monday.com. Game over. Monday.com is super easy to use and knows how to do AI right. I use it for insights and action suggestions constantly, especially on those back-to-back meeting days. And my team used Monday Sidekick to work up all kinds of marketing content for the different platforms. So stuff that takes my team hours is now done before they even open their laptop. All these AI features are built directly into Monday.com and actually use our real data. With Monday.com, AI isn't some over-promising future. It's here. It just works. Like, actually saves us time and resources, kind of works.
Monday Sidekick, AI you'll love to use. Start a free trial today at Monday.com.
Party planning pros know balloons make the party, but they don't have to inflate your budget. Because the party has thousands of balloons starting at just $1.99 with free inflation. I guess party planning humor isn't for everyone.
the top broke, literally tearing him a new one. While some parts were removed, Atlas's O-ring was beyond repair. He bled to death shortly after. There's nothing better than making new friends. And that's why you're traveling to an isolated island to spread the good word to an uncontacted indigenous tribe. Okay, so the government says this isn't wise, and maybe they've chased you off twice already with arrows, but soon you'll be winning an award. Well, yeah, but not a Nobel Prize. The Darwin Awards are a satirical award ceremony celebrating the few, the proud, the stupid, who remove themselves from the gene pool by doing something unbelievably stupid. There are only a few rules. They can only remove themselves from the gene pool in the event, and they must die or render themselves unable to reproduce via other means. Let's take a look at some of the most famous winners. Is this a highlight reel or an in memoriam? On this episode of the Infographics Show. Number 11. It was April in Italy, and one man was thirsty. So thirsty, in fact, that nothing sounded better than a tall drink of water. He needed a supermarket, but there was just one problem. It was Easter Sunday, and in the very original seat of Roman Catholicism, that meant everything was closed. So he did the only thing that made sense. He snuck in the back to look for some delicious H2O, and he found it, towering as high as the sky, a massive pallet full of large packs of water bottles. But he wasn't going to let that stop him. He would just need to jimmy one loose. What could go wrong? Well, he never found out. The supermarket employees did, though. coming in to find a massive pile of collapsed crates. They started digging them loose, and they found a horrifying sight. Underneath was the dead man pinned by the very water he had been seeking. The CCTV footage made it clear what happened. The man had tried to pry a crate of water loose from the middle of the tower and was immediately crushed by a massive pile of heavy bottles.
Can I take a
and
picture of
countless
this?
to drink. Sometimes it's best to just leave well enough alone. Number 10. Pastor Sean was a man of God, but he was also a Florida man, and that would spell his end one day in 2022. It was a warm March day on Lake Seminole, and the pastor and his friends took the boat out. His mistakes started then. He couldn't swim.
I think
but
this
he declined
is
to wear a
good
life vest.
for how it
Sure
looks.
enough, the boat stalled out in the water. The sheriff had to be called, and a boat soon arrived to bring the two men back to shore. But alas, the pastor's wayward
All
boat
right.
was lost, as the sheriff wasn't the tow service. And as for Pastor Sean, it was no man or boat left behind. The pastor called a friend to get him back out on the lake again, and once again he forgot to take a life jacket. It was getting late when he got back out to his boat to try to start it again. He jumped from his friend's boat and capsized it. He was immediately floundering in the water. His friend tried to pull him up and nearly capsized his own boat, and without the life vest to grab onto, he had no way to get a good grip. And so the pastor sunk down to the depths of Lake Seminole, and was no doubt welcomed into the afterlife by a chorus of Florida men shooting off illegal fireworks. We all love pets, but this man loved them a little too much. Number 9. In terms of rare and ridiculous deaths, getting bitten by a venomous snake is not up there. It happens. It's part of the risk of keeping them or handling them. So when police came to make a welfare check on the home of a Maryland resident, David Riston, it wasn't a big surprise to find him dead on the floor due to a snake bite. The man was known to enjoy keeping them, and the odds go up with each snake he handled. Luckily, we hope that none of the reporting officers had snake phobia, because this man took testing fate to the next level. 124 snakes in his home, many of them venomous, including rattlesnakes and cobras, but also black mambas, one of the deadliest species of snake in the world. He also had a giant python in case he wanted some variety in the background of that. The snakes all seem to be kept in safe enclosures, but one decided to go for a jailbreak, and that led to the end of the destruction. If reincarnation is a thing, maybe embrace the simple joys of chances in the next level. These two drugs. Number 8, Berkeley, California, 2021. Everyone on the route is trying to get to work. Someone cuts a few corners. The next thing you know, there's a collision. Fortunately, no one's injured for now, because one driver just got out of his car to confront the other driver. And here's the other guy, because one bad decision deserves another. Suddenly, everyone driving gets treated to a show of these two chuckleheads arguing with each other and making threats. And did we mention this wasn't a country road? It was Interstate 80. Soon enough, the inevitable happened. A Mini Cooper swerved to avoid one of the damaged cars and collided directly with the two bickering motorists, sending them flying. Both were dead at the scene. The Mini Cooper driver was deeply traumatized, and it's likely that Highway Patrol had to issue a statement. Please pull over to the nearest rest stop before getting into a brawl over your damaged vehicle. It's safer for everyone, and you can get a donut once you're done fighting. Not many people built their own death trap. Number 7, Mr. Harvey Fight was an ambitious man, and he loved one thing, stonework. He spent years building a massive 6-acre collection of hand-built stone bridges and sculptures. And by 1976, the 72-year-old was ready to celebrate his life's work. Now he just needed to maintain it. The old school artist could live among his magnum opus, or at least he could, for a short time, until one day when riding his lawnmower, Harvey decided to get a little too close to one of his stone creations.
God damn it.
And proceeded to face plant right off the ledge. Okay, lots of people fall off lawnmowers each year, and if you don't fall under the blades, you're probably going to be okay. Maybe a bit banged up, but the thing about stone is, it is really hard, and Mr. Fight was killed instantly. Maybe it's just us, but if you're rich enough to create a massive stone quarry as a testament to your power over nature's mightiest objects, you're probably rich enough to hire lawn care. But then few people have built themselves as impressive a memorial as Mr. Fight. Dying building your own Stonehenge is impressive, but this next man picked an even more ancient way to pass on. No.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is base 44.
This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder. And you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, why not build an app? It gives me endless app ideas. So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompts directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. Same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
Six, Hawaii is a gorgeous place filled with palm trees, blue lagoons, and volcanoes. And those volcanoes are safe to admire and even visit with caution.
This
Lava
one work.
doesn't argue, and when you see a sign
Okay, this
warning
one works.
lava, it's probably best to turn back quickly. After all, this isn't the movies, and you can't have lava ooze right up to you and jump over it. But one ambitious 75-year-old hiker decided he knew better. One night, he decided he wanted to see the lava flow up close and personal. Well, he got his wish. Volcanoes National Park is one of the most magnificent sights in the country. But when you see a sign saying, "Turn back or you will die," it is best to listen. And so he soldiered on into the night when the lava was no doubt extra stunning. We hope he enjoyed it because he didn't come back. On Monday morning, the search parties turned up and he was later found dead. We suspect he'd say the same thing Mr. Fight did. "I'm too old to care about your silly safety rules." In former Soviet Union, laptop downloads you. Number 5. Being a Russian soldier in Ukraine isn't a fun time. You were likely drafted against your will, you're facing death if you desert, and the Russian military's primary strategy seems to be throw bodies at the front lines to slow down the Ukrainian military. So they've got to take some pleasure when they can find it. And as for one soldier in 2022, he was excited to find an abandoned MacBook in the middle of a war zone. Maybe he could use it to stream some Stranger Things while he was in Ukraine, since Netflix is banned in Russia. Now he just needed to find a place to store it. Fortunately, there was a convenient spot in his chest plate. He just needed to remove this one silly piece of armor, and that was actually a ballistic plate designed to repel bullets. Sure enough, he got shot, and MacBooks aren't bulletproof. He was killed immediately, and people who handled his body afterwards also found a stolen iPad on his person. I hope that episode of BoJack Horseman was worth it. This next guy took home security to the next level. Number 4. Ronald Sear, 65, was a Maine man who was nervous about keeping his house safe. He had a whole lot of expensive jewelry at home, and he didn't want to have to rely on his fast instincts to stop a burglar. So he decided to set up some DIY home defense. Based on the kid-friendly contraption that was used to pull out a loose tooth, he rigged up a handgun trigger to pull when the door was opened by someone who wasn't supposed to be there, and shoot the unlucky burglar as soon as they stepped inside. And it worked. A little too well. In 2019, Sear was shot dead. An investigation revealed that he had accidentally triggered his own full-string death trap when he arrived home, maybe distracted or under the influence. We have a bit of sympathy for this Darwin Award winner. After all, he did pull off his own invention. But knowledge is being able to turn your own front door into a death trap, and wisdom is knowing that maybe you shouldn't. What's crazier than one Darwin Award winner? How about 2? Number 3. Peer pressure is tricky. And we all remember our moms telling us, if all your friends jumped off a bridge, would you follow them? To which these 2 Texas men on vacation in Louisiana went, hell yeah! It was 2019 when the Lake Charles Black Bayou drawbridge was open to let boats through. The safety gate was down, and when our heroes drove up, they decided that they really didn't want to wait. So one man jumped out of the car, pushed up the safety gate, and jumped back in. As the driver hit the gas, they were either going to be legends or a different kind of legend. Despite what action movies might tell you, cars are not meant to jump over large open gaps. The car proceeded to plunge off the bridge and into the waves below. As it was 2 a.m., no workers were around to notify the authorities, and the car, along with the drowned men, were eventually found down below. Hey, at least best friends stick together to the end. And this next guy was a little too confident, and it was a long way down. Number 2, Gary Hoyt was a smart man. You didn't get to be a lawyer without having some brains, but you probably also gotta be a little daring. He was giving a tour of his office tower to a group of law students and decided to show how good life could be once they were big, powerful corporate lawyers like him. The massive building was state-of-the-art, including supposedly unbreakable windows. He decided to show off the strength of the windows by throwing himself against them. It was a party trick that he'd done many times, and it worked until it didn't. See, the windows were unbreakable, but the window frame, not so much. The force of his impact dislodged the glass from its frame, and it sent the intact window and Mr. Hoy plummeting 24 floors to the ground below. Traumatizing for the students watching and for the larger group of students in the adjacent boardroom, no doubt. When asked about the window failure, structural engineer Bob Greer said that the windows were designed not to break, not to stand up to an attorney's tomfoolery. But no one failed to heed a point more than this last guy. Number 1, John Allen Chow was a young man who was driven by a single passion in life to spread the word of God. A devout evangelical missionary, there was no place he wouldn't go if he thought people needed to learn about Christianity, including North Sentinel Island, an isolated island in the Bay
They already
of
said
Bengal,
this.
a protected Indian territory.
They already
is
said this
home to
one.
the Sentinelese, an isolated indigenous tribe known for being fiercely protective of their island. Laws prohibit traveling within 5 nautical miles of the island to protect the islanders from disease.
The real reason no
and
one
to
eats
protect
McDonald's anymore.
travelers
Let's
from
watch
their
that.
offense. McDonald's golden arches are starting to lose their shine. The fast food giant is facing a crisis. Growth is stalling, quality has plummeted, and customers are abandoning them. In early 2024, McDonald's reported a shocking drop in sales, down by 1% after years of success and growth. So, how did one of the biggest corporations on the planet, an American institution, mess up so badly? In today's episode of the Infographics Show, we'll reveal the real reason McDonald's is failing. You're tired after a long day at work. You don't have the energy to cook anything. You're looking for something filling and tasty, and most importantly of all, because you've just checked your bank account and cried a little, cheap. So you drive to your nearest McDonald's. Solution found. You haven't been there for a few years, but you know this is where you can always get a cheap, tasty meal. You're in the drive-thru line, ready to order your classic combo of a Big Mac, fries, and a
I
soda.
need to.
You glance up the menu and your jaw drops. $5.99 for a Big Mac alone? And that's assuming you're not in one of those more expensive states. Looking at you, Hawaii, with your $7.39 Big Mac. We assume the increased price includes a tropical view. But you also want fries, $1.89 on average, and a Coke, $2.59. You try to do the math in your head and you realize you have a smartphone. You can just use the calculator app. And you arrive at a total of $10.47. Before taxes and fees, who's running this place, Ronald or the Hamburglar? Since you make $7.25 an hour at your minimum wage job, you're about to pay almost an hour and a half of your wages just to eat, and to eat fast food, no less. On top of rent and bills and insurance, that's a lot of money. You might as well have gone to a casual sit-down restaurant and at least enjoyed better food. You remember when Big Macs used to famously cost 99 cents. How is it that you could easily grab a burger with your allowance when you were just a kid, and now you can barely afford it with your adult job? You can't have messed up your life that badly, right? Well, maybe, but maybe not. It might help to know it's not just you. In 2024, 2,000 Americans were asked their opinions about fast food, and 62% of them said they had to cut back because of the insanely high prices. In 2009, for example, when the federal minimum wage became $7.25 an hour, the average cost of a Big Mac was $3.57. In other words, it cost less than a half an hour's pay, even if you were making the smallest amount of money you could. Inflation has hit everyone hard, but fast food prices are skyrocketing faster than most. Fast food prices have risen considerably faster than prices at sit-down restaurants and 3 times faster than supermarket prices. A shocking realization for anyone who has come back from their local Costco with empty pockets or from their local Whole Foods bankrupt. If you're wondering whether you should brush up on your cooking skills, it may not be a bad idea. In fact, no less than the CEO of McDonald's, Chris Kempczinski, admitted on a recent call that eating at home has become more affordable. And that is bad news for fast food giants like McDonald's, even though it might be great news for your body and your overall health. Hey, you may not be able to make a meal as good as your mom did, but perhaps this way you could afford electricity. Waiting in line, you think back to when you stopped at Taco Bell and Wendy's recently, and you don't remember the prices being this bad. What happened over at Mickey D's? The reason for higher prices that has frustrated customers is McDonald's raising its prices more than it needs to. Finance Buzz found that between 2014 and 2024, inflation raised prices by about 31%. At McDonald's, however, items like the McNuggets became 83% more expensive in that same time. To be fair, most fast food chains also raised prices by an average of 60%, so everyone seems to be outdoing inflation. But McDonald's was the worst offender, tripling the rate of inflation. Popeyes, Taco Bell, Chipotle, and Jimmy John's raised their prices of the menu items at more than double the actual inflation rate. And the executives don't really seem to care. In October of 2023, the same CEO, who is now worried about customers leaving to cook at home, said, even though we're pushing through pricing, the consumer is tolerating it well. Or in simpler terms, those suckers are still paying us. Now, to be fair, McDonald's headquarters doesn't directly set all prices. 90% of McDonald's locations are owned by franchisees, who get to set their own prices. But the chain also raised prices because of a bad spiral they're in. Basically, McDonald's had to raise prices because they were getting less customers. Unfortunately, this has now become a cycle, as higher prices drive away more customers. McDonald's keeps raising them to make up the money. But wait, why are consumers leaving McDonald's in the first place? Well, let's get back to you, the McDonald's customer waiting to order. As you're trying to remember how much money you need for rent, you finally pull up to the drive-thru speaker to give your order, and suddenly a robotic voice starts to speak to you. Welcome to your first McDonald's AI order. You're paying way too much, but at least you're getting this cool, futuristic experience. You start to speak and the AI cuts you off to ask what you would like. You try to ask for your burger again and get cut off again. Now frustrated, you finally yell out your order. It's accepted. Suddenly a receipt is printed out for $250 worth of chicken nuggets. You panic as you realize you probably aren't going to be able to pay your rent after all. And what about your Big Mac? McDonald's wanted to stay ahead of the game and gambled on AI being the next big leap forward for fast food stores instead of, good food and low prices, we guess. But never mind. They spent $1 billion putting AI into many of their drive-thru ordering systems, which started using the technology by 2021, and it was a complete disaster. The system didn't work half the time. If a customer paused or had to change something, the AI would get confused. If they spoke too fast or too slow, it wouldn't understand them. If they had a foreign accent, we're assuming they just gave up and went to Burger King. If the system did actually process their order, it would often mess it up anyway. People uploaded viral videos of the AI getting orders hilariously wrong, giving butter or ketchup instead of ice cream. And yes, in one crazy video, adding $250 of McNuggets to an order. McDonald's stands by their decision, saying their AI program was right 85% of the time. In other words, 15% of all orders were mistakes. Actions speak louder than words, and by July 2024, McDonald's had pulled all of its AI tech systems out of its stores. This tech disaster sent some customers away, but the quality of food at McDonald's has been turning people away for a while now. McDonald's was never known for its amazing cuisine, but it was reliably good for fast food, and most importantly, fast. That doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Let's get back into the store and discover why. You finally get up to the service window to pick up your food. The employee tells you it's gonna take a minute. So you wait, and you wait, and wait. What happened to fast food? It's right there in the name. Finally, you give up and go park your car, telling the employees you'll pick up the food inside and not hold up the line. Customers have been complaining about longer wait times at McDonald's for over a decade now. One reason for longer waits is McDonald's trying to fix the horrible frozen food it serves. When new fast casual restaurants, the word for restaurants that serve food relatively fast but usually have fresher options, popped up, and they used fresh meat for their food, customers turned their backs on McDonald's. Young customers were especially done with the Golden Arches, to the tune of 500 million visits lost in McDonald's since 2012. So McDonald's decided to offer healthier options to get some younger people back into their stores. They switched from frozen patties shipped from whole states away to fresh patties for their burgers. Well, at least for the quarter pounders. But this threw a wrench into the whole McDonald's food making system. It took longer to make fresh patties, and workers who had never done it before needed time to get it right. This led to 10, 15, and 20-minute waits in a place where people expected to wait no more than 3 to 4 minutes for their food. The flood of people leaving McDonald's for places like Shake Shack and Chipotle continued to swell. Back to the endless wait. You finally hear your name called at the counter. You go, you pick up your food, and sit down to eat. Might as well, since you're already in the store. You open your mouth to take a massive bite of your juicy, delicious burger, and a wave of disappointment washes over you. This is what you paid all that money for? The fries are still delicious though, because it's the one thing McDonald's does right. And we do mean the one thing. Getting past the meh taste of the burger, you finish it since you're hungry anyway, and as you swallow your last bite, your eyes fall on the menu above the service counter. The calories of each option are listed right next to the food. You don't remember McDonald's doing that, and most importantly, you can't believe how many calories you just ate. In September 2012, McDonald's realized its customers were getting smarter about food and paying more attention to what they were eating. So it decided to start posting the calorie count of their menu choices. And that turned out to be a big mistake. All it did was remind increasingly health-minded people about how many calories they were eating with each McDonald's meal. The Big Mac, fries, and Coke you got added up to 970 calories, with a couple of ketchup packets, because no one eats fries plain, right? Rounded up to 1,000. That's half of your suggested daily calories, maybe more than half if you're tinier than most. Just one, not that filling and not that great of a burger, running 1,000 calories is a lot, especially with bad service. And many Americans now agree. The American Customer Satisfaction Index Organization, also known as ACSI, did a survey of 15,000 customers in 2023 and 2024. They asked them about restaurants and fast food chains in the US, and of all fast food companies, McDonald's came in dead last. People were unhappy with wait times, incorrect orders, and even more importantly, the food itself. McDonald's also came in last compared to full-service restaurants as well. Completely disappointed by your time at McD's, the next time you're hungry and you walk by, you'll pause at the door and decide to go one block over to Chili's instead. The experience shocks you. You relax at this sit-down restaurant with an actual server walking up to take your order and give you your food. And not only is the food the same price, but you're getting much more of it. A McDonald's patty is 1.6 ounces before cooking. Since the Big Mac has 2, that's 3.2 ounces of meat before cooking. A Chili's Big Smasher Burger inspired by Big Macs has a patty that weighs 8 ounces. You'll also notice there's a lot more sauce on this burger, and it's juicier overall. The menu says it costs $12.99 before taxes and fees. Oh boy, that is pricier than McDonald's, but your waiter tells you Chili's has a 3 for me deal where you can not only get the burger, but bottomless chips and salsa and a drink for $10.99. One reviewer compared the Big Mac to a Chili's Big Smasher Burger and found that in her Connecticut neighborhood, a Big Mac meal and a 3 for me Chili's deal with the burger cost the exact same amount. Only difference, the Chili's burger was much bigger and tasted better. No wonder McDonald's customers have left the store.
Eastfork started as just a little pottery, and today we've got a factory, about 115 employees, not more than that now. Shopify gives people the agency to do something, like starting a business, selling stuff online. Shopify makes it easy and makes it fun.
Clients dream big. Your agency builds bigger. Base 44. Build it
Let's
all.
see.
Give your clients what others don't. Limited buyer title.
In a battle of lightning powers, who would win? Hammer-wielding Thor or the mighty Zeus? Could the sun god Ra defeat Hades and escape his terrifying underworld? And could the third eye of Lord Shiva burn Anubis into ash? We'll measure the feats and statements of the gods of many different mythologies, weighing them against their own pantheons and their mightiest cosmic contemporaries around the world. And once we've cracked the code and run the numbers, we'll have definitive proof of which mythology has the most powerful gods. But before we start, we'd like to make it clear that whatever our findings are, this video is not meant to disparage anyone's genuine spiritual beliefs. Our depiction of the legendary figures and gods should be taken with a grain of salt, and the knowledge that we don't claim to write the canon. With that small caveat out of the way, let's begin this celestial skirmish by starting with some of the most well-studied gods in the world, the Olympic pantheon of Greek mythology. We've got some serious contenders, folks, from the lightning bolt hurtling sky god Zeus to the lord of the sea Poseidon to the master of the underworld Hades. These three brothers are the baseline for what makes a powerful mythological god. While most of the other Greek gods and goddesses are mighty in their own right, none can claim to be truly equal in prestige or power to Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. After the Titanomachy, a grand conflict where the gods overthrew the primeval Titan for control of the universe, Zeus and his two most famous siblings gambled amongst each other for who would lead the pantheon. Although Zeus won the coveted spot as father of man and leader of the gods, the fact that the brothers chose a game of chance implies that their skill in combat is comparable enough that a three-way battle between them would have had an uncertain outcome. Of course, this is not the only measuring stick for strength among the Greek trio. Each possesses its own special abilities, unique from the other two brothers. Hades, for example, possesses the supernatural power of invisibility, which, while not boasting the raw, destructive power of Zeus's lightning or Poseidon's oceanic storms, would give the Keeper of Souls an advantage in executing surprise attacks and retreating from the battlefield. The paranoia that might come from Hades' potential presence would be enough to make any of his enemies wary, especially considering that he can manipulate the crust of the earth in order to create gaping chasms and fissures. When Hades stole Persephone from her mother, the earth goddess Demeter, he was able to open the earth, abduct his target, and disappear back below the ground while closing it behind him, all without being stopped by any of the other gods. Though Zeus's eventual intervention led to an uneasy compromise between Hades and Demeter, it is clear that Hades commands great power, especially within the territory of the underworld. As the one who judges the souls of the dead, Hades can inflict elaborate karmic punishments on any soul within his realm. The fate of King Sisyphus is one such example, condemned to forever push the same boulder up the same hill, only for it to tumble back down to the bottom every single time. This ability is less impressive, however, when you realize Hades can only use it on dead humans and quasi-divine beings, such as nymphs and naiads. It wouldn't help him win a bout against another god. His brother Poseidon is better known for messing with living heroes, including Odysseus, whom he turned the ocean against for many years. Though he is a marine god, Poseidon is able to cause terrible earthquakes, thus rendering Hades' geokinesis a non-factor in a fight between them. At sea, he can command the wind and rain, stirring up powerful storms and tidal waves. His greatest feat, however, was creating horses, the equine animals that would go on to revolutionize warfare the world over, as well as become the favorite animal of many young children. Poseidon's powers are still limited, however, in comparison to his brother Zeus, who controls the sky above and can shake the earth just as easily while also dropping lightning bolts from on high. Zeus once defeated the monster Typhon, who was too fearsome for the other members of the Greek pantheon, by lifting up a mountain and hurling it into the creature's head. There's also the father of man's ability to shapeshift into anything from a white bowl to a beam of sunlight, which, while mostly used for recreational purposes, might have greater capabilities than Zeus lets on. Through these three brothers who represent the pinnacle of the Olympian pantheon, we can understand that a truly powerful god must be able to command the elements throughout a major portion of the mortal realm, at least the earth, sea, or sky. Additionally, they must also be able to hold a position of authority or some important station within their pantheon without being meaningfully challenged by any similar god in that role. Let's see how these Olympians stack up as we move on to our next pantheon, the Norse gods. Even a cursory look at Norse cosmology reveals that the Viking pantheon resides within 9 realms, which are mostly within the control of their leader, Odin. A wise and shrewd chief god, Odin made bloody sacrifices to the universe in exchange for greater power. He obtained an infinite source of knowledge by dropping his eyes into the well of Mimir, gained the power to compel other beings through poetry by questing for the mead of inspiration, and became fluent in the runic alphabet and their magical properties by impaling and suspending himself from the tree of life for 9 days. Yeah, Norse legends are just kinda metal like that. While the mythological record doesn't feature Odin in combat as much as some of the other Norse gods, he is classified as a god of war due to being the ruler of Valhalla, a great hall for Viking warriors who met their fate in the heat of battle. Odin is more than a mere fighter. He is a strategist of impeccable quality who has foreknowledge of all events within his 9 realms. Odin's wisdom places him a cut above the prior chief gods we've mentioned. For all their elemental fury, the Greek gods were defined in their actions by mortal flaws and pettiness. Zeus's lustful escapades, Poseidon's personal beefs with mortals, and Hades being afraid to leave home most of the time. We can at least relate to that last one. Odin would run circles around these predictable brothers with his intelligence, and his own sons may very well be the Olympians' rivals in terms of strength. His most celebrated offspring is Thor, the Norse god of thunder, who trivializes Zeus's lightning bolts with his own divine weapon, Mjolnir, a striking hammer or axe-like projectile that can kill most beings in the 9 realms in a single blow, as well as summon storms and lightning. Thor's other artifacts include the Megingjord belt, which doubles his already godlike strength, and his chariot-pulling goats, Snarler and Grindr, who break mountains in half as they ride. From the looks of things, the Norse gods are simply operating at a higher level than the great gods. However, they do have a clear weakness, and that's their vulnerability to prophecy. Most of the Norse pantheons are fated to die tragically in a cataclysmic event known as Ragnarok. A lenient reading of this could imply that this means Odin, Thor, and the rest of the kin are invincible in any other battles besides the one destined to be their epilogue. But since we're measuring actual power and not the relative thickness of their plot armor, the fact that the Norse gods can die means they will inevitably die. Their immortality and their overall ability to win fights are limited by the existence of Ragnarok as a concept. In order to go to a higher level of power, we'll need to explore a pantheon that transcended death itself. We'll have to take a trip down to the Nile River Valley and meet the gods of the ancient Egyptian pantheon. Arising from a watery abyss of primordial chaos and building a new world out of the ether, the various Egyptian gods possess the elemental control and vast knowledge of the chief gods of previous pantheons, but their portfolio also extends to such universal concepts as order and life itself. The god Osiris even survived his own murder at the hands of his brother Set, becoming a guardian of the underworld and a judge of the to Hades. Osiris shares the responsibilities over the afterlife with Anubis, who was the original solemn caretaker of the souls before Osiris livened up the place. It can be a bit harder to conceive the power of many of the Egyptian gods, as most of them had more important things to do than get into fights. The Norse, and to a lesser extent Greek gods, were often understood through the lens of warfare, seeing as they had constant battles against mythical beings in many of their stories. The Egyptian pantheon, on the other hand, was rather uncontested in most of their duties, keeping the cosmos balanced as the thriving civilization that worshipped them continued to evolve politically. However, the cyclical, thrilling adventures of one particular deity demonstrates him to not only be a top-tier champion of battle, but also a god that completely transcends the limits of death. His name is Ra, king of the gods, and in addition to being the god of the sun, he is the creator of life and an essential part of Egyptian cosmology. Every day, Ra sails in a mystic divine boat that carries the sun through the sky, and every night when the sun goes down, Ra sails a different boat through the underworld and battles all the monsters of chaos and evil that exist there. Every morning, no matter how difficult the battles, Ra returns with the sun. It's one thing for Osiris to survive death, but for Ra to continually face the symbolic death of traveling into the underworld and returning makes him officially a being beyond the very concept of death. In addition, there are versions of Ra's lore that grant him power over the secretive names of all things. This magical ability is more powerful than Odin's manipulation of the runes, as Ra can wholesale speak beings into existence simply by calling out to their essence. This is an extension of Ra's ability to bring Ma'at, or order, from Isfet, or chaos. In this way, Ra not only created the conditions for life to exist within his cosmology, but also gave humanity the capacity to create civilization and pursue higher-minded goals. In terms of power scale, we've gone from the Greek gods that have control over nature and the world of mortals to the Norse pantheon that has control over many realms and forbidden to Ra, the Egyptian gods.
Thank you for
who oversees
joining.
creation
I don't
and
know if you're
exists
still there,
above its
but appreciate
limitations.
it.
This would seem to be the highest power level we can go, but there is one pantheon that reaches an even greater level of divine might. Can you guess which one? The Trimurti of Hindu mythology are a trio of supreme deities that govern not only the creation and preservation of the universe, but also its destruction. However, to attempt to put the role of each member of the Trimurti so simply would be a disservice to how truly powerful they are. In a cosmology where the aspects of creation, destruction, and preservation are given equal weight, our mortal conception of what these processes even mean is called into question. Brahma is the god of creation among the Trimurti, and his origin has a few similarities to the rise of the Egyptian gods. Before Brahma existed, there was only a vast ocean of nothingness, and then he hatched from a golden egg that he himself created before he existed. Once he had a shed in his eggshell, the first god in the Trimurti created all the planets and stars, as well as the living things that populated his creation. The exact details of Brahma's role in the Trimurti beyond this description are the subject of continuing academic study and debate. But it's important to note, for the sake of gauging his power, that Brahma can return to creation from absolute nothingness. This means that no force of destruction, not even the next member of the Trimurti who we'll get to, can truly prevent Brahma from simply existing again and creating an entirely new universe. This proves to be one of the only conceivable blind spots of Lord Shiva, who is sometimes referred to as the Destroyer in the context of his role in the Trimurti. Though this title sounds ominous, Shiva is not an evil being. He is, in fact, among other things, a yoga instructor and a music teacher who bestows cosmic wisdom upon mortals and gods alike. His true nature is not violent, though he is certainly capable of it when there are demons to destroy. Rather, it's more accurate to think of Shiva as a being that personifies necessary change. Much like the dimension of time, Shiva is impartial and total in his destructive potential. This is shown in one of his iconic aspects, the third eye, which can reduce anything, including other gods, to mere ashes. Once this cycle of reality reaches its natural stopping point, Shiva will destroy every part of the universe and leave behind only nothingness. But as we've established, Brahma can simply bring it all back. But a universe of only creation and destruction wouldn't truly exist in any meaningful way, which is why Vishnu, the third member of the Trimurti, tends to its preservation in his many avatars. Now, on paper, it would seem as though Vishnu could be equal in power to the gods of absolute creation and absolute destruction, but there are several stories that show how powerful he is. Across many of their shared myths, Vishnu and Shiva have fought several one-on-one duels, and the winner is different every time. It's therefore generally believed that the two rival each other in fighting ability. This makes intuitive sense, as Vishnu wouldn't be much of a preserver if he was easily bowled over by destruction. Though given that change is inevitable, Vishnu will sometimes allow himself to take the L if it means something good for the continuation of the universe in whatever form that may be. When comparing the chief gods across these many mythologies and belief systems, there is no contest that the Trimurti rank highest in terms of power, followed by Ra, then Odin, then Zeus. But the world is much bigger than these mythologies, and there are many other gods out there in the collective human consciousness that have been worshipped as the mightiest of all. Could the god of the underworld beat the god that can shake the earth to its core? Would the god of war stand a chance against the goddess of war? All will be revealed in today's introduction to the great Greek masters of the universe. Number 10, Morpheus, the god of dreams. Okay, so when it comes to outright power, we're sure some of you are going to disagree with us today on a few matters. Nonetheless, it's not as if Greek gods were always busy having celebrity death matches. When it comes to who is boss, there's room for debate. For instance, who was more powerful? Old Morpheus, who could get into your dreams and control them. That's not a bad power if you want to mess with someone's head. Or was his father Hypnos more powerful? since he was the sleep god, albeit a gentle kind of god. We guess Hypnos wins. We mean the god tricked Zeus not once but twice. He put the king of the gods to sleep, for God's sake. That's some accomplishment. His mother was also Nyx, and as you'll soon see, she frightened everyone, including Zeus, who was reluctant to go near her. On top of this, Hypnos' tricks affected the outcome of the Trojan War. So, with this in mind, his son Morpheus might not have been as powerful. Still, he didn't just make people dream about their teeth falling out or milking blue cows. He was important because he sent messages from other gods into people's heads via their dreams. If you've seen the movie Inception, you'll know this is a pretty good trick. We like Morpheus. He was a good god. We're not so sure about this next god. Number 19, Tartarus, the god of the abyss. The underworld was a busy place, and we'll come back to it again today. But we'll start with talking about a place below the underworld called Tartarus, which is the name for a god and also a place. Tartarus is actually one of humanity's first depictions of a kind of hell, a dark and gloomy place where you certainly don't want to end up. Some of the Titans were sent there, and the wicked could find themselves condemned down there too. In ancient Hebrew texts, Tartarus also pops up. It was the place where fallen angels ended up. If you want to know where the place is, just look to Zeus, because he once said it was as far beneath Hades as heaven is above earth. I'll give you an example of just how badass Tartarus was. Take a look at his son, a magnificent monster if there ever was one, and that was Typhon. Typhon was a winged serpent who wreaked havoc in the heavens and almost once knocked Zeus off the top spot in one of the great battles of Greek mythology. Zeus had his hands full, but he knocked Typhon flat on his winged back after blasting thunderbolts at him. Typhon went on to have a few monsters of his own, so we could say this family line was trouble. And it all started with the big man Tartarus. Okay, so who else was so darn powerful that he could rustle up thunderbolts for Zeus to fight? Number 18, Hephaestus, god of the forge. When we tell you that we're putting a blacksmith next on the list, we'll forgive you for wondering why the hell he gets to go above Tartarus. As we said, this is no regular contest. And also, he wasn't just a regular horseshoe-making kind of guy. He was the son of Zeus, and by God did he have some great powers. It was
This is gonna take forever to cut out.
that the gods used.
A whole
And
day.
I mean a lot of them. He was basically the equivalent of all the world's militaries meshed into one. He sat in his palace on Olympus, coming up with new ideas as to how to make the best weapons, which included Hermes' winged helmet and Achilles' amazing armor. Pity about that whole heel thing. As we said, he could make thunderbolts too. But in most stories, it was the Cyclops who first made them for Zeus. On top of that, he created the first human woman in Pandora. You might have heard about her box. She opened it and it released all the evils in the world. So yeah, this guy was no regular blacksmith. There are different accounts, though, as to what happened to him. None of them are really very good. One of them consists of his own mother, Hera, throwing him out of the heavens because he was lame, physically lame. Another account had Zeus throwing him down to earth after Hephaestus tried to help his mom after Zeus came on a bit strong with him. Zeus was renowned for his wayward actions with women. The good news is that Hephaestus' exile didn't last, and he eventually got back up to Olympus. Another interesting part of his story is that he once had a relationship with the goddess of love and lust and beauty, Aphrodite. As could be expected with this goddess, she cheated on him numerous times with mortal men and also a god named Ares, who we'll feature soon. Now for the strong men of the gods. Number 17, Atlas, a very strong dude. There were gods and there were the Titans, and the Titans were in fact gods, but they were there before the classical Greek gods we're mostly talking about today. The Titans fought with the classical gods over a period of 10 years, after which the gods won. The battle, or series of battles, was called the Titanocemy. Many of the Titans were then banished to that place you've already heard about, Tartarus. That's the short version of the story, at least. Atlas was one tough Titan. He was also the brother of Prometheus, the Titan that stole fire from the gods and gave it to us humans, so we could basically kick off civilization. You have him to thank for this video today. Atlas wasn't the most powerful Titan by any means, but he was incredibly strong. That's why he gets a mention here. In fact, when that war was lost, instead of being sent down to hell, he was forced to carry the celestial spheres on his back for eternity. Now that's a lot of weight to carry. This next god is just cool, maybe the coolest god of them all. Number 16, Hermes, the herald of the gods. If the gods wanted news, and news was very important, they could rely on Hermes as a messenger to get it to them. Hence, he was the herald god. He was also called the god of nature, farmers, travelers, merchants, human heralds, sailors, and even thieves. On top of that, he was said to be the god of the road between the under and the upper world. He was a complicated god.
I'll think about adding those ridges. We'll see how I fucking feel.
From the god Apollo, who we will also talk about. Hermes, then just a kid, hid the cattle in a cave, and he turned the hooves of the animals into winged shoes so that he could take them to any place at incredible speed. Apollo, of course, was less than pleased when he caught Hermes out. He took the boy to Zeus to face the music, and all Zeus did was laugh. He thought Hermes had been pretty smart, and so he didn't punish him at all. Hermes kept those magic shoes, so he could easily move between Olympus, Hades, Tartarus, and Atlantis. When news needed to get somewhere, he was the man to send it, and that included delivering messages from Earth to the heavens. He was kind of like media and social media in the godly realm. And as you know, media and social media are pretty powerful tools. He was tricky too, just like any media magnate is today, sometimes using his trickery down on Earth, such as when he got behind the Greeks in the Trojan War. As for his love interests, you won't be surprised to hear he had the hots for Aphrodite. Who didn't? She rebuffed his advances at first, so Hermes went to Zeus for some help. Zeus sent an eagle to steal Aphrodite's sandal and ended up in the hands of Hermes. Long story short, she went in search of the missing shoe, and the outcome was some lovemaking and later a child named Hermaphroditus. It's a cool story, but in other tales, Hermes certainly shows his dark side to women. This next god was perhaps a bit nicer. Number 15, Artemis, goddess of hunting, nature, and chastity. Artemis was the daughter of Zeus, the twin sister of Apollo, and she became the patron goddess of girls and all young females. She was also a kind of protector to women during childbirth, which, let's face it, was very important back in those days. When she was just a kid, you could say that she was pretty spoiled, being the daughter of the big man. One story says when she was just 3 years old, Zeus had a chat with her and asked her what kind of things she wanted in life. Part of her reply went like this: "Pray give me eternal virginity, as many names as my brother Apollo, a bow and arrow like his, the office of bringing one, a saffron hunting tunic with a red hem reaching to my knees, 60 young ocean nymphs all the same age as my maids of honor." She also asked for a bunch of rivers and all the mountains in the world. Then she added, "I'll take some cities too, but I'll let you decide which ones." She was given the bow, a silver one made by the Cyclops. If you don't know who those guys are, they were those one-eyed giants who were more than capable blacksmiths. With that great bow, Artemis became the goddess of the wild hunt, which again was a big deal back then. She upped the Trojans in the Trojan War, being mentioned in the Iliad as the archer goddess and the goddess of the loud hunt. She's also notable for killing the giant hunter named Orion, after he either tried to force himself on her or possibly one of her followers. As you know, Orion ended up becoming a star constellation. This goddess was so special that humans in real life built a massive temple for her, which took 100 years to finish, and became one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Number 14, Nike, the goddess of speed, strength, and victory. Long before she came before the words Air Jordan, Nike was one hell of a goddess. During that 10-year fight with the Titans we told you about, she was one of the first to give her support to Zeus. For that, she got to sit next to him on the throne. This girl was all about winning, and Zeus knew to keep her close. The Roman version of her was Victoria, from where we get the word victory. Her story is a bit complicated, since over the years she's been talked about as if she was the goddess Athena, but it seems at some point she became her own goddess. Details are a bit scant as to what exactly she did, besides making people win, but one text states she will not live apart from Zeus, nor go except where the god goes before them, but they sit forever beside heavy booming Zeus. It's said that when Typhon was giving Zeus a really hard time close to the end of the Titanomachy, it was her who told him many of the gods had already given up, and if Zeus wasn't careful, all the gods could kiss Olympus goodbye. She then told him to get those thunderbolts ready. So, whether you were a god fighting or a mortal fighting, you really wanted the loyal Nike on your side. Not exactly clear what unique power she had, but you definitely needed this goddess on your side in times of war. You also needed this next god. Number 13, Demeter, goddess of grain and agriculture. This is also a bit complicated, but we'll try to condense it. In short, a god we'll talk about soon named Kronos had a bunch of kids. They were Chiron, Demeter, Hades, Hera, Hestia, Poseidon, and Zeus. Kronos ruled over everything, and things weren't so bad in those days, hence his rule was called the Golden Age. Still, he was told a prophecy that his sons would end up taking over one day. Not one to ignore a prophecy, Kronos thought that it was better to swallow up his children rather than bring them up. He did that, but things backfired. Part of the backfiring was Kronos was having to throw up his kids, one of them being Demeter. She became exceptionally powerful because she was the giver of food or grain. She was the goddess of the harvest. Without food, there is no life. So Demeter had a lot of respect for mortals. One story says it was her who brought poppies into the world, and those things were certainly useful once humans had sucked out the opium pulp and fed it to an injured or sick person. It's also said she spent a lot of time down in the underworld, and that could represent the end of harvests and the beginning of winter. The reason she was down in the underworld would take a long time to explain, but in short, it was because of her daughter Persephone, who was stuck down there. Persephone's father was Demeter's brother, Zeus. The gods were very, very incestual. When Demeter popped back up from the underworld every year, presto, she made food plentiful again. It seems she didn't get too involved with the seedier side of godly life, although it said she once laid with a mortal guy in a field, and then out of anger, Zeus zapped that guy with a thunderbolt. There's also a darker part of the tale in that her brother Poseidon once turned himself into a stallion, and in that guise made her pregnant. Now for everyone's favorite god. Number 12, Dionysus, god of all things pleasurable and crazy. Okay, so that isn't his official title. He was the god of a lot of things, including the grape harvest, wine, i.e. getting loaded, as well as fruits and orchards. But he had a dark side, just as recklessly drinking booze has a dark side, because he was also the god of lots of forms of insanity. He was the god of religious ecstasy, which can also be a double-edged sword at times in regards to going mad. The Greeks had something called the Dionysian Mysteries. These were rituals where folks got off their heads on wine and then perhaps psychoactive drugs. Historians aren't so sure what drugs, but perhaps during those rituals people tripped. Then they found a kind of religious ecstasy. They were released for a few hours from their normal selves, just as what happens when people do certain spiritual ceremonies involving psychoactive substances. So if you wanted to really feel elevated from the drudgery of everyday life, Dionysus was the guy. His backstory is cool too. He was the son of Zeus, but Zeus, as usual, had been cheating on his wife Hera. She got jealous, and the upshot was the mortal woman with Zeus's kid getting blasted with thunderbolts. Zeus saved Dionysus by storing him in his thigh until he got older. So we'll talk about the god that's been said to be the opposite of Dionysus, Apollo. But first, let's talk about a very scary goddess. Number 11, Nyx, goddess of the night. We guess you've already figured out that the philandering Zeus didn't take crap from anyone. Sure, he had a few close calls when it came to fighting, but he was one tough son of a gun. Guess what, though? There was one god he was scared of, and that was Nyx. She was the mother of Hypnos, but she was also credited with being the mother of death, deceit, doom, destruction, and darkness. How's that for a family tree? Not that much was ever written about her, but the Greeks said she was so damn attractive and unbelievably powerful that the mighty Zeus wanted nothing to do with her. For that reason, we could even put her at the top spot of the show. Still, we don't think she earned that place because there aren't enough stories about her. There's one cool story in which Hera asked Hypnos to put Zeus to sleep. Zeus was mad as a hacker and was about to cast Hypnos into the sea, but Hypnos gave his mom for protection. Yeah, Zeus chickened out. He wanted no part of Nyx, so yeah, she put it in the Hierarchs list. And it's for this next goddess. Number 10, goddess of birth. This one is tricky too. Almost unfair. Because wasn't one of the ancient gods, but one of the primordial gods. First, there was chaos, and chaos gave birth to the earth. God, death, love, and sex, Eros, and the sky, Uranus. Gaia and Uranus gave birth to Titans, and in turn, the Titans gave birth to the Olympians. Stephen Hawking would probably disagree with this creation story, but let's face it, it's a much better narrative than the Big Bang Theory. Since the Titans gave birth to the Olympians, we can say Gaia kicked off everything. She also advised Zeus so he could beat the Titans. But on the other hand, it was her who gave birth to Typhon. It's hard to really speak of her power, but seeing as she basically started everything, and we mean everything, she can't not be on the list. Now for Apollo, the god that German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche said was the opposite of the beloved Dionysus. Number 9, Apollo, the god of law and order, music, art, and poetry. He was also the god of healing and diseases. If Dionysus was the god of recklessness and pleasure, Apollo was the kind of god of restraint and reasonableness. He also had the ability to bring plagues, but he also had the ability to bring healing to people. He helped young folks get older and age with good health. He protected them just as he protected the crops in the field. If evil ever reared its ugly head, Apollo was the guy to turn to. In that regard, Dionysus might have been cool as hell and good for a bit of self-development, but Apollo was the stability that everyone needs in their lives. As for cool stories, we like the one that has Apollo fighting the Python. The Python was a kind of dragon-type thing that guarded the gate of the Oracle of Delphi. And the Oracle, if you didn't know, could counsel you and tell you about the future. Anyway, Gaia was the mother of the Python, and Apollo knew from birth that he had to kill it. Zeus's wife, Hera, had sent the Python to kill Apollo's mom while he was still in her womb. Legend has it that Apollo was still an infant when he slew the Python. Gaia was less than pleased and asked for Apollo to be sent to Tartarus, but instead, Zeus just sent him into exile for a while and said, "Purify yourself, kid." There's a lot more we could say about Apollo, but we'll leave it there. He was a top god, no doubt about it, as was this next deity. Number 8, Aphrodite, goddess of lust, passion, procreation, prostitute, sex, and beauty. You could have all the power in the world, but still be a feeble loser in the face of impossible beauty. You could be as strong as Atlas, as wise as Zeus, as fast as Hermes, and still be manipulated by a woman whose charms you can't resist. For this reason, Aphrodite was one very powerful goddess. She has a pretty brutal backstory, too. Someone we'll soon talk about. Kronos castrated his father. The outcome was quite a lot of blood and the missing testicles being thrown into the sea. The bloody froth in the sea is what formed Aphrodite. She represents the sex drive, and it's that drive that's the reason why we all exist. We are here to procreate, in the fundamental sense anyway. That's why some scholars have said she was behind all the wars. The Trojan War was partly down to her. But as we said, she was the goddess of procreation, so she was responsible for death. Also, she was what made men love. She could also drive mortals and gods insane with desire. She drove lots of folks crazy, including the good-looking mortal Adonis. So, like Nyx, there's an argument that Aphrodite was as powerful as any god. She proved that too. Anyone who didn't do what she said, or for some reason was not concerned with her beauty, often ended up being cursed by her and suffering a terrible fate. Zeus actually once got angry at her, saying something along the lines of, "Hey, your specialty is love, not war. What the hell do you think you're up to?" She did her own thing, that's for sure. But now we'll talk about a couple goddesses who could have probably given Aphrodite a run for her money. Number 7, Athena, goddess of war and wisdom. Her father was Zeus, and she had no mother. That kind of thing could happen in Greek mythology. She apparently grew out of Zeus's forehead. She was also behind a lot of heroes, being the goddess of heroism. Did you ever watch those old movies, Clash of the Titans and Jason and the Argonauts? They were based on the legends of Perseus and Jason, monster-killing men who embodied heroism. In Homer's great book, The Odyssey, Athena is the goddess that counsels the hero Odysseus. She was also one of those 3 goddesses behind the Trojan War with Aphrodite and Hera. For this reason, it's hard to say who is the most powerful of those goddesses. They were all pretty tough, to be honest. She might have been a war goddess, but her kind of war was just, and she fought her wars with great wisdom. Remember that all those heroes she was behind had to use not just brawn, but brain. Her brother Ares was quite the opposite. He was more about outright violence and bloodshed. In terms of power, we can't really separate them either, and that's why he's next on the list. Number 6, Ares, god of war. If Athena said, "In war to win, we must strategize, take our time, and the least amount of blood will be spilled in our victory," Ares might have said, "If you're courageous and fearless and fight like a lunatic, you might just win this, even if you're the last man standing." That's why the Greeks said Ares was more in tune with the savage. For this reason, he was often mocked in Greek mythology for being a bit of a jock, a reckless god who always tried to settle things with his fists. He once slept with Aphrodite as she cheated on the great
Having a smooth mat makes all the fucking difference.
and made them look pretty
This is
stupid.
not a smooth
This is
mat.
what Ares' father Zeus once said.
God damn,
"Do
this
not
is
step
yeah.
aside
There
from
are
the
there's
line,
like
you double-faced liar. To me, you were
I
the
got
most
paint and
capable of
glue
all
on this
gods
shit,
who hold the limits.
and then this
For I know quarreling is
tape
dear to your heart,
doesn't really help,
wars and
but
battle. And yet I will not long endure to see you in pain, since you are my child, and it is to me that your mother bore you. But were you born of some other god and proved so ruinous? Was this savage more powerful than his sister? We think not. They can share the same place on the list. We'd love to tell you that in the real world, the Athenas are more prominent than the Ares, but we'd be lying. Brute strength has outdone wisdom many, many times. Number 5, Hera, goddess of marriage, family, women, and childbirth. Hera was the sister and wife of Zeus. So even if you doubt her power, she was married to arguably the most fearsome god of them all. But we'll come to that matter soon. As the stories go, she fell in love with her brother at a young age. But Zeus wasn't exactly a faithful sort of guy, and we're not sure the Greek gods had anything close to a queen. Zeus cheated on her time and again, with gods and with mortals. His offspring was pretty impressive, to say the least, but this made Hera very jealous, and also very vindictive toward the people that Zeus got it on with. To be fair to them, turning down Zeus is never an easy option. Hera herself was far from kind at times. When her stepson, the hero Hercules, was still in the womb, she sent witches to prevent the birth. That didn't work out, so she sent serpents to kill the baby, but Hercules made short work of them. He strangled them and then played with their dead bodies as if they were toys. He's only not on this list because his mom was immortal, but suffice to say, Hercules was a handful when it came to scrapping. Hera doesn't come across as being the most powerful of the gods, but you sure wouldn't want to get on her wrong side. She was
hola,
very
Jizz
and
or Giz.
you
I'm
know,
sorry.
absolutely
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Giz. I'm sorry.
times already because he plays a very important role in Greek mythology. Before Zeus ruled the roost, Kronos was in charge. Kronos was jealous of his father, the god of the sky, Uranus. His mom was Gaia, It's a long story, but what you need to know is that Gaia told Kronos and his brothers to attack Uranus. Only Kronos did, and he did it with a sickle, castrating him. From blood in the ooze, Aphrodite and others were formed. Uranus was understandably a bit peeved by this, and so he called his sons Titans. Kronos then married his sister Rhea, and the two ruled the heavens and earth together. But as you know, he was told that one day he'd be overthrown by his own kids. So he did what anyone would do, and he swallowed them. When Rhea had her last kid, Zeus, Kronos said, "All right, hand him over, it's swallowing time." Rhea wasn't really keen on this idea and instead handed him a stone covered in swaddling. It seemed Kronos, as powerful as he was also a bit stupid, because he fell for that, and he swallowed the stone thinking it was the baby. Zeus grew up in a cave, and when he got a bit older, he gave something to Kronos to make him throw up. Out came Zeus's brothers and sisters one by one. In time, his brother Poseidon got his trident, and his brother Hades got his helmet of darkness. Zeus got his thunderbolts. Now it was time to fight. As you know, Kronos lost the war. He might have also been castrated by Zeus, but that's debatable. He did get sent to Tartarus, but Kronos still deserves to be in this place. He ruled over everything for a time, and that 10-year war was no walk in the park for Zeus and the others. Still, he lost, so let's move on. Number 3, Poseidon, god of the sea, storms, and earthquakes. The ancient Greeks knew very well that one thing that could shatter everyone's life was the earth itself. When it quaked, it destroyed, and it was Poseidon that could shake the earth. He also ruled the seas, which the Greeks also feared, especially when Poseidon decided it was storm time. You can't really get any more powerful than that. He was also the god of horses and created the great winged horse named Pegasus. Still, we should mention that when he once went to battle with Athena, he lost, so we'll forgive you for telling us we're wrong here. However, being an earth shaker is just such a good superpower. Like Zeus, Poseidon had more kids than he could count. Many of them monsters and savages. That was probably a genetic thing, because catch Poseidon on the wrong day and he could be a complete psychopath. Annoy him and you could forget your ship ever getting to its destination. Then again, the way the Greek gods acted, they were all a bit mentally unhinged by today's standards. All in all, Poseidon could pretty much destroy
That's
the land
funny.
and make water deadly, so we're leaving him at number 3. As for 2, here goes. Number 2, Hades, god of the underworld. If you're going to give credit to the devil for having a fair bit of power, you gotta give credit to Hades too, since they both ruled over the underworld. Still, bear in mind, if you're going to give credit to the devil for having a fair bit of power, you have to give credit to Hades too, since they both ruled over the underworld.
He just said the same
Still,
thing.
bear in mind that the Greek underworld wasn't hell, that was Tartarus. This makes all 3 of them very powerful. Hades wasn't a bad god, even though we tend to think of the underworld as a bad place. But he was feared because he took no crap from anyone. If you went down to see him, you weren't getting back, not usually. For this reason, the Greeks were incredibly scared of Hades and didn't even like to mention his name. If anyone tried to cheat death, they would feel Hades' wrath, and by God, no one wanted that. Sisyphus tried it, and he ended up having to push a ball of rock up a slope for eternity. And that's why we now call futile things Sisyphean, a hard, never-ending task like moderating Twitter. Hades could be one powerful dude, if he wanted to be. It was written that if he felt like it, he could split the earth in half. If you don't believe us, here's some ancient text about it. Hades splitting open the earth to reach Persephone crashed towers and shook towns to their foundation. It amazed Hephaestus and frightened the Cyclops. It shocked Athena, Artemis, and Persephone, and frightened Aphrodite.
Thank you for the
It
heart.
frightened the sky and
Appreciate
caused the
it.
stars to move out of their courses. Seriously, would anyone mess with that? All we're going to say now is that if for some reason Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus got in a fight, there'd be nothing left except chaos. Why then do we have Zeus in the number 1 spot? Number 1, Zeus, the king of the gods and the sky.
Let me look
There's
at that,
actually
dries.
some ancient Roman poetry
All right,
that
that's
has Zeus
done.
saying, "My rank is no greater than Hades. I hold court in the sky. Another rules the sea, and one in the void." Humans and the gods were all scared of Hades, and were happy about the fact that he spent his time down below. Zeus understood his power, but Zeus at the end of the day just had more influence in the goings-on in the world and heavens. Still, Zeus was hardly a moral character, sleeping around with just about everyone and anything, and sometimes coming down too hard on people. You could argue that Hades was a better god, but at the end of the day, Zeus was pretty just at times, and he was supremely intelligent. If things really went to hell, you could rely on Zeus to sort things out. Hades and
I'm almost
Poseidon,
done.
meanwhile, might sit back and just let things happen. As we said, the Greeks did fear this
I'm trying to get this done
If those 3 fell out, they would
today.
need everything. But in all apple fight would
At least the outlines.
he was the king for a reason. His rulership was contested from time to time by other gods. But Zeus remained on the level. Science, revelation, giant snakes capable of swallowing celestial beings whole. A crocodile-headed ladies'
This
man
is the
who can
next
be as big a lover as a fighter.
stencil.
A dog-headed afterlife judge with a past who devours hearts and souls. And a brotherly dispute that leads to dismemberment and resurrection. That's right, you're about to experience a true battle of the gods. The ancient Egyptians
me
were one of the
try
most
doing
advanced
this
and
with a
successful
marker.
civilizations in the ancient
the-
world. Their
yeah.
culture, as we know it, began with the unification of the region's Bronze Age tribes in 3100 BC under King Nemer. And despite it being conquered and
Let's see.
invaded numerous times, ancient Egypt lasted all the way up to 30 BC, when the land was officially annexed by the Roman Empire. During those thousands of years, Egypt became an extremely influential culture. They were innovators in architecture, mathematics, literature, and agricultural science. But perhaps the most striking aspect of the ancient Egyptian culture was their religion. The Egyptian gods were incredibly important to daily life in their time and have continued to capture people's imaginations for thousands of years. But today, we're not here to talk about the different cognates of Isis or how Horus was used as a tool for political gain. We're asking the real questions about the Egyptian pantheon. Which god was the most badass? Could Sobek beat up Thoth? This is our ranking of the most powerful Egyptian gods. As with many things to do with history this old, none of this is definitive. Although themes and motifs reoccur across stories, there was no set canon when it came to the Egyptian gods. Back in the day, religious stories were often used for political purposes, to reinforce social norms, or to prove a point, so each god's power level tends to vary depending on the opinions of the person writing the story down. For example, the most commonly accepted version of Egyptian myth states that Ra was king of the gods, but if you're from Memphis and your city's patron deity is Ptah, you might prefer the local version of the creation myth, where Ptah is actually bigger and more important than Ra. But for clarity's sake, we're going to go off the versions of these myths that are the most popularly retold today. Hopefully, there won't be too many ghosts and time travelers starting Heliopolis versus Thebes flame wars in the comments. And just to make things a little more spicy, we're going to give each of these gods a power rating out of 10, with 1 representing the wimpiest you could possibly be while still being considered a god, and 10 being a god so powerful that the other gods would consider you a god. Let's go. Number 13, Waset. Starting at the bottom of our list is Waset. Even though her name means powerful woman, and she had a city named after her, she was rarely ever depicted, and no temples dedicated to her have been identified. So even though she's sometimes shown with a bow and arrow, it's not really clear what she did with them. Egyptologist John Ray has referred to her as the theological equivalent of the girl next door. And it's easy to see why. Waset was probably a nice lady, but she wasn't very exciting. What we do know is that she was the first wife of Amun, before later being replaced by Mut. Although, depending on who you ask, Mut might be just a later evolution of Waset, which is a hell of a glow-up, considering that Mut is sometimes called the Queen of the Universe. We'll give her a generous power ranking of 3 out of 10. Can our next god show us what real power looks like? Number 12, Nepri. Next, let's take a look at Nepri, a god of grain whose name means Lord of the Mouth. When depicted as an adult, Nepri is a human man covered in dark freckles, which represent scattered grains. This poor guy seems to have a real problem standing out. He is very rarely depicted on his own. Most of the time, he's shown as a baby suckling on his mother, Renenutet, goddess of the harvest. Then later on, when Osiris's cult gained personality, Nepri got folded into Osiris's legend. After a while, he was no longer considered a god in his own right, instead being rebranded as a facet of Osiris's role as the god of rebirth. Nepri has failed to impress. Let's give him a ranking of 2 out of 10, partly because we feel sorry for him. Number 11, Nefertum. Next we have Nefertum, the god of beauty. Nefertum is the son of Ptah and Bastet, and was born out of the first lotus flower that bloomed out of the primordial soup of the world. Usually he's depicted as a beautiful man with blue hair and a crown of water lilies, but since his mother is a cat goddess, sometimes he can also take the form of a lion. Nefertum's domain included things like sunrises, clear water, and the smell of fresh flowers. These are all very pleasant things to be the god of, but they don't exactly scream powerful. Still, statues of him were thought to bring good luck, and some hymns in the Book of the Dead suggest that Nefertum's floral perfumes are what gets Ra up in the morning. So maybe we all have Nefertum to thank for the world not existing in complete darkness. For that, and the fact that turning into a lion is pretty badass, we're going to give our fragrant boy Nefertum a slightly more respectable 4 out of 10. Number 10, Bastet. Next is Bastet, Nefertum's mother. Bastet is a cat-headed goddess who is the defender of kings of Egypt as well as Ra. She was the goddess of pregnancy and childbirth, as well as a powerful protector against evil. She's depicted fighting Apep, the monster snake, on behalf of Ra, and Egyptians often pray to her for defense against evil spirits and curses. Other than that, though, she doesn't appear in many stories, so if she had any crazy powers or got into any epic battles, the modern world will likely never know. Still, she is a protector against evil, and she's able to fight a scary giant monster snake. We think that'll earn her a very respectable 6 out of 10. Number 9, Ra. Speaking of Ra, he's up next in our ranking of the most powerful gods. Ra has the head of a falcon, and according to legend, every morning Ra gets up, picks up the sun, and carries it across the sky in his boat. Even if you're not that familiar with Egyptian mythology, you might be aware that Ra was the king of the gods. So you might be confused as to why Ra is so low in the ranking. Well, like most kings down on Earth, even though Ra holds a lot of institutional power, that doesn't exactly equate to physical strength. Many myths depict Ra as old and weary, preferring to sit up in the sky and delegate responsibilities among his children. It's easy to understand why he's always tired, though, because every night at sunset, when he reaches the gates to the underworld, he has to fend off Apep, that same giant snake monster who often beefs with Bastet. It really seems to us like Ra could use a few days off. Because carrying the sun is something we've personally never done, we think Ra earns a place with Bastet on the 6 out of 10 power scale. Praise Ra. Number 8, Osiris. Next is Osiris. Ra was the king of the sky, but Osiris is the king of the underworld. He was depicted as an undead pharaoh with mummy bandages and rotten green skin. He's the god of life and death, responsible for the cycles of crop growth and judging the souls of the dead as they enter the afterlife. Osiris is a very culturally important god, but he loses a lot of power points by being the only one on the list whose backstory includes dying. While he was alive, he was a noble king of the Black Land, the most fertile part of Egypt. His jealous brother Set, whose domain was the desert, decided to usurp the throne by chopping Osiris up into pieces and dumping his body in the river. Sure, he eventually got better, but still dying is pretty embarrassing for a deity. But for coming back from the dead and being the king of the underworld, which is metal as hell, we still think he deserves that 6 out of 10. Things are going a power level up from here. Number 7, Anubis. Now let's look at Anubis. Anubis might be the most famous of the Egyptian gods, and he's also one of the coolest. Anubis had the head of a jackal and was the god of funerals and mummification. He had an important role as the guardian of burial sites and the one who performed the mummification of Osiris before he was resurrected. Anubis didn't take very kindly to Set, who was in the form of a leopard, running in to mess up his workstation. So Anubis subdued Set, branded him with a hot iron, and peeled off his leopard skin, and then wore it as a warning to anyone else who tried to interrupt embalmings of burial ceremonies. Also, Anubis was one of the council who judged the souls in the afterlife. He would take the heart of the deceased and weigh it on the scales of life and death. If it was too heavy, it would be fed to Anubis's pet, a crocodile hippo lion hybrid monster called Amit the Devourer. So even though Anubis typically doesn't start fights, he is definitely the kind of guy who finishes them. Personally, we think all of these badass feats, plus his scary Devourer sidekick, puts him firmly in the zone of 7 out of 10 on the power scale. Now we're talking. Number 6, Thoth. Alongside Anubis in the Judgment of Souls was Thoth, who was in charge of writing everything down. Thoth was the god of writing and knowledge, and it was his job to settle disputes between the other gods. Now, if you know anything about classical mythology, you'll know that you would have had to have been pretty tough to take on that job. Thoth is a scholar, not a warrior, but he is still extremely powerful. This ibis-headed god can talk his way out of any situation. He was the one who gave Isis the words to bring Osiris back from the dead, and offered counsel to her son Horus during his epic battle with Set. Thoth also gambled with the moon for a fraction of its light and won, which gave him the power to change the length of the year from 360 to 365 days. Thoth is also Ra's personal secretary and assists Anubis in judging the souls of the dead. Basically, if it's a battle of wits, nobody's beating Thoth. He's also the one who talks Sekhmet into returning home. And once you get to know Sekhmet, you'll appreciate how amazing it is that he survived that interaction. Weighing his physical setbacks against his genius-level intellect and silver tongue, we think he's earned a place with Ra on that beautiful 7 out of 10 tier. Number 5, Sobek. For the total opposite, let's consider Sobek. Sobek is a crocodile-headed god whose role is a little hard to pin down, because in regions where he was worshipped, he tended to dominate and take attention away from every other member of the pantheon. But if you had to condense him down to one concept, the most accurate way to describe Sobek would be the god of animal instincts. He had a huge appetite for both food and sex, and was said to be irresistible to human women and goddesses alike. In addition to his spectacular virility, Sobek was also closely associated with military power, and he was fiercely loyal to those who worked with him. Sure, Sobek might not have been a genius, and he might have once taken a bite out of Cyrus, but he is a true rider god, and he definitely belonged on the one. I'll show you what the chat is. We think Sobek swings his way to another strong 7 out of 10 on the power scale. When we want him, when we want to beat him, and he's an inspiration for crocodile-headed people everywhere. Number 4, Sekhmet. Next is Sekhmet, the daughter of Ra and goddess of vengeance and the plague. She's one of the most theologically significant goddesses from ancient Egypt, and she's definitely also a terrorist. Sekhmet had the head of a lion and would be sent to Earth to enact vengeance against those who angered her father. She could breathe fire, spread diseases, control hordes of locusts, and had an unquenchable thirst for blood. Legend has it that she single-handedly almost wiped out the human race on one of her visits, indiscriminately killing and draining everyone she saw. The other gods knew that they had to band together to stop her, so they devised a plan. Make a lake of beer, and then dye it red so it looks like blood. The trick worked, and Sekhmet drank so much that she got too drunk to remember what she was so angry about. She returned home, leaving the survivors of her rampage to repopulate the earth. When she got over her hangover, Sekhmet was enraged that his father had tricked her. So enraged, in fact, that she left the kingdom of Ra, vowing to never return. But without her flaming hot rage to sustain it, the sun started to dim, and it only returned to its full brightness when Thoth talked her into forgiving Ra. Sekhmet is clearly an order of magnitude scarier than all the gods we've seen before, especially considering it took all the gods teaming up in order to stop one of her legendary rampages. If that doesn't earn her an 8 out of 10 on the power scale, we don't know what does. Number 3, Set. Next is Set, the god of storms, violence, and chaos. He's well, listen, we don't really know what animal Set is meant to be. Egyptologists gave up trying to figure out if he was a dog, an okapi, or an aardvark, and instead, they made up a new theoretical creature called the Set animal. Whatever animal he is, he's not someone you want to mess with. As the god of chaos, Set is a wild card with a lot of strength and cunning. His 2 main roles were to serve as Ra's bodyguard in the nightly fight against Apep, and as the rival of Horus. He's the only god on this list to have killed another god when he chopped up Osiris. Set fought with Horus over who would have control over the Black Land for 80 years. During that time, Set was able to rip Horus's eye out, bait him into decapitating his own mother, and even nearly sexually assaulted him. And throughout this conflict, Set had an unfair advantage, since Set's role as Ra's bodyguard gave the king of the gods a bias toward his favor. All in all, Set's about as close to an evil god as Egyptian mythology gets. He may not have had the sheer raw power of Sekhmet, but given that he's a literal god killer, a ruler of chaos, and his evil schemes have tricked other gods into destroying those close to them, well, we can't approve of his actions, but we definitely think it earns him a very scary 8 out of 10 on the power scale. Number 2, Horus. Next after Set is his eternal rival Horus. Horus is an essential part of ancient Egyptian culture, so much so that historians believe he was one of the earliest gods ever worshipped in the region. Originally thought of as a sky god, over time his role shifted, and he became seen as more of the god of kings. No, not the king of gods, although he also had a falcon's head. The god of kings. Stay with us here. Horus was the god who guided and protected the pharaoh, and he was sort of the idealized version of what someone in the role should be like. And since the pharaoh was the head of the military, Horus was naturally also incredibly gifted in battle. Horus was able to beat Set in every contest, and he even managed to rip off one of his testicles in one of their battles. He also chopped off Isis's head in the heat of one conflict. Even though she was able to heal, replacing her head with the cow's head, decapitating Isis would have been no mean feat. Given he's an incredible talent and facing off against other incredibly powerful gods and winning, we gotta give the God of Kings an incredibly respectable score of 9 out of 10 on the Egyptian god power scale. But is there a god powerful enough to take the number 1 spot? Oh yes, dear viewers, oh yes. Number 1, Isis. Now for the best of the best, the top of the list, the most powerful god in all of Egypt, Isis. Isis is the mother of Horus, the wife of Osiris, and the sister of Set. Yes, she's also Osiris' sister. It was a different time. Isis is the goddess of fate and of the cosmos, with immense magical powers that rivaled all of the other gods put together. The book Daily Life of the Egyptian Gods even went as far as to call her more clever than a million gods, suggesting that her intelligence would rival even Thoth. Isis can turn herself into just about anything and is a master of using psychological tactics against her enemies. At one point, she lures Set, pretending to be a princess caught up in an inheritance dispute that mirrors his own. In other stories, she even fights Set one-on-one using her magical powers. Isis is willing to do anything to help her son maintain his power, even screwing over her fellow members of the Court of the Gods. She once conjured a venomous snake that bit Ra, and then she used the antidote to bargain with Ra to learn his true name, which, if passed on to Horus, would bolster his royal authority. Isis's power was matched only by her popularity. Even after the fall of ancient Egypt, Isis remained popular in Greece and Rome, and some historians even believe that she was part of the inspiration behind the Virgin Mary. For all of this, we think Isis has earned the Holy of Holies 10 out of 10 on the God power scale. That's what she earned for literally being the goddess of the cosmos. Another day dawns in ancient Egypt, and a man gets up to greet the day. He has a family, responsibilities, and pleasures waiting for him in the day ahead, just like everyone else. But he's no ordinary man. He is the pharaoh, the ruler
Most
of the
infamous
Egyptian empire.
killers.
So,
Hey,
within a period of
I'm good.
11
How are
weeks
you?
In the year 1888, the series
Where's the
of
airbrush?
brutal
I am
murders shocked
making
London.
stencils right
You've heard
now.
the stories, you've seen the
I don't
movies,
just do
but have you
airbrushing.
heard
I
everything
also just do like
uncensored,
sketchbook
unembellished,
art and all
the
that stuff. But
whole
I'm working on a
tale?
stencil right
Today
now.
we'll do just that, providing details of the crimes you've never heard before. We're going to disclose some frankly disturbing things
I'm working on
about
the
day-to-day
stencil because
life
I
in London's Victorian
have a
slums,
surgery
and
next
finish with
week,
our
and my
thoughts on
father
Chapter
is
Number
coming
1. In the
to
words
take
of
care of
writer
me,
Philip K. Dick,
and
all
I
things
want
are
to
effed
make a
up.
t-shirt
But
for
after
him.
researching this show, we're going to
I'm making
say
2 t-shirts for
you
him,
couldn't get
so
much more effed up than the streets of Whitechapel in the late 1800s. That's where we'll start. The streets. The incredibly mean streets. The British Empire in the late 19th century was going full steam ahead, having already expanded millions of square miles
thank
around the
you.
globe.
Appreciate it.
Britain was an
I do
incredibly
too.
wealthy superpower.
I'm a
It
bit
was the
nervous.
global policeman
I've never
whose
had a
thumb didn't
surgery
set on
before,
its
so
empire, yet the money didn't always
I
trickle
don't
down
really
to
want
the
to think
people
about
often
it.
referred to as the
I've been trying to
irresponsible
avoid thinking
lower
about it.
classes. Our story is mostly about those people. It takes place in Whitechapel, an area of East London renowned in Victorian times, 1831 to 1901, for its poverty-stricken streets, a collection of dingy and dangerous places off the main
Right
Whitechapel
now, I'm
High
doing
Street.
this
This
because
Whitechapel slum, aka a rookery, was sometimes referred to as
the one
the
underneath
pit.
it
One
is
writer
the one
explained
that's
that
going to
this is
be
where
all
the
the
thief
black
and the prostitute are
outlining
harbored,
this.
among those
But
who
I need to
only
make a
crime is
stencil
poverty. The slums
that
smell
I
awful.
can use
The
to
writer
guide
George Gissing explained, an evil smell
where I'm
hung
going to
about
put the color
butchers
and all that
fish
stuff.
shops. Public
That makes
house
sense.
poisoned a whole street with alcoholic fumes. From sewer grates rose a miasma that
It's going to
caught
make sure
breath.
that I don't
Rats scurried around
get
underfoot.
out of the
Disease
line,
was rife. Cholera outbreaks were common.
and it's like not a
Tuberculosis
lot of
thrived in the conditions where
overspray
entire
and shit.
families were cramped in highly unsanitary one-room abodes. The lodging houses you'll hear about in detail today. Venereal disease flourished. There were outbreaks of smallpox.
Sorry, I'm
and
watching
typhoid.
like
People choked in the London
infographics, so
fog. A
if you
thin
watch, if
pall
you
of
hear
smoke from
anything
coal burning.
weird,
Muggings and attacks
it's
on women were common, and the
watching a
perpetrators
video
had
about
the
the
cover
most
of
infamous
smog
serial
could
killers
often
and how they did
disappear
it.
into the dimly lit streets. In 1885, there were 13,319 police officers in London's Metropolitan Police.
Okay, your foot
for
and your
over
eyes.
5
Okay,
million
mine is on my
Londoners. This
abdomen, and it
included
has
the
to do with my
variety of
reproductive
immigrants who made the
system.
city their home.
So I'm
Jews
just
from
more
Europe,
so
Irish, Russian, German, French, Italian. The Met
I'm just
was
really
split into
concerned
20
because I
divisions.
haven't had
In
kids yet,
1878,
and I do want to
Scotland
have
Yard
children. I don't want to
introduced
have
the Criminal
that
Investigation
taken
Department, or
away from me.
CID. Plainclothes
So that's
cops
kind
who
of
at
like
first
my
investigated
concern,
corrupt police, but then were
if that
tasked
makes
with
sense.
investigating serious public crimes. In 1886, Charles Warren became the commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, a man, as you'll see, who came undone
But I'd
at the
imagine
hands of
with
the
your
villain.
eyes,
Each division
that
of
can
the
also be
Metropolitan
really
Police was
scary.
responsible for Whitechapel. On top of a superintendent and a chief inspector, there were 27 inspectors, 37 sergeants, and close to 500 constables, as well as 15 CID men. They policed about 176,000 people, with about 1 cop per every 300 people in the Whitechapel area. It's fair to say that they had their work cut out for them. The American author Jack London explained that it was hard to escape the sight of abject poverty. He said the streets thronged with people of wretched or beer-sodden appearance, where he witnessed long vistas of bricks and misery, and the air was obscene with the sounds of jangling and squabbling. Within all this squalor, there was a constant fear of violence. which was amplified by the rise of sensational news media and fictionalized in the popular Penny Dreadfuls, pulp publications describing murder and mayhem. In 1888, even the Penny Dreadfuls would look tame at the sight of Jack the Ripper's bloody depravity. Everything was about to change. In February of that year, 38-year-old Annie Millwood of Spitalfields was savagely attacked by a man wielding a clasp knife. An article in the Eastern Post explained, "It appears the deceased was admitted to the Whitechapel Infirmary, suffering from numerous stabs in the legs and lower part of the body. She made a full recovery and was sent to the South Grove Workhouse, but died in March from what coroner Winnie Edwin Baxter said was a sudden effusion into the pericardium from the rupture of the left pulmonary artery through ulceration. Her dying young was nothing out of the ordinary. Life expectancy for the whole of London during this period was about 37. The wealthy lived, on average, much longer than the poor.
That's
The life
done.
expectancy for an East End laborer was just 19. If we look at the age of death according to Whitechapel Registration District 1891, the highest death figures are of infants. The vast majority of people in Whitechapel died from the age of 15 to 35. Women lived longer than men, but not much more. Males tended to die
So I
more
have
than
these two
women
now.
at laboring age 14 to 34. Annie Millwood had been a prostitute, as many poor women were in their continual efforts to obtain temporary lodgings for the night. That same March, the 29-year-old machinist Ada Wilson was attacked in her home. Ada was a dressmaker, but as her neighbors would later say, she had many male visitors come to her house in the dark hours. On the night of the 28th, a man arrived in the room on 9 Maple Street, Mile End. She answered the door. A mustached man, about age 30, wearing a dark coat, demanded money. She refused. He used a clasp knife to stab her in the throat. These stories might or might not directly relate to Jack the Ripper, but to understand him, we must understand where he preyed. We must also understand that serial killers often
This is
build up to
another
their most
part, and
gruesome
so I'm gonna
acts,
make
escalating their levels
an
of
outline of
violence.
this as
Less than a
well.
week after the attack on Annie, Emma Elizabeth Smith of Spitalfields was getting
Yeah.
ready for work at her lodging house, flying
True
her
that.
makeup and combing her hair. She was 45 and already a widow, not too attractive, known as one of the unfortunate. She was a prostitute who worked in the darkest corners of the darkest alleys for the lowest prices. The owner of her lodging house said that Emma would often come home with black eyes that men had given her. On one occasion, she returned home traumatized, explaining she had been thrown out of a window. The night
Jesus.
before would be a much more tragic attack. She was seen with a man wearing dark clothing and a white neckerchief. The woman who saw her, fellow prostitute Margaret
How did I
Hayes,
get it?
said she had been
So
punched
on
in the mouth
TikTok
that
Studio,
night, and so had decided to quit work
I
early.
downloaded that,
Later,
and
she
then
met
on the
Emma,
left,
who said she had
it
just
says
been
like
viciously attacked and
you
robbed
can
at
add
what the
sources,
papers
and I
called
added
the
an image
dirty,
source that was
narrow entrance to
downloaded on
Brickland.
my
Emma was in pain, seriously.
desktop.
So Margaret took her to London Hospital, where Emma was seen by the house surgeon, Dr. George Haslam, a man who was used to seeing drunken prostitutes. But he was shocked at her injuries, which included a torn ear and damage to her peritoneum and other internal organs. She'd been savaged, outraged as the term was back then. She died 2 days later from peritonitis, the infection following a rupture of the abdomen. In the report written by Inspector Edmund Reed, he wrote, "She was in the habit of bleeding about 6 or 7 p.m. and returned at all hours. Rectangle, no description of men. Emma had told Margaret that she thought she was attacked by 3 men, one as young as 19. Was this the work of one of the many gangs that roamed London at night, or was it part of a murderous conspiracy, including the Ripper? Emma's death did not go unnoticed. The crime was shocking even for London's East End. Newspaper headlines included, "Horrible Murder in Whitechapel." On Saturday, the 14th of April, the Worcestershire Chronicle wrote, "Robbed, outraged, and wounded unto death under circumstances of exceptional brutality by a gang of ruffians while she was staggering home, the worse for drink." Describing Whitechapel for outsiders, the article said, "It seems scarcely possible to believe that a woman could fall to such depths of degradation, and yet she is no more than a typical example of those who patronize the foul haunts of these fearful houses, where drinking, fighting, and all other loathsome vices are the pastime of poor wretches who can't raise 2 shillings a week for the accommodation they get within their fetid walls." The coroner said it was impossible to imagine a more
I'm gonna
brutal
need
and
more
devastating
tape.
assault. But little did he know, worse was soon to come. Far, far worse. After the boozy bank holiday of
doesn't have
August
to be
6th,
straight,
Martha
it's
Tallon
fine.
was found dead in George Yard off Whitechapel High Street at 4:45 a.m., now the 7th. Martha, abandoned by her father when she was a teenager, later had 2 children of her
Thank
own,
you.
but the devil drink got its claws
Oh, I
into her,
appreciate
and
it.
she
Thank
was
you.
left by her
Thank you.
husband.
I really,
After
really do
finding out she
appreciate
was a
it.
prostitute, he reduced the 12 shillings
Thank you for
maintenance
the good,
allowance
the
he
well
paid her
wishes as
each
well.
week.
I really
Close to
appreciate
the
that.
time of her murder, she was living in lodging houses with William Turner. They tried to make ends meet by hawking trinkets in the
Thank you.
streets, but it
You
was
as well.
never enough.
Likewise. Thank
As was
you.
common with poor couples, not just single women, she sold her body at night. William eventually left her, stating her alcoholism made their lives impossible. He explained, since she had been living with me, her character for sobriety was not good. If I gave her any money, she generally spent it on drink. In fact, it was always drink. Drink, hooch, sauce, firewater, whatever you like to call it, plays a major role in the story today. So we should just say a few things about it. After London's so-called gin craze in the mid-18th century, the British government tried to implement laws, the Gin Acts of 1736 and 1751, to cut down on alcohol abuse. In the 1730s, the average consumption of gin in London was 2 pints a week. That was the average. Some people did not drink any alcohol. So you can imagine how much those people who did drink
Should I
consumed on a
even?
weekly basis. The government had some success, but in the 19th century,
I
booze
think
addiction became
maybe I'll
rife once
just.
more. It was at the center of much of the crime, as the Worcester
I think I'll
Journal
do
on
that
Saturday, the 14th
because
of November 1891
yeah,
explained,
we're gonna do that.
there is no mistake about what is the cause of nearly all the crime on the East End of London. The curse of all is drink, and I must say that the wives are often worse than the husbands. Coroner Baxter, whom we mentioned earlier, told the Edinburgh Evening News on Thursday, the 22nd of September, 1892, generally speaking, the question of drunkenness, directly or indirectly, enters into half of the inquests which I hold. When poor folks can't afford gin, some resorted to drinking methylated spirits. A lot were women, women whose lives comprised a long list of traumas they wanted to escape. Another report stated, at any of the public houses in my district, go where you will, you'll find more women than men, and these in many cases are young women, some not over the age of 22. People drank at all hours. But what about kids? Who took care of the kids? Many poor kids roamed the streets, since after the 1833 Factory Act, children under 9 weren't supposed to work at all, and children 9 to 13 could work no more than 9 hours a day. From 13 to 18, they could work no more than 12 hours a day. But this meant more mothers looking after kids who'd formerly been in the mines and factories, and that meant more time to drink. This was criticized much more than it was analyzed. Another report said, visiting along a lane in my district recently at 11 o'clock in the morning, I met drunken women in 3 houses consecutively, all being mothers with large families. Unfortunately, many of the witnesses you'll hear about in this show were blind drunk at the time of the crime. London was sodden with cheap hooch, creating a long line of very unreliable witnesses to serious crimes. Back to Martha. When she died, William was staying at the Workingmen's Home on Commercial Street, and Martha at a common lodging house on George Street, Spitalfields. The last time he saw her alive was on August 4th, when he met her at the junction of Leadenhall Street and Aldgate High Street. She told him she was out of cash, so he gave her 1 shilling and 6 pence. Records show that wages for a 10-hour and 6-day week in London in the late 1800s was 3 shillings and 9 pence per week for common laborers. For bricklayers, smiths, masons, and carpenters, the wage was 6 shillings and 6 pence per week. 12 pence was 1 shilling, and 240 pence was a pound. Women upholsterers might get 9 shillings a week, and a male workshop apprentice 8 to 10 shillings a week. Those people who walked around wearing sandwich boards advertising various goods were paid 1 shilling to 1 shilling 8 pence per day in 1894. The cost of a single room per week for a lower paid person might have ranged from 3 to 6 shillings, but the temporary lodgings, aka the Doss House or Flop House, places you'll hear about throughout today's show, were much cheaper. Some beds were just 6 pence or even 4 pence a night, but unlike the workhouse, there wasn't any back-breaking labor involved. 4 pence in today's money is about $2. The cheapest form of a night's sleep was 2 pence. For that, people were offered a rope to hang over all night. This was sometimes called the 2-penny hangover or the lean-to. Many of the people you'd find there were just children, beggars, pickpockets, or as people called them, little scoundrels. Compared to the cold street, the rope was a luxury. At around 5 in the morning, the rope was cut, whether or not its hangers were awake or asleep. There were also the penny sit-ups, a room perhaps heated, but where sleeping wasn't allowed. Monitors would walk around waking people up. Better were the Salvation Army's 4 or 5 penny coffins, wooden boxes where people could sleep for the night, and were offered a blanket, a cup of tea, and a slice of bread. The writer George Orwell later remarked, "It is cold, and the worst thing about it is the bugs, which, being enclosed in a box, you cannot escape." William was staying at a workhouse where the working conditions were brutal and the diet consisted of a lot of porridge. And Martha was at a lodging house where she was packed in with other women for her 6 pence a night. One person usually got 8 hours of the bed, after which another woman would take it. Lodging house beds were allocated through a kind of timeshare where prostitutes could disappear for 16 hours and come home to an empty bed. In Whitechapel at the time of Jack the Ripper, there were 233 common lodging houses home to around 8,000 people, many of them thieves, drunkards, and prostitutes who'd often defecated into pots, making the places stink and rendering the inhabitants vulnerable to disease and diarrhea. There were close to 1,200 prostitutes in Whitechapel in 1888, most of whom worked on the streets, but also in the 62 brothels. This was an area of 357 acres that someone could cover on foot in 20-odd minutes. So there were a lot of prostitutes. Gangs ran these streets, demanding protection money from the shopkeepers and extorting the prostitutes. Fallen women were seen as fair game. The entire area was chaotic. Not even the police would dare go down some streets. When William gave Martha the money, the weather had been bitterly cold and raining. Martha was desperate for a room for the night. Even so, she began her evening having drinks with Mary Ann Connolly, aka Pearlie Paul. At 11 p.m., Martha's sister-in-law, Ann Morris, saw her in White Swan Pub on Whitechapel High Street. Martha was with Mary, the two being bought drinks by two soldiers, a corporal and a private. All four left the pub together, but split up at George Yard. It was time for sex, the infamous Whitechapel back alley bonk. Mary took her soldier to Angel Alley, a filthy place home to poor Irish migrants known for fighting and chasing rent collectors away, often used as a shortcut to Brick Lane. The East London Advertiser called it one of the most dangerous streets in the locality. Martha and her man chose the next alley at George Yard. At around 2 a.m., Police Constable Thomas Barrett was patrolling past the alleys when he noticed a soldier and remarked that he was a long way from his barracks. For the soldier to tell him that he was waiting for his friend who'd gone off with a woman. At 3:30 a.m., 21-year-old Alfred George Crow, a driver, got back to his house in George Yard buildings. He thought he saw something on the ground on the first floor, but ignored it. Drunks and the homeless often lay around the building. But when at around 4:45 a.m., the casual laborer John Saunders Reed saw something on the floor, there was already enough light to see that it was a woman. He saw blood and immediately ran to find a policeman. He soon returned to the scene of the crime with Constable Barrett, who subsequently fetched Dr. Timothy Killeen. Killeen later wrote that the deceased had been victim of a frenzied attack, with the perpetrator stabbing the woman 39 times. He even changed the knives, stabbing her with a regular pocket knife, but also what he said was possibly a sword bayonet or dagger.
Excuse me?
At first, police did not know the identity of the victim, so they released a description to the newspapers. The body, which was that of a woman apparently between 35 and 40 years of age, about 5 foot 3 inches in height, complexion and hair dark, wore a dark green.
I got it all done.
The East London Observer described the crime as one of the most terrible cases that anyone
I got
could
it
possibly
done.
imagine.
Thank
The man
you.
must have been a perfect savage to have attacked the woman in that way. Inspector Edmund Reed tried to ascertain who the soldier was that Constable Barrett had seen. Reed interviewed suspects at a local barracks, but identified no one. On August 9th, Mary came forward and identified the body. The East London Observer wrote the next day, Inspector Reed, accompanied by Pearlie Paul, proceeded to the tower on Monday afternoon. With every non-commissioned officer and the outrage. She failed to pick any man out who she and Martha had been with that night. She might have been drunk, but she told Reed she remembered the men had white bands around their cats, meaning they were likely from the Coldstream Park. I later picked 10, but it turned out that it couldn't have been them. Both had alibis.
I'm going to show you what I have so far.
The South Wales Echo reported on Monday.
So
Pearlie Paul is a dangerous
I have
person.
this,
She bamboozled the police into the idea that she could
and then I
take
have
them to
this.
the
Let me
Whitechapel
see.
murder. The mysterious figures were never found. The East London Advertiser commented that there was a feeling of insecurity when a woman could be so brutally murdered as people thought close by, and a killer could disappear without a trace or clue being left. These crimes
This, I'm not going to do it with a pen,
no means it's assured that
but
Jack the Ripper was
I
the
have
perpetrator of
this.
them all. Some ripperologists have even said he might have committed 13 murders.
And then I have the
Investigators at the time of the killings
actual,
said the Ripper only killed 4 or 5
let's
or
see.
6, but for the most part, people agree on 5. These 5 have what the cops call a similar signature and modus operandi. They are the canonical 5. On the night of August 30th, 31st,
Have
the weather
this
report for London stated that on this
for
night,
that.
the second day of the moon's last quarter, it would be partly cloudy but fine.
And then I have
It was the worst night.
this design.
Born Mary Ann Walker on August 26,
Ah.
1845, not far from the famed Fleet Street in London. Mary was
Cool.
the daughter of Edward Walker, a locksmith,
And then let me just get one more stencil
Mary,
done.
just 18,
Yeah, let me
got
just get
hitched
one
to
more
a
stencil
printer's
done.
machinist named William Nichols. It was good. At least it was for a while.
I
until
gotta
young
put this
William had an
somewhere.
affair with
Let's see.
Edward. The relationship had been failing for quite some time anyway, with William saying he had enough of his wife's compulsive boozing. The two split up and with the kids stopped boiling, barring one of the boys who went to live with. Now Mary was in trouble.
I'm gonna have to practice this anyway, but sorry. I'm just putting these on my clipboard. Yeah.
Application sorting or ticket triage that used to take up 60% of your day now happen instantly, and we just have to review and make adjustments. Secondly, they're built on Monday.com, so you know you get the best secure. Most importantly, for me,
I'm gonna try to line it up on this, and then we'll see. Yeah. Yep, that's lined up.
$5 a week that William gave her as an allowance. In 1882, when he found out his former beloved was working as a prostitute, he stopped the payments completely. Mary went to live with her dad, but her constant drunkenness didn't work for him either, so he ended up in the workhouse. The dollhouses were cheap, but way better than the workhouse. The workhouse for poor Victorians was seen as the end of the line. Mary later managed to land a job as a domestic servant for Samuel and Sarah Cowder. But after 2 months, she stole £3, 10 shillings from them and hit the road, ending up at a lodging house on 18 Thrall Street, sharing a room with a woman named Emily Holland, as well as 4 other women. On the fateful night, Mary was 43 years old. She might have just been 5 feet 2, but she looked like she knew how to scrap, with a scar on her forehead and missing her front teeth. She'd been knocked out in a street fight. That night, August 30th, she was spotted walking down Whitechapel Road. Like many nights for Mary, this one was free. Earlier been kicked out of her lodging since she didn't have the 4 pence for the bed. Still, she was adamant she'd get her DOS money soon. See what a jolly bar I've got now.
Let me see. I gotta get the let me do the references.
The night wasn't fun, as the weather forecast had predicted. It was now raining. At 2:30 a.m., Mary was seen by Emily Holland on the corner of Osborne Street and Brick Lane. Emily told Mary she'd just been at Shadwell Dry Dock watching fire. In those days, there were often fires in London, which at times were like spectator sports. Emily later said Mary was steaming drunk. Emily tried to persuade her to go with her back to Thrall Street. It seems Mary had indeed got the DOS money, telling Emily, "I had my wife. She promised Emily that she'd be back to the lodgings another time." At 3:15 a.m., Constable John walked past Bucks Road while on his way to their beat. PC John was on Bucks Road at that time. That was Sergeant Curtis.
God damn it.
Like a delivery driver named Charles A. Cross noticed something on the ground close to the gates that led up to New Cottage. He thought at first it was just a tarpaulin and a sheet, but when he crossed the road, he noticed it was the body of a woman on a path with her hands by her sides. Lying at her side was a strap bonnet trimmed with black velvet. Her eyes were open, her skirts were raised almost to her stomach. Robert Paul and other carmen soon joined Cross, both men now in shock at what lay before them. After feeling her cold hands, Cross said the woman was dead. Although Paul felt her cheek, and since it was still warm, he said she was likely alive. They both went in search of a policeman, later finding PC Meisen at the corner of Hanbury Street and Baker's Road. At 3:44 a.m., Constable Lee came across the body. She was dead. There was no doubt about that.
Oh yeah, I need to take a break. I'm hungry. After this, after I line this up, I'll eat and I'll post this on my story.
Meisen was soon on the scene, as was PC Thane, who later said he arrived at 3:47. It was Thane who went off to find Dr. Reese Ralph Llewellyn at 152 Whitechapel Road, knocking at the doctor's door and waking him up. Meanwhile, Neil went to try to find a stretcher to get him out. This time from the Green Police Station. By this time, the SWAT men, James Mumford and Henry Tompkins, were on the scene. They stood back as Dr. Llewellyn examined the body, noting the severe cuts to the throat and alternated.
Done. All right, TikTok. I'm going to end my stream. Thank you guys so much.
At Old Montague
Probably
Street
should have ended it
Courthouse in
before,
Irvine.
but thank you.
PC Thane awaited Inspector John Spratling of H Division at